Hello and welcome to Henley Women's Regatta 2025. Good morning, my name is Megan Chester and I'm going to be here with you over the next 3 days at Henley Women's Regatta as we go through the highs, the lows, the races and those all important results. It does not feel like a year since we were here last, but time has flown on by and we're back. And just like last year, the competition is shaping up to be pretty fierce. Now, we have so many entries about which we're super excited, from clubs who have never entered Henley Women's before in their club's history, right through to clubs who keep coming back again and again and again. We have got some athletes who started in the sport less than a year ago, a matter of months ago, and this will be their first big race. And then we have other athletes who've performed on national and international stages. If you look closely, you might even see an Olympian or a Paralympian, some gold medalists hurtling down the track behind me over the course of the next 3 days. So, as ever, Henley Women's Regatta remains a beacon for women's rowing and for the sport at all different levels. Now, today, it's Friday, it's the first day, which means it's time trials day. Our crews are going to be giving it their best shot to race down this course in a time that is quick enough to qualify them for the next stage of the competition, the side-by-side racing stage. But for now, let's keep thinking about today and what is ahead. Now, the river behind me, for many of our crews, is their home water. They're used to it, they know it like the back of their hand. However, we also have a lot of crews coming from abroad, from all over the UK, and for them, this stretch of river might not be quite as familiar. So, let's take a little bit of a closer look at it. Making their way down the start line in between these pontoons, our crews will race 2 at a time down this 1,500 metre course. The aligner in the white tent will ensure that their bows are in line, and then the race can begin. The crews are started by an umpire who's on a launch behind them. The umpire launch is always in the middle of the course. They stay on track by aiming their bow at Henley Church in the distance. When the flag drops, the crews push off. This is a crucial moment in the race. There could be action right from the start. In the first 5 strokes, crews try to sync up and get the boat running, but sometimes things can get a little bit rocky. In just a few more strokes, they come to the end of Temple Island. This point's notorious for steering incidents. The wind can whip across when out of the shelter of the island. The quarter-mile marker will be used by some crews to push as they head through the spectator zone on the left. Every crew will have a different race plan. Some will use this wooden bench, which marks the 500 metre point as the spot to make their first push for clear water. Passing by the commentary tower, one of the most popular places to push is the barrier. It's here where you'll see a lot of teams putting down the power. Wonderfully, it's 636.7 metres from the start. Next, our crews will head through the boating area past Fawley Court, the grand house on the Brookside of the river. They will be drawing on every last reserve of energy as they race against the flow. Here, the course takes the crew on the bark side into the middle, where the current is fastest. Passing Old Blades, they quickly hit Fawley Box, 1,047 metres from the start, and they head into the final third. The 3/4 mile box leads to the lawns of Upper Thames Rowing Club, the only rowing club on the course. The final push now, past the Chairman's Enclosure at Remnham Club and to the finish line. But for today, we're kicking off with time trials, so no aligner, no bows in place. Here, the boats will go one after another, just seconds apart. They'll wind it up to make sure they're going full steam ahead as they cross the line and the timer starts. What a special place to row. Now, if you are near Henley and can come and join us on the riverbanks here to support in person, do come on down and soak up the atmosphere. But if you are further afield, don't worry at all. We have got an absolutely stacked roster of commentators standing by, ready to bring you stroke by stroke analysis of all of the action and loads of information about our athletes and their clubs. So, without further ado, it brings me great joy to kick off Henley Women's Regatta 2025 and to hand over to our wonderful commentary team.
Good morning everyone and welcome to Henley Women's Regatta for this, the 2025 edition of the series. Delighted here to be commentating for you on this live stream. My name is Charles Barry and I'm joined by
Shauna Fitzsimons.
Yeah, and we'll be taking you through the time trials for the first 2 hours, and then there'll be a change of shift and move on to some of our colleagues. We've got some exciting racing coming up today. The first series will be for the aspirational academic 8s. Then we have the aspirational club 8s. Then the aspirational quads for the Chairman's Trophy. The Redgrave Challenge Vards for championship pairs. The Rosie McLaughlin Trophy for aspirational doubles. The George Innes Cup for championship singles. And then our final race of our shift will be the aspirational singles for the Churchill Cup. Later, with some of our colleagues, we will have the Championship 8s, the Ron Needs Cup, the Leicester Trophy for Club Coxers 4s, the Fiona Dennis Trophy for aspirational lightweight singles, and the Avril Velica Cup for Championship Coxers 4s, the Caffey Cruikshank Trophy for academic Coxers 4s, and finally, and always most excitingly, the Frank V. Harry Cup for development Coxed 4s. And the racing we're going to see at this time trial is going to be critically important. This may be the only race that some of the crews will be having. And you can see on your screen there that the first crew from the University of London has lined up for the Academic 8s race for the Colgan Foundation Cup. The most competitive event by far is the Frank V. Harry Cup, which will be the last time trial. There are 45 crews going for 16 places. So 2/3 of the crews will not be racing. And Shona, who have we got on screen right now?
So this is University College London, or UL. Okay, thank you. University of London. So in the bow seat, we've got Hannah Shue, Ellen Grimes, Sophie Hudson, Mila Camden, Grace Newport Tucker, Maya Varley, Nina Toppel, Ella Tarzi, and Cox by Aaron Bogart. Great, thanks. So they're off. They're just passing the island now.
And they're looking very powerful, very effective. Good cover there. You can see just the stroke. That's the person closest to what is the furthest away point of the boat here. Just clearing the puddle that they're producing, which means they're getting quite a lot of distance for every stroke. Means they're rowing very powerfully and effectively.
Yeah, nice. Look at that. That's a great shot. Number one. Off they go.
And just look at that bow ball. It's barely moving up and down, which shows they've got great control, great core stability, and they've clearly been practicing together as a crew quite a lot.
And I think we've got our next crew on the course now. So all of these crews are going to go off fairly fast after each other. The next crew we've got is from Newcastle University, your own alma mater.
Yeah, up the Blue Star. This is a really great crew. I understand that they've got all sorts of rowers. Who have we got in this one, Shona?
Let's have a look. So in the bow seat we have Lucy Lindray, followed by Natasha Searson, Martha Warren Barrett, Emily Parker, Lucy Weber, Mary McWilliam, Matilda Mossop, Saskia Ward, and Cox by Ruby Moritz Kamak.
Yeah. And I believe that, according to the information they provide us, all the crews have had the opportunity to give us a bit of filler. And apparently Cox Ruby is off to do an MA at the University of Kangas. The person at 7, Tilly, learnt to row only 2 years ago. Tish, she learnt to be a beach sprint world champion in the mixed ability para double and only learnt to row on a traditional rowing boat this year. And at bow, Lucy is a fresher and started the year in the 5/8. So quite an incredible season she's had. What a progression to be racing first of all in the 5/8 and then finishing in their second boat. This is their top aspirational boat, the Newcastle University champ boat.
Next we've got Durham, so there's a good rivalry here. I think Durham will be going on the hunt, trying to get this crew ahead of them as close as they can as to them. And I do have a little fun fact. I don't know we have a lot of information about the Durham crew, but I do see that Imogen Hill is the cox of this boat, and I know her sister Hermione is a Leander Club cox who I coxed with last year. So there's good pedigree here in the cox seat. So I'm sure her sister Mimi has given her a lot of tips to get down the course. I can see she's taken a line quite close to the booms.
Yeah, I presume that the idea there to try and get as much out the stream as possible. The way the river works is that in the first part of the race, that right-hand side on your screen is out of the way of the stream. Crews are racing against the stream, so it's slightly faster to be in that position. It requires a lot of experience and confidence to be able to have the boat that close. But interestingly, Durham didn't race against Newcastle, or indeed anyone, at the Bucks Regatta earlier this year. Judging by my quick glance I was able to make at the results. So it'll be very interesting to see how they get on. But you're right, the Blue Star Durham rivalry is incredibly strong.
Alive and well.
On and off the water. So we will have to see. They call the time trial the Race of Truth.
Nice.
So we'll have to see how the stopwatch arbitrates between these two crews. And just setting off now, it's the first of the Brooks crews there on your screen.
So in this boat, we have Oxford Brookes University Boat Club. We've got Daisy Janes in bow seat, Gwenny Hunter, Millie Harrell, Buzz Bourneman, Olivia Dodrell, Abby Newman, Cleena Murta, Megan Culbert, and Sophia Bernal in the cock seat.
And looks like they're just heading off up past the island, but a bit at the bottom of our screen, I think we have the crew from the University of Exeter just passing through the competition zone. Who have we got in this crew, Shana?
We have Sasha Halliwell in the bow seat, Eva Ellicock, Nicole Clatworthy, Grace Bennett, Saren van der Horst, Isabel Punchard, Reese McGregor, Mika Hirad, and in the cock seat we have who do we have? We have, I can see the first name, Anna. Sorry, Anna, I can't actually see your second name on the screen right now.
Yeah, and they're just on screen there, that Exeter crew. Again, looking very composed. A little bit of check on the front end there, with the bow just rising out the water. A lot of momentum there. Cox there. Anna Papasolitiosis.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Charlie.
I can't say I'm an expert in those in pronunciation, but urging them on as they go through this time trial. And again, a really critical race because we've got 23 crews here, but only 8 are going to make it through to the racing.
Look at that. Anna's doing a great job there. I see she's only learned to cox at Exeter last year, so a rapid improvement for her as a cox, and she's going to be the Exeter Cox's captain next year.
Yeah, and actually I misspoke. It's 23 crews going for 16 places, so not quite as brutal. But still, a third of the crews we're seeing on our screen will not be racing in the side-by-side later in the regatta. So here's Crew 6. This is from Cornell University. I think one of only 2 international crews we have in this race.
So this is our first international crew of the day. And I can see some info a little bit about them here. They're excited to race and have many trips down the race courses they can. And looking forward to the racing format, which is very different than they do in the States. So
yeah, I guess in the States they have more traditional side-by-side multi-lane racing. I think the IRAs are 6 lanes, similar to Nat Schools and Bucks here in the UK. But yeah, the traditional side-by-side format is very unusual. It's actually, well, I say unusual, it's pretty common in the UK. You have lots of little regional regattas, if you can call them that, who have side-by-side racing. But yeah, to have a premier level event like this, doing 2 crews side-by-side, it's brutal and it's personal.
It is personal, as you and I both know, Charlie.
So Shauna and I last raced together as coxes in, I think it was
2018.
2018. Wow.
I remember it very well.
Well, yeah, it was an exciting race. I was hosting a Newcastle alumni crew, and Shauna was coxing the UCT first state, and we'd all been on. We had some ex-Olympians in the crew who had a night out on Temple Bar the night before, and it turned into a dramatic race. Lots of tight bends, blades clashing, and we ended up in the bank.
Yeah.
Both crews.
Long story short.
Yeah.
Here we go. Crew number 8. We have Bristol University Boat Club. So in the bow seat we have Emily Strudwick. Then we have Clara Giacchino, Freya Wolfenden, Emily Hurst, Emily Jupe, Evie Cox, Alexandra Bolton, Lottie Giles, Cox by Cameron Allen.
And I think this crew, if they're the same crew that were Bristol A at Bucks, they came 6th in the A final, and they were only 4 seconds off the winners, which was Oxford Brookes. In fact, 4 seconds across that entire time trial, that A final at Bucks. So, again, we could expect really close margins here when we see the crews racing.
Yeah, there is quite big gaps, really, aren't there, between the time trial crews? They're not going off that close together.
No, and I guess, as any good coxswains know, you want clean water in front of you. You don't want any wash. You can see how long the effect is on that sweeping shot we've got here from the drone of this crew here. The puddles. Yep. Some rowers think the puddles move down the course, but they don't move. They stay where they are, and you can just about see that on the drone effect, with the drone angle. And then it causes disruption, swirling, and it just means it's harder for your boat to move forward, and it bounces the boat around.
So who have we got in the stream? Crew number 17, I think, Newcastle University Boat Club.
Yep, they're B crew. Yeah, this is Newcastle University B, crew number 7.
Oh, crew number 7. Okay, sorry. There we go.
We've got a lot of Newcastle crews in this event. I think we have 3 So we've got A, B, and C. And they've also got a Champ 8. So they have 4 8s racing in the competition this weekend.
Wow.
So in this crew, the B crew, we've got Emily Mitchell, Abigail Grisewood, Scarlett Conn, Nicole Manning, Rebecca Wearmouth, Natalie Ingo, Peaches Hale, Mary O'Donnell, and coxed by Charlie Keener, there with the number 7 on his back, as you can see on your screen. And this crew came 5th in the B final at Bucks. So again, one, I think, who will be very much in the mix for those 16 places. There's a really big program there. They've got a really effective women's program at Newcastle at the moment. They finalled in the Wargrave Challenge Cup, not the Wargrave, the Island.
Island, yeah.
Wrong one. At Henry Royal last year. They won Championship 8 at Bucks. So really getting great results and a great program up there in the northeast.
Crew number 10.
Yeah, so this is the Newcastle C crew, who complementing the B crew we've just seen go past. And I can see the blonde hair there of Imogen Aquilina in the 2-seat there. This is a crew of Abby Plumtree, Isabella Wickham, Martha Kemp, Madeline Kay, Phoebe Burden, Orla McDonnell, Evie Richards, as I mentioned, Imogen Aquilina, and coxed by Molly Ann Flynn. And you can see their supporters there. Back to the B crew, who are just a little bit further up the course.
Got great hairstyles. Love that. Matching plaits. Love it. Must have been up early this morning doing that.
Yeah, if you tuned in from the very beginning, you'll have had some opening shots of us, and my hair is not looking anywhere near as good as that. It's quite disconcerting to be... Oh, there we go.
Thanks.
You can see. I'm also incredibly hot, wearing this Lee Rowing Club blazer. I'm the captain at Lee, so I feel obliged to represent them, but... yeah, you've gone for a much more practical...
Yeah, much more practical.
practical look.
Okay, who have we got here now? That's a nice clean shot of them coming off the start. That looks great. Straight out of their puddles, great clearance immediately.
Yeah, very, very direct. I assume that this is probably crew number 11, Southampton University, but we'll just wait for a closer shot to confirm. And again, just a beautiful sweeping shot up the regatta course. It looks really, really great conditions. There's very little wind. I don't know, the stream doesn't seem too strong at the moment, so hopefully we have some nice, clean, fair racing when we come to the side-by-side later. And it really is, this shot we've got here is one of the most exciting parts of the course, I think. You know, really special. You're coming out of the island and then pushing off. And you, as a rower, as a cox, you're thinking straight down the line, trying to go as straight as possible. But as a rower, to have Temple Island just sweeping past you, it's really exciting and special.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. Look at that. That's great. So crew number 13. So it is actually Liverpool University Boat Club. So we were incorrect there. We've got Ruth Burleson in the bow seat, Katie Bellhouse, Lisa Carrington, Emma Banks, Samantha Grease, Lucy Loughlin, Emily Anderson, Eleanor Hammond, and coxed by Edith Brophy. So we want to get a good shout out here for Katie Bellhouse, the captain. And her grandparents are on the towpath, going to give these girls a good big cheer. So yeah, shout out to them.
Yeah, and it says that all rowers in this crew learnt to row at Liverpool over the last 3 years. Apparently half of the crew are graduating this year, and so this will be their last race with Liverpool University. Well, let's hope they're one of the top 16 who make it through this time trial and get to the side-by-side later in the competition.
And now we've crew number 12. So we have University of York Boat Club up next on your screens. We've got Fiona Widmer in the bow seat, Katie Rogers, Anna Haynes, Kira Bruton, Connie Penkman, Lucy Healy, Alice Horsey, Phoebe Loach Martin, and cox by Ella Mabbutt.
Yep, and you can see her right there. Looks like they've got their straws on. Got a nice close shot there of the York crew. The straws are encouraged to help people reach out a little bit further at the front, get the same angle as everyone else, so the crew's rowing more efficiently and more effectively through the water. Have a dramatic sweeping shot. So that's probably looking at crew 15 there. That might be Nottingham behind them. You can just see, there we are, that's crew 15, Nottingham.
So in this Nottingham University Boat Club, we have Kirsty Dazzle in the bow seat, Isabel Frampton, Katie Cruz, Izzy Brown, Emilita Jens, Emily Barrett, Hannah Martin, Mary Hemmings, and Megan Marshall Hone.
Yeah, and in the 7th seat we have the club president of this crew. Apparently she learnt to row at Coleraine Grammar Rowing School, Grammar School Rowing Club even, and she got a silver in the lightweight quad last year at Bucks Regatta. At 5, we have a 2 times Bucks lightweight medalist as well. And apparently they've also got their women's captain in this crew. Off go Nottingham.
Lots of experience in that boat. There we go. Who have we got next? Crew number 14. So the crew behind them is Warwick University Boat Club. We've got Maisie Jeffries, Minka Brett, Maisie Higgs, Jane Abercrombie, Atonia Jones, Evie Nash, Alex Marks, Anna Friars, and Cox by Amelia Davies.
Yeah, so they'll be a little bit further up the course now. And you can see their Cox there urging them on. As I say, it's all to play for. A third of the crews that are racing on your screens will not be making it to the side-by-side stage of the regatta, which is obviously the bit that everyone trains for and wants to go for. So the time trials here are really brutal. In some international competitions, they do a sort of preliminary race called the race for lanes, but this is nothing of the sort. They've got to win, make it into the top 2/3 to get through to the next stage of the competition. You can see the strain on their faces as they're all pushing. Interesting, we've got Stonefall wearing sunglasses and Balfour not.
Planned or unplanned.
Yeah, exactly.
Great.
And just up, it's crew number 13 now.
So they're a little bit further down the post. This is back to Liverpool.
And you can just see fatigue starting to set in a little bit. They're just getting not quite as sharp as they were when we saw them earlier at the front end there. Just a little bit of a jolt.
That'll be typical in all crews now. They're working hard. They're further down the course. You know, they're getting near to the end of the time trial, so I'm sure they're really emptying the tank here.
Yeah, they're working hard.
Doing
They
a
are
great
determined
job.
to make it through.
Yeah, the Cox just looking for the line now.
And there it is.
Great. Well timed, I'm sure.
That is the finish line, right? And back to a sweeping shot now. This is purple, which probably means this is Senate Boat Club, potentially, which is an unusual boat club. I was having to Google them yesterday. They are a newly formed, not quite Durham University. They're the super club of all the colleges of Durham University colleges. So they're not quite the university, not quite college rowing. There's something in between, and it's a new concept. So be interested to see how they get on.
And this is the first time they've ever raced, so a huge achievement to get here to Henley Women's Regatta.
Yeah, incredible. I think I was actually wrong. I think they're a bit further up the course. So this looks like crew number 20, which is New College Boat Club. My colour recognition from the soaring heights of the drone, not quite up to scratch, I'm afraid. Yeah, no, sorry.
Okay, so who have we got in this boat here? We have Amelia Veal, Catherine McKee, Kirsten Koopmans, Emily Henson, Jasmine Whitehouse, Shannon Bacon, Sophie Kubik, Emma Stone, and Cox by Jake Rule.
And again, just a nice shot there of them moving away off the island. And now we're on to crew 19. This is Pembroke College.
In pink, looking great.
Not Leander Club. Also race in pink.
However, what they do have in common is the lovely pink unisuits. They look great. So in this boat, we have Tan Van Kempen, Poppy McClure-Inch, Nadia Plonsky, Letitia Maybank, Elena Andre, Mally Wood, Isabel Troop, Elizabeth Waters, and Cox by Nicholas Baya. So they won the headship this year. I've seen a lot about this with some help from one of my friends and Cox's, Erin Kennedy. And all but one rower in this boat learned to row at Pembroke College. And they've just finished. They've just crossed the line there by the looks of it. So they're just winding down now. Or am I wrong? No, I've missed that,
Yeah.
have I? Sorry, I'm wrong.
But yeah, you're right. Pembroke, I think I saw something on Instagram of them burning a boat in celebration of winning those events.
We just crashed them. Much
Yeah.
easier.
Yeah, exactly.
Less of a fire hazard. And we've got crew 17 on the course here now. St Andrews University Boat Club. Up in Scotland, I believe.
Yeah, indeed, right up in top of Scotland. Well, not quite the top of Scotland, but sort of
Very
north of Edinburgh.
And all the athletes in this boat are making their Henley Women's Regatta debut.
And that's fantastic to see universities bringing people on, developing people and getting them there. We've had people moving up. I think, as I was saying earlier, someone from Newcastle moving from a fresh who's moved from the 5th 8 to the 2nd 8 in one season, which is incredible. it's great to see people here coming to the regatta for the first time. Apparently, it says here the person at 4 only learnt to row in September, and we have some ex-novices as well. So this crew is Grace Webb, Jocelyn Dewar, Isabel Hope, Daisy Cripps, Julia Adelane, Annabelle Coe, Madeline Toomey, Ella Hall and Cox by Bronwyn Ruser. And there they are across the line. Exhaustion on their faces. Have they been fast enough? That will be the question they're asking themselves. You never know. This is the problem with time trial. You don't know until someone brings the scores up.
And here we have Oxford University Boat Club.
So we've got Olivia Pegg, Lucy Buchanan, Sophie Winter, Irene Zeitler, Kathleen Mearshite, Seren Ford, Lara Bolt, Olivia Reeves and Cox by Georgia Ryan. And this must be, and they've said it on their information, their development squad crew. It's not usual for Oxford and Cambridge to go all the way through the season in a actual proper University 8. They tend to bring development crews through. Although I do know this year that the Cambridge University are sporting an entry at Henry Royal after some of the drama that's been going on.
Excellent. We love
at
to
their
see
club.
it. We love to see it.
Exactly. And we must be coming to the last of our 8s in this category now. A nice overhanging shot. I think, based on the blades there, and I've got this wrong many times, but I think that might be near us. That's the second of our international entries. So, are you ready to do some Dutch pronunciation, Shana?
I'll leave it to you.
Right. So, I think we have Dorte de Groot, Floor Dufjes, Christian Bukers, Rosa Boonder, Lieve Kramer, Demi Straathoff, Alina Trevisan, Charlotte Russell, and Cox by Rochelle Wright-Dijk. And
Nice.
that's probably all wrong. They actually gave us some pronunciation notes, but I've only just seen that. Sorry. So the rower at 7 in this crew is a former Swiss junior. They're Cox Rochelle. Cox last year at Thames Rowing Club, and she said and says they've written she brings British traditions and calls this crew.
Excellent. I wonder what the difference is between the Dutch traditions, because they're known for their traditions, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Most notably fighting for blazers. At that famous race that you mentioned in an earlier edition, we had the pleasure of joining one of the Dutch crews who were there. They jumped on top of their chairs, sang a song, and a club song that they all knew off by heart, and then produced this blade which had holes in it for shot glasses and made all of us drink around. So yeah.
It's a good advertisement for coming to do some racing in Ireland.
Yeah. So, and unfortunately, that's the end of the university aspirational boats. So we're now on to the Copus Cup for aspirational Club 8s. So our second tier event for club crews. We've got Vesta on the screen there, who are actually the second, so we should have another crew further up the course. In this race we have 18 crews going for 16 places, so I think most of them should be treating this as a warm-up rather than something to really get a sweat on, but they'll also be wanting to put a marker down and make an impression on the stopwatch as well. And there we are, that's London, the first crew in this race. Who've we got in it, Sean?
We have got Ella Thompson, Jennifer Arthur, Catherine Barnhill, Emily Lavelle, Elizabeth Cottrell, Claudia Turley, Julia Roby, Jemima Hartbottle, and Cox by Natalia Gullidge-Jones. Wow, there's some big cheering on the back going on.
Couldn't hear myself think. They've got a lot of support there from their crews. And they are putting a marker down for sure, looking very effective, very strong. Some lovely close-up shots there of their rowing.
Yeah, this crew looks great. I'm excited to see how all these crews progress through the regatta.
Yeah, I mean London had a bit of a, but it was in the doldrums for a few years, but they've really turned it around over the last half decade, both on the men's and the women's side. They've really gone up the rankings,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of rivalry between them and their neighbours, Thames Rowing Club, and they've been having a bit of a ding-dong all season, and we'll be interested to see how that pans out later in the regatta as they zoom off our screens onto the left.
I think this is the next London crew that we possibly just had on the screen there, and then after it we may... Who have we got next? Good, you can see the wind is maybe picking up just a little bit here for Marlow.
Yeah, Marlow.
So we've got Natasha Stewart, Amy Wright, Madeline Wheeler, Ailish Dudley, Eva Turley, Araminta Evans, Laura Franick, Georgie Neeson, Cox by Evie Myers.
And unfortunately, none of these crews that we've just been commentating on provided us with any information about them. But Marlow are quite the operation. If memory serves me right, at Henry Royal last year, they were one of only 2 clubs, along with Lee, to qualify someone in the senior women's, senior men's, junior women's, and junior men's
Wow.
events.
What an achievement.
So they won the Y-Fold last year as well. They've had a really good junior program.
Yeah.
They've got a really good club program. Very impressive operation at Marlow.
On the move, on the move. Who else have we got here? We're
So
back
this is the
to
first
London.
crew from London, London A again, just a little bit further up the course. And they are getting an absolute move on. And again, just look at that bow. It's barely jiggling up and down. You think how much mass is moving back and forth as rowers move. You would expect the boat to be bouncing up and down, but they're moving so well together. It's just cruising in a straight line forward.
Yeah, we can see Jessica Eddy's name. I think that is, if my eyes are not deceiving me.
Yeah, good spot.
Nice.
It helps to have a big widescreen TV in front of us.
And we're up to Thames now.
Yeah.
So if this is crew number, can't see the number.
Yeah, it's 27. I've
27.
just seen Francis Munro, stroking, and Aoife Chapman there in the middle of the crew. Both former Newcastle rowers, hence why I know
great.
them.
Good insight. So in the bow seat we have Sophie Tickner, then we have Laura Hayden-Smith, Portia Light, Rebecca Klepman, Aoife Chapman, Eleanor Davies, Sophia Stilling, Frances Moreno, and coxswain Anika Hansen.
Yeah, and Thames, one of the premier women's rowing clubs in the UK for sure.
Absolutely.
As I say,
they have
there's
dominated it over the last few years, especially not just at Henley Women's Regatta, but at Henley Royal Regatta.
Yeah, there's only 2 crews of the 18 that are racing that won't make it through to the side-by-side. But I think Thames will be one of those clubs wanting to put a message down to their competition through this time trial. It's interesting what you were saying earlier about trying to hug the bank and be on the right-hand side of a screen there, and actually most of the crews are sort of weaving a bit down the middle.
And here we have Upper Thames. I know a little bit about this crew. So Upper Thames, who train, this is their home stretch of water. So they should know this course very well by now. They've been out on it here all winter. We've got Lucy Dark in the bow seat, Alice Van Altlen in the 2 seat, Leah Reddy, Ella Wanless, Carrie Price, Eleanor Wallace, Brooke Feeling, Frances Reeves, and coxswain Aisha Lim. So I have to give a shout out to Brooke here in the 7 seat. Good friend of mine. Oh no, I think she might be sitting in the 5 seat actually, now that I look at the crew. And they look great. Really clean, really nice rowing, managing the wind nicely. Very uniform looking.
Yeah, and they're on their home water, so they will know every inch of this course. They'll have been training on it every day. Some clubs only get here the day of or the day before and barely get any time on this water, so they'll know exactly where they are and how to pace it. And that's the distinctive... Oh no, I've fall into the commentating cliche of talking about the colours. Those are the purple and green shades of Oriel Kensington. Crew number 32. Yep, there's a shot of them.
We've got Vivian Pace, Eleanor Rose, Katinka Hughes, Charlotte Polcock-Gray, Jasmine Oliver, Elena Pope, Eloise Trimmingham, Eleanor Shaw, and Molly Green in the cock seat.
Yeah. I'm just looking at my commentating notes. I'm looking forward to seeing the Curlew crew, who are crew 31, because they've written... more interesting, I can imagine, is our double bucket. It might not make the most sense for onlookers, but I promise it makes sense to us.
That's all that matters.
Yeah. Oh, there they are. That's the Curlew crew. 31 Racing Anita Jeff. Big shout out to Curlew as a Lee Rowing Club member. There are friendly rivals down the docks in East London.
Very good.
We always support our East London crews. So we have Anita Jeff, Eloise Heap, Thea Shipway, Molly Davies, Alison Smith, Catriona Blomberg, Kiernan Liu, Abby Davison, and coxswain Charlotte Green, who is their captain.
That double bucket, it looks great, doesn't it? It does look to be working for them very well.
Thing is, though, people have got prejudice against buckets, but mathematically, in an 8, a double bucket
makes sense.
is needed.
I've never seen it look like that before, but it does look great, doesn't it? It does seem to be really working for them. They look very gelled, in sync.
Yeah, if you're a complete nerd like me, there is a paper by Cambridge University which you can find on the web, and it tells you the optimal bucket combinations, and there's 3 for an 8.
Okay.
Including the mega bucket, which is stroke, stroke, bow, 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 stroke, stroke.
Wow, okay.
Which is quite a lot.
Can't say I've ever caught something like that, but someday maybe.
Another shot of... that's 34 there, Rochester.
Royal Chester, another club that has been on the rise and really producing the goods at a lot of big regattas over the last year. So crew number 34 in this boat, we have Chloe Sheward, Alice Sims, Finlay O'Donoghue, Evie Bradley, Emily Shipson, Alice Beacom, Molly Garbett, Catherine Gray, and Cox by Lucy Hall. So they were 72nd at Weehore and 2nd in the medium club and 3rd in the challenge pennant. So they won the women's senior sprints at Chester Regatta, and the aim for this year is to get to the Sunday of Henley Women's Regatta and qualify for the Wargrave Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta. So this is a great start for them.
Yeah, so in the bow there is Chloe Sherwood, who we were talking about. She's the former captain of the club. She was captain for 6 years at Chester, and I think, frankly, no little part's been played in her from turning Royals from a unremarkable club, shall we say, on the racing scene to one of the powerhouses. They won the Jackson, they finalled in the Brit last year, and as you mentioned, they've produced some really great results on the women's side as well.
Yeah, look at them go. That is some great, and they're coordinated. They're nice t-shirts too. I love that. But they look really powerful, really strong. Exciting to see if they can make it through this time trial and get to the next round and hopefully get their goal to make it to the Sunday this weekend.
Yeah, I grew up in Chester, so I know
great.
the water really well. It's an absolutely beautiful stretch of river, and you can just get the mileage in. In the summer months, it's green and lush, little traffic. You can go for 20 kilometres without stopping.
At the
and clear the
tourism
miles.
board.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, visit chester.co.uk here at Henley Women's Regatta. Right,
who
Crew
we got
33.
here?
This is Vesta's C Crew.
Vesta. So we've got Jennifer Goodyear, Emma Fielding, Logan Clue Bachrach, Julia Gaffrida, Naomi Ingram, Katie Utley, Emily Dawkins, Amelie Bronier, and Cox by Claire Wright. So there's a selection of athletes in this boat with an expansive range of pedigree, I'm told. They originate from all over the UK, from Southampton, Exeter, Oxford Unis, and also some homegrown talent from Vesta. And they're coached by Ewan Murray. I'd love to see the coaches get a shout out in your commentary. So if you haven't filled out any of your commentary, make sure to give a shout out by your coaches. They've been guided by some greats, including Alison Mowbray. Mowbray, I hope I'm saying that correctly. And also another friend of mine, Morgan Bainham-Williams.
Excellent. I would recommend, if you've never read it, Alison Mowbray's book. I can't remember exactly the title. It's something like Gold Medal Flapjack, Silver Medal Life.
Nice.
It's a brilliant biography of her rowing career. And we're on to Cambridge 99, number 38 there.
Number 38. So we've got Poppy Rawlings in the bow seat, Abby Child, Catherine Vilhor, Eleanor Heidelman, Sophie Dickinson, Hashiba Neal, Carissa Litna, Jenna Govier, and Cox by Elizabeth Pears. Oh, great. We've got the names on the screen as well now, so hopefully our viewers at home can understand my pronunciation, accent, the whole thing.
Don't do yourself down. They've given us some very detailed information, but they say if it qualifies for the regattas and it makes it through the time trial, which the odds are good, it will be the first time anyone in that crew will qualify. They've all been learning to row pretty recently. The Cox Beth learned to row in 2021. The girl at 5, woman at 5, Jenna learnt at Cambridge 99 in 2021. Some with coastal rowing routes, I'm told, as well. Sophie Began at 6 was a coastal rower.
Yeah, so great range of background here and huge amount of detail provided by the crew as well, which is really helpful for us. So shout out to Cambridge 99.
And we're now on to Crew 36. This is St Andrew Boat Club, not to be confused with St Andrews University.
Right, so crew number 36. We have Genevieve Wilkes in bow, Martha Walsh in 2, Rebecca Bannister, Eve Probart, Sarah Ines, Nina Mortimer, Erica Watt, Bridget Watt, maybe you could correct me, Charlie, and Philippa Lloyd in the Cox seat. So this crew's been competing on the UK scene all year, starting off with the women's 8 set of the river. And they were also competing up in the Scot Champs as well. So they've been racing up in Scotland, down in London. It's the first time for one of their members, and the rest of them have all been here before. So there's quite a lot of mix of experience in this boat, and a age range from teens to 40s. So a good mix of youth and experience. We love that. Love a big range.
Yeah. And you just saw some shots there of them going across the line. But we're now on to Tyne Rowing Club from the northeast. I'm also a big fan of theirs. as a former Newcastle person, as
Of
I mentioned.
course, we
Have I mentioned it enough?
Yeah, I think we're going to have to put a cap on that. I'm going to start talking if you're not careful. We've got Amy Ludman in bow, Anna Burton Cole in the 2 seat, Sarah Grove in the 3 seat, Chloe Matthews, Ella Shalom, Lauren Basie, Neve Flood, Zoe Fox, and Robert Kendrick in the cock seat. Some nice close up of the booms there. I think they're really cool to see. You can see them kind of bouncing around too, which is nice and unnerving. Now we're moving on to the 4s. The quads.
Yeah, this will be for the Chairman's Trophy for aspirational quads. We will see some more shots of the 8 no doubt as we get further up the course. But yeah, this is the first crew. This will be crew 42 from Bath University, who are just aligning themselves on the start for the next event. Now this will also be a pretty competitive time trial. We have 31 crews going for 16 places.
Wow,
so
okay,
almost
this is a big
half of the crews that will go this time trial will not make it through.
And I believe this is oh no, we've skipped on to who have we missed here? Tideway Scullers, back to the 8s. Very briefly, we have Evie Gaylord, Eleanor Bonus, Beatrice Robson, Eleanor Brandreth, Eden Fisher, Melina Asner, Kaline, Olivia Brett, Sophie Shooter, and Cox by Sita Phillip.
Yep.
The Tideway Sculling School.
Yeah, despite their name, they are traditionally a pretty good club at sweeping as well as sculling. Have produced some really good results over the years. And they're based in the Tideway, which is the stretch of river from approximately Kew down to Putney, where actually it's a really strong concentration of rowing in the UK. You've got Thames Rowing Club, Vesta Rowing Club, London Rowing Club, all based along there. It's where the head of the river and the women's head of the river held on that bit of the river. So, and again, another shot here of Marlow. This is the B crew from Marlow.
And in this boat we have Ashley Best, Ella Holloway, Elsie Phillips, Katie Millington, Beth Harrell, Eleanor Radigan, Emily Keegan, Aaron Huddleston, and Neve Murphy in the Coxie. It's a great name, Neve. Shout out to you.
Yeah, and they said they're under the new leadership of Jamie Axo, their coach. They're delighted to race at the regatta with 5 returners, 3 who've never raced before, and they're excited to make their mark. And the person at 6, Ella, is a PR3, which means they're an adaptive rower.
Great. I also see they've said they've got a late sub and a few training sessions later. This boat is ready to do their time trial. Love that. What a great attitude to have.
That is exactly the spirit that is needed for time trials. You have to be absolutely raring to go.
And there
a shot there across the line for Marlow Rowing Club, the penultimate boat.
Here we go. Okay, now we've got this Bath University Boat Club in the quad. This is looking great. So they've given us lots of detail. The stroke B, or Beatrice Hughes, as she's down on the entry as, is a seasoned rower, has achieved a significant success by being selected for the Coupe last year. Then in the 3 suite we have Tulu, who is a newcomer and began rowing in November 2024 and huge potential on their PDA program. In the 2 seat, we've got Freya, who's a second year of rowing, progressing all the way through the PDA program and performed strongly at her first trials this year. And in the bow seat, we've got Anna, who brings a valuable experience and leadership to this crew. So shout out Anna Bradley. But yeah, Bath University, they've produced some huge pedigree over the past number of years, notably Becky Wild, who won her Olympic bronze medal last year and is in the GB women's quad at the moment. But next on the screen we have Lee Rowing Club. Well, I'm gonna have to hand this back over to you, Charlie.
Yeah, so this is the top crew for Lee Rowing Club. It's had a late change. So at bow we have Anna Emerson. At 2 we have Jamila Sinclair. At 3 we have Rika Tietz, and at stroke we have Evelyn Palkula. And they've been practicing all year. Well, certainly since camp in April. It's the top crew for the club, as I mentioned, and they're sculling very effectively. As I said, they had to deal with a late change this week into the crew lineup, but they've clearly taken it in their stride. They're sculling very effectively, and I hope that they'll make it through as their captain through to the next round of racing side by side. But again, half of the quads in this event will not make it through.
Wow. Well, you have to be a little bit biased. And here we've got Ethan Excelsior. So we've got Alex Hicks, Stephanie Boardman, Amy Hewitt, and Catherine Johnson. We've got some good commentary here from, I'm sure, our very close friends, but I'm actually not going to do that. I'm gonna leave that one.
I will just read this as it's written. It says, Catherine Johnson last competed at Henley Women's in the early 1990s.
Lol.
Yeah,
it says
it
on the
says,
form.
Lol.
Love that.
They've got great friends, clearly.
Yeah, great friends. It's
Yeah.
terrible. Who have we got next? Crew number 45, which is Nottingham University Boat Club. In this quad, we've got Emma Stewart, Eve Strong, Catherine Elkington, and Phoebe Johnson. So the bow seat is the alumni liaison officer for the boat club, and was a finalist in the interquad at the Books this year. In the 2 seat, we've got was a nursing student, and this is her 5th year competing at Henley Women's Regatta. The 3 seat, we have an industrial economics student. Wow. Last race for the university, and their biggest rowing achievement is winning a bronze medal at Books in the lightweight pair. And then the stroke seat, it's her 1st year of competing in the Nottingham University, and she's studying sports science.
Well, it's great to know what they're all doing at
Yeah, I know.
university.
Huge detail. It's great.
And
Who
we're on
have we
to
got
crew
here?
47, so this is Birmingham University.
Okay, we've got Amelia Flaxman, Carrie Wynne Meredith, Darcy Nash, and Ella Odland.
Yeah. Now, Birmingham, I wouldn't say is a university with a very long sculling pedigree, but they are looking very tidy. Very tight, very effective. They've clearly been practicing a lot and working together.
And some really nice looking blades. That's a
And
great shot.
just behind them, I think that's crew 48, which is Furnival Sculling Club from the Tideway as well. Just a bit far out into the middle of the stream, I would say. But who have we got in this?
We have Emily Farrer, Lucia Canto Miria, Rachel Craig McFeely, and Mandy Hulst. The boat is named Polly Cloud, who was the club's first captain.
And Furnival, I only knew this because it's what's written in front of me, but I didn't know this, so here's a fun fact. They are the world's first sculling club for women, and they were established in 1896, so they are a pioneering of the sport.
Oh, didn't know that. Thank
No,
you.
I didn't know that. Every day's a school day. Just back a little bit further, of course, is crew 46. We're just seeing a wonderful shot of their bow number, and hopefully here they are. This is City of Oxford Rowing Club.
Got
We have
Maisie Humphrey, Tegan Hill, Caitlin Lockie, and Ennis Annie Cashin. Current students at Brooks were competed. Oh, Caitlin recently competed at the English Beat Sprint Championship. So
all our current student at Brooks, it says. That's a bit controversial.
I'm sure they just wanted to do a bit of sculling, you know, change
Yeah.
it up a bit.
Yeah, well, okay, fair enough. And it said, yeah, Caitlin recently competed in the English Beat Sprint Championships in May and got a silver.
Excellent. Well, look at them. They're really giving it a lot of socks there. Back to the booms. Don't want to hit those. That one looks like someone took a chunk out of it. And who have we got here? Crew number 49. We've Leicester Rowing Club. We've got Lucy Cleaver, Hazel Ward, Rianne Evans, and Victoria Barker. It's Victoria's first Henley Women's Regatta, so shout out to you, Victoria. Last year they were the fastest non-qualifiers, and they're hoping to change that. Well, that really makes a difference, doesn't it? If I was out there doing that time trial now, that would certainly give you something to pull for.
Yeah, that'll be in the back of your mind. It also says, that they're hoping to change that this year thanks to the power of matching turtle socks for free speed. Well, let's hope it works.
Look.
And thanks to the work from Alex Wellings and Barney Ellen, their coaches.
Nice, great shout out to the coaches. I'm not sure if I believe in the socks, but I'm sure they're giving it whatever
It's
gets you
all
going.
in the mind, Siobhan. It's all in the mind. So crew 51 here from Upper Thames Rowing Club. Again, home water for them.
So we have Hannah Milnes, Marcy Griggs, Charlotte Bishop, and Claudia Adams.
It's pronounced Maurice, apparently.
Oh.
Maurice Gergis.
Oh, thank you for the correction, and
Sorry.
thanks for letting us know, guys.
So she learnt to row at Hinckley Sculling School and later joined Exeter University, where she was both novice and then senior women's captain. And they won the Academic Challenge pennant at Weehall last year, so some good pedigree. I've also got some rowers previously from Nottingham University, Pangbourne, and Durham University next year. And they came second. Charlotte in that crew came second at Nat School's Regatta in the Cox's Fort last year. So this will be probably, if that was Upper Thames, then we should be expecting, there's an exciting composite here, which is Glasgow University of Leeds Nottingham. If that's crew 52.
Yes, I think.
Although
This
they're
is
listed
crew
on our
52.
commentary Bible as Strathclyde. There we go. So it's
Strathclyde.
Glasgow, Leeds, Nottingham and Strathclyde Rowing Club. So it's a Scottish powerhouse.
Sounds like a good party. We've got Ella Gilhert, Louise Brooks, Ursula Fleming, and Polly Swale.
They said if Henley Women's was a rate 20 race, this crew would go faster than the rate 32 they're holding on to for dear life. Well, That is self-deprecating humour at its finest.
Well, they're looking great there now.
Yeah, I don't know what they were worried about.
Yeah.
And back to crew 51 from Upper Thames. And another nice shot of the bow. Again, as I say, half of these crews will not be racing, so you don't just have to be good, you have to be great.
Yeah.
But Henley Women's is a premier event. You don't need to be really up there in the top 1% or even 0.1% of people who can scull in the UK to make it through this competition. Little shot of crew 50 who we haven't seen. This is Broxbourne, again just from outside London, at the northeast of London.
We've got Catherine Troll, Caitlin McCabe, Joanna Davies, and Sarah Jowett.
They've described themselves as a unique mix of experience and new talent from Broxbourne. So their stroke has been away after a few years at university, and says they pulled together through a demanding few months of training.
And now we've got Sheffield University Rowing Club on your screens. We've got May Drury, Elise Weimer, Lucy Burnett, and Freya White.
Yeah, it says, we only recently got the riggers for the boat we're using after the old ones got stolen. Oh, that's dreadful.
Well, those riggers look great on that boat right now, so it looks like problem solved.
Yeah, it matches the blades perfectly and their kit, so it's a good shout. And they said they row on a stretch of water less than 2k long, which makes it perfect for Henley Women's Regatta.
Great training setup for Henley Women's Regatta.
That is the absolute attitude that you need for this race.
Lots of spinning, though, I imagine.
There was there's a book called Rowing Faster. Again, I'm a total nerd. And in it, he said that he was the Dutch coach when the Danish, when they had an amazing powerhouse of lightweight rowing. And he said he wanted them to row on a 2k lake, so they span all the time, and they got their breaks for the spinning. So, and the Danes were very, very good in that era. So hopefully it pays off for Sheffield.
Absolutely. Who have we got here next on our screens? They're looking good, whoever they are. Is it possibly?
I think this might be DSR Proteus Eratus from the Netherlands. So one of our own, I think the only international entry in this event. Yes, there they are, crew 56. Do you want to do some Dutch pronunciation, Shauna?
Yeah, why not? Actually, no. Now that I look at it, I don't think so. I would only...
So it's Silke Volkertsma, I think, Kira de Jong, Annika van Boeskom, and Anouk Rensen. And thank you for the pronunciation notes that they provided to us. We don't have any more information on this crew in front of us, but they are looking very effective. And if you're a Dutch university, that marks you out as a pretty good crew. And then to be here, I think they're one to be reckoned with. But we skip straight across to Thames Rowing Club, crew 57.
And in this crew, we've got Matilda Appleby, Lucy Bird, Sophie Lloyd-Williams, and Kaylin Mybra.
So Sophie is her first year at the club. Kaylin, semi-final in the aspirational Coxless Fours in 2023, and is from South Africa, apparently. And they've all rowed together at Weehawr together, but they've split up into the quad. So despite being focused mostly on sweep this year, they managed to get a cheeky win in the B final at net in the Coxless Four, but they've switched to sculling for Henley Women's. And straight on to 55, which is a composite of Cardiff University, you can see there. 3 of the rows from Cardiff, and they have a bonus extra row from Swansea University.
So we've got Beth Weaver, Menna Sutton, Frances Catarway, and Kira Delaney.
Yeah. So Sculler at 3 is on the 2024 Welsh Home International team. She learnt to row on the sea at Shanklin Sandown Rowing Club. And at 2 also raced 2024 and 2023 Welsh Home Internationals Regatta, and so did Strokes. So there's a lot of pedigree here for the Welsh team, who hopefully will be translating that into a successful time trial, and they are looking pretty effective. This is crew 53, who a bit further up the course, but we haven't seen before. This is from Canterburygian Rowing Club, and it's actually their A crew, so they've got a B crew racing a bit further down the pack.
In this crew, we've got Samantha Love, Rosanna Barraclough, Elizabeth Langer, and Amy Uger.
Yeah, so Sam at Bow learnt to row at Reading Rowing Club in 2018. Came 4th at Henley Women's Regatta that year. It's their 4th Henley Women's, and they've reached the quarterfinal that year. Across the line for them. And one of the other scullers learnt to row in California. She's decided to learn to scull after 12 years of sweep.
Wow, brave.
Now to Twickenham. Crew number 60. This is Twickenham's A crew.
We have got Emily O'Connor, Ellen Tweed, Emily Harrison and Abigail Thompson in this crew. Coached by Olympic gold medalist Johnny Searle.
Amazing. Yeah. The only thing I know about Johnny Searle, apart from obviously his Olympic pedigree, is doing some training pieces against him, and we were being a bit cheeky. And it was in that same 8, the Blue Star 8.
Oh, I am shocked. You being a bit cheeky.
We were
I'm
doing
shocked.
25, 26 when we were meant to be doing 24, and he just shouted at us to get back on rate. That's all I remember. That's got nothing to do with this crew from Twickenham, sorry.
No, but they are looking great. And I can really see the wind has really picked up. You can see it's making it a little bit hard work, but they're managing really well. Look at the hamster.
Yeah, and they're a Durham college within Durham University. Apparently it's the most successful college rowing club, and that's translating into their sculling, which you can see on the screen.
They've got a lot of supporters on the bank by the sounds of it.
Yeah, I think I was confused because I was expecting it to be Durham University, but it's actually a Durham college, so there you go, that's my excuse.
Fair enough.
And it's the first sculling boat they've ever sent to the regatta.
Wow, what an achievement.
So, and thank you. They say thank you to our student coaches who have spent endless hours volunteering while balancing their own degrees. And they've been supported by Gabrielle Moore, who's provided the boat, organised the trailer, and Blaze to make it possible. Now we have a Armed Services composite. Oh, there's M. Howard for the Royal Navy at 2. Who else have we got in the crew?
We have Harriet Francis, Emily Howard, Madeline Brown, and Siri Abbott.
Yeah, sorry, I know you've banned me from saying this, but M rode at Newcastle, hence why I've spotted her immediately, and transitioned to the Navy. The Armed Services, they seem to have a different crew name every regatta. Sometimes it's Combined Services, sometimes it's United Services. Anyhow, it's really hard to train for the Armed Services because military service means you can be posted literally anywhere. You might be training at a club 1 minute and the next day you've been told to go and get on the ship and go to the Middle East. And so it's really impressive they're able to get a crew together and race at a Premier event like this. And then on your screen is Crew 59, that's from Leeds Rowing Club.
Along with Crew 60, they're getting quite close together now. So we in the Leeds Rowing Club, we've got Anita Hollander, Philippa Donnelly, Hannah Lowe, Molly Cushing, and they are holding off Twickenham Rowing Club.
Yeah, I think if I were... Well, I don't know, they're coming to the middle of the course, so maybe 60 is the right place to be. But anyhow, they shouldn't be in front of one another so that 60 is not getting disrupted by the wash off Crew 59. We're just still seeing Leeds, back to the Twickenham crew, but the Leeds crew, apparently half the crew only learnt to scull 3 months ago.
Wow, that is impressive.
And here they are at the time trial and across the line for, that might have been Norwich Rowing Club actually, Crew 58. That was Elizabeth Johnston, Jess Dodd, Olivia Caroline Doubleday and Brianne Considine. And we've got a lovely shot, just look at that, it's like being at Heathrow Airport or something. You can just see the crews all the way up the course.
And look, you can see all our spectators. If you're around, come on down. The weather is great.
Yeah, I mean...
The rowing is better.
Where else would you be? At work? In your house? Really hot?
Crew number 65 on your screens right now. It is West of England University Boat Club. We've got Cameron Foulet. I want to say Lois Lucas, Katya Nierkow, and Erin Shippey. Tracy is new to the boatswain's books, but she's previously rowed at Sir William Perkins. And the bow seat is her 3rd time racing at Henley Women's Regatta.
Yeah, and a lovely shot there. Oh, and just a double, cheekily sneaking across in front of the time trialists.
Very brave.
Yeah. And again, another crew that's looking very good, very tidy. But, you know, it's actually interesting. The quad is one of the most popular events across rowing now at all levels. Obviously, juniors learn to scull, masters love it. And it's becoming increasingly popular at the senior level as well. Obviously more traditionally focused on sweep and events, particularly 8s. But the problem is that means that you don't just have to be good, you have to be amazing to get really far in the competition. Everyone looks really, really good, as you would expect at a Premier event like this.
Absolutely, and the margins to win or lose are just getting smaller and smaller every year.
That's 62. So Loughborough students who we haven't seen yet.
So we have Amelia Mack, Emily Swain, Maya Easy Milbanga, and Philippa Cleave.
And it says for their 3-rower, so again an interesting contrast of experiences, as someone wrote in their own commentary notes earlier. So at 3, it's their first full season, as they were a novice last year, whereas at Bow they have 2 Brit Champ silver medals. And their stroke seat Philippa is ending her 3 years at Loughborough with this race, hoping to end on a high, and across the line for Loughborough. Now 69, This is Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club.
So in this crew we have Lauren McNaughton, Veronica Villanovka, Elle Sutherland, and Robin Patrick.
Now, they've given us a lot of information. Clydesdale apparently have been fundraising this year to refurbish their boat club, and they've had new facilities as a result of that this season, so well done to all their supporters. Apparently, Veronica represented, I think, Southampton University Boat Club, the last two Henley Women's Rowing Club, Henley Women Regattas, and she's raced previously in the aspirational single. She's trialled for the Czech rowing team for the first time, and she's going to race at the Czech Championships in 2 weeks' time. Meanwhile, Elliot too learned to row at Glasgow. It's her first season of training a set crew. Interesting. Wow. And Bao, Lauren learned to row at Clydesdale, 15 years old, before going to Glasgow schools, where she won junior quads at Henley Women's Regatta and pre-qualified for the Diamond Jubilee at Henley Royal recently. So some proper pedigree there in Scottish and Czech.
Yeah, wow, what a spread.
Powerful combination.
Absolutely. Got crew number 66 on your screens right now, which is from Twickenham.
Yeah, they're B crew this time.
Got Alexandria Bottomley Dakin, Eleanor Soppery, Olivia Bottomley. Oh, we might have siblings
Sisters.
in the boat.
Yeah.
And Millie Andrew.
And I think Twickenham only one of two clubs to be entering an A and a B crew in this event, the other one being Canterbridgian. Oh no, Cardiff as well have got a B crew listed on the entries in front of me. And just a shot there of crew 70, that's Star Rowing Club from Bedford. So we have Lily Bolton, Rosanna Armfight, Rachel Sherwin and Sienna McFarlane in that. And it says the middle pair, Rosie and Australian Rachel, are nearly 20 years older than the Stroke and Bow. And they say they're hoping that their 4 little boys are cheering for them at home. It says Sienna at Stroke much prefers sweep, but we forced her into the boat. And Lily learnt to row at Star and hasn't left brackets yet.
Oh,
Wow.
Sounds like a lot of fun. Love to see the mothers out doing it as well.
Yeah, and let that be the case that having a child doesn't mean you can't race at the top level in national rowing here in the UK.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, here they are. Here are the role models.
And again, we're just coming to the end of the quads events, so this is the last crew in this category. This is Cardiff University's B crew. Although I'm just scanning entries and I don't think there was an A crew, so I think it's listed as B, but I'm not sure an A crew actually came up the course. So we have in this crew,
We have Layla Asadi, Maddie Stone, Charlotte Murphy, and Amy Slozwetsky, I'm going to say. But
I think that's a good shout.
okay, great.
We'll be told off later. Yeah, so apparently it says they all started sculling only 5 months ago and raced at Bucks only recently. They've been on an intensive sculling training programme via Cardiff Rowing Centre, and shout out to their coaches Ben Allen and Iwan Hadfield. And that is the last crew of the 31 going for 16 places. But we've just got a shot here of UCL, who were racing crew number 71.
Yeah, we've got Rebecca Troy, Rosie Dymock, Charmaine Shan, and Elizabeth Cowan.
Yeah, a nice close-up there of their sculling. UCL based on the Tideway next to their parent club, I think it's fair to call it, University of London, up just near Kew. And clearly the mileage they've been able to get in on the Tideway has served them in good stead. And we're just continuing to see some other... And we're just continuing to see some crews further up the course, so I think this is the last one we'll see from this category. And this is Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, crew 69.
Yeah, we've got... Oh, yeah, we've discussed this crew before, so they're down the course, coming up to the finish.
The Czech-Scottish combo. And across the line for them. So,
now
we
we've
should
got
be
the
moving
pairs.
on. Yeah,
This is exciting. I'm excited for this. Okay, straight away, I already know who this is. This is Jessie Martin and Aoife Casey. So Aoife Casey is actually from Skibbereen Rowing Club. Aoife's an Olympian. She's rowed the lightweight double over the past couple of years with Mags Kremen. And she's now moved over to the UK and is doing a Masters, I believe, in UL. And she's paired up with Jessie Martin, who I believe has gone to under-23s a couple of times. I don't think there's any information about here on the sheet, so I'm totally talking on the fly here.
I'm sure it's all true, Sean.
I hope so. I've got it from somewhere.
Yeah.
But they look great. Look at that. This is definitely a world class pair, dare I say it. So they'll be looking to get through this time trial and hopefully advance through the weekend. But they look great, really synced up. Obviously, Aoife has switched over from being predominantly a sculler into a sweeper, but I know she's won multiple Irish championships in sweep boats. So no bother to her. She's getting on great there.
Well, this is encyclopedic knowledge, Shauna. So in this event we have 16 crews racing for 14 places. So a bit unusual because some other events have got 16 places, but this has been cut down to 14. So the 16 crews that are racing 2 will not make it through this time trial. So not as tense, shall we say, as some of the other time trials we're going to see, but still competitive.
Here we have under Twickenham Rowing Club, we've got J or Gairdry.
I think it's Derby Rowing Club.
Oh, Derby Rowing Club, 78. Sorry, 78. Okay, so we've skipped ahead a little bit. So we've got Martha Newkitson and Lucy Stokes. And Martha is the club captain of Bow down from Derby.
Yeah, and well done to Derby Rowing Club. They were Club of the Year recently. And she's individually won British Rowing Volunteer of the Year, so congratulations to her. And I just shot there at the bow of Crew 74. This is Upper Thames.
Upper Thames. So in this crew we have Fiona Gammond and Lucy Ryan. Again, this is home order for them.
Yeah, and Fiona Gammond, a very experienced British athlete, featured in many crews on the British rowing scene, and I'm sure we'll be expecting to make an impression on this competition as we move through. A shot there of 79. That is a composite of Strathfly Park Rowing Club and Aberdeen University Rowing.
So in this one we've got Maisie Aspinall and Zoe Beeson. So I know Zoe Beeson is currently a student at Yale women's crew program, sister of Miles Beeson in the GB men's rowing team. So great rowing pedigree. I believe they get it all from their mom. That's what I've been told.
Yeah, and it says... actually, it doesn't say. I'm looking at the wrong one.
They went to Junior Worlds together in 2022 in the 4. So this is a combo that they're happy to be reunited again in the pair. So up Scotland.
Just a bit of a steering issue with that pair. They've just gone towards the boys.
They've got it back. They've got it back at the right time. Just got to stay away from the booms now. But look, usually crews do have maybe a little bit of a wobble off the start. But if you can stay away from the booms, I think you'll do a great job just to get realigned, get it back out into the middle. And now we've got Crew 81 on our screens, which is St Andrew Boat Club. Got Maya Haley and Anna Fisher.
Yeah, so again, St Andrew Boat Club from Edinburgh. So they've come a long way to race at this regatta. Looking tidy. And again, not too competitive a time trial, but they'll really have to make an impression on the stopwatch to make it through, because this is a super competitive event and we've got some real top-class rowers sweeping down the course.
It's really just about making no mistakes here, isn't it? So we've got the UK Armed Forces Rowing Club here. We've got Chelsea Armstrong and Katie Brooks.
Yeah, I was wittering on earlier about how all the military services sometimes row in different combinations. So a different rowing club this is the combined UK Armed Forces one. So apparently they both race for England at the Home International Regatta and place at the top 10. Chelsea has at Weehawken 3 times. They've raced the Town Challenge Cup at Henley, and they also won the Sea Final at Met, having rowed together 3 times, which is very impressive. They say they call themselves a new combination, not to be underestimated. I like that swag. So as I say, it's really challenging for the military crews to row together because they might be posted all around the UK. You might have someone who's based at Lossiemouth in the top of Scotland, at an airbase, and then someone who's at Portsmouth, and they have to find some way of getting several hundred miles to the middle and finding somewhere to train. So it's really impressive they're able to field a crew. Now this is Crew 76. Now, this is Kölner Rowingverein von 1800 Schleswig und Siebzig from Germany. KRV 77 for short.
We've got Pia and Eva, who've teamed up in 2025. So Eva won a silver in 2023 and a bronze in 2022 at the World Championship in the lightweight pair. And Pia won a silver in 2020 at the European Championships in the lightweight pair as well.
And I totally didn't ask Google Translate how to pronounce 1877 in German yesterday.
They look great, really gelled, really that looks like a very fast combo, if I do say so.
Yeah, well, they've got real pedigree here. It says they've raced at Henley Royal in the Diamond Jubilee and the Princess Royal.
So plenty of experience then on this course already, which really helps, I think.
Yeah, they're lightweight internationals. Eva has rowed at won silver and bronze at the World Rowing Championships, so that is a top crew. And across the line for them, they look like they've put everything they have on the course. Just a bit further back now to Gwynedd Mercy Academy, who are not from Wales, but actually from the United States.
And we have Sophia and Isabella. And it's an all-girls prep school in Pennsylvania in the US.
They say they're a young rowing team that have been established at their high school in 2018, so a reasonably new rowing club. And they're part of the senior captains. They were the second varsity Coxed 4, and they won the Philadelphia Scholastic Rowing Association City Championship Miller Family Cup. Wow, what a title! And they also run the Schuylkill Stotesbury Cup Regatta, the Schuylkill being in Philadelphia, one of the famous races, along with the Head of the Charles, the Head of the Schuylkill, that happen in the autumn each year.
So yeah, they're really getting into their race now, and hopefully they'll progress through the rounds as the weekend goes on. Come all this way, you want to make the most of the racing.
Yeah, there are some international crews who unfortunately don't come and practice and do the regattas and then don't progress through the competition, so I'm hoping that's not the case here. As I mentioned, only 2 of these 16 crews are not going to make it through, so hopefully they're giving it all and making an impression on the stopwatch.
Super focused looking. It takes a lot of concentration to get down the course, not just safely, but obviously delivering your best performance, and it looked to be very focused, really synced up, delivering their best.
Yeah, with the booms you do sometimes see crews who would normally not be bothered at all get really psyched about it. It can be distracting because they know that if they touch it, that can be game over for their efforts in the competition. We've got a lovely shot of the finish line, and now on to back to crew 83. Again, they're just in the final segment of this time trial now, and they'll just be trying to keep themselves as straight and true as they come up into this final third of the race.
They've got some nice spectators there on the far side, and the geese.
Yeah, they're drawing the crowds. And we're now on to crew 86. This is Warwick Rowing Club.
Got Suzanne Albin and Elena Byrne. It's a new pair they've formed together over the past 3 months.
And they're in the Flying Goose, apparently. What a name for a pair. I think I was at Peterborough City Rowing Club, and they've named all of their boats after, like, you know, the doubles called Two to Tango or something like that. They've all got rhyming.
I love it.
So, yeah. We had a boat naming at Lee Rowing Club. We did a raffle, and someone had come dressed for our Christmas party. It's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So they decided to name our 8 for the novices Cowabunga.
Nice.
And so people have always wondered why we've sent our novices to a regatta in Cowabunga. That's why, because someone had a beer at the Christmas party and thought they should Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle theme their boat. Anyhow, crew 84 from Warwick continuing up the course into this final segment of the race. We've only got a few more crews to come. This is the Warwick A crew. We've got the Warwick B crew to come, Maidstone, Invicta, Hereford, and a crew from Marlow. And as I said, of the 16 crews that are coming down the course, all but 2 should make it through to the side-by-side racing later in the regatta. And look at that, they've all bunched up. We've got a shot here of the singles, who are clearly underway. Oh no, apologies.
No, other way
they're
around.
going the other way. They're going. So the drone is panning up the course. Those are the singles going down to the start for the what will be the George Inners Championship singles at 11:25 and the Bernard and Pauline Churchill Cup aspirational singles at 11:30.
So here we're on now to crew 92, which is...
That is a composite of City of Sheffield and Windermere Rowing Club. Now this is for the Rosie May Gloffling Trophy for aspirational doubles. And in this competition, we have 35 crews going for 16. So that is brutal. That's even more competitive than the aspirational quads. And just shows how popular sculling is. A shot here of crew 91 from Leicester Rowing Club.
Got Eleanor Goff and Lizzie Webster. And boat rowers are also coaches as well at Castlemead Academy.
Yeah, so this crew from Leicester both attended GB trials earlier this season, and they said they narrowly missed out on progressing through to the next round of trials. They began rowing at De Montfort University and Leicester Rowing Club respectively, in Eleanor's case, only 3 years ago. And the crew we just saw a moment ago, the composite from 92, was a double. They both rowed together previously at Sheffield University, in Sheffield, before one of them moved to the Lakes. They decided to go again and race at Henley Women's as a double. So that's nice. It's a reunion crew. Now a shot of 95. This is Eton Excelsior Rowing Club. We have Amy Moffat and Hannah Moffat. So I suspect we've got
coincidence or siblings. You decide.
Yeah. I think, looking
siblings.
at the video, that it's probably likely that they're siblings. But they haven't provided us with commentary information to confirm that.
But they look great nonetheless.
Yeah, it's actually... there's another crew coming up who we should see in a second, Crew 94, and they've said that they are family by choice.
Oh,
not
that's
by
lovely.
blood.
That's very nice. So
we've got more than one family boat in this competition. So some shots there of Crew 90 from Upper Thames and Crew 91, the Leicester crew we saw.
And now we have 94. We've got Rebecca Campbell and who else have we got? Hannah Marachalski?
Yeah. So this is the family by choice. Not
Ah,
by
very
blood
good.
crew.
A fiery haired duo. What a great phrase.
Yeah, and they won the women's club Coxed 4 at the head of the Charles last autumn. So really ones to be reckoned with, and they've made the transition from sweep into sculling, from one blade into two. Mortlake and Ganalfa based on the tideway just up by Chiswick Bridge, and the traditional finish location for the University Oxford-Cambridge boat races.
Fun fact.
And that's a shot of Warwick there. That's Crew 89, who just finished. They were the first in this competition to go off.
Olivia Joyce and Mary Lack.
They won. They were in the A final at Wallingford and Met Regattas, the first for both of them. So hopefully it pays off in the time trial. And a sweeping panning shot back to Crew 90. That's from Upper Thames Rowing Club.
We've got Naomi Holland and T. So they're looking great.
Yeah. Jean Tyson. Apparently the best result for them was at the lightweight single in Henley Women's in 2021, where they finalled for her. And they've competed 5 times. Well, they won the lightweight pairs head in 2022 in that combination. Now, I think that's Crew 96 there on our screens from Warrington. Oh, no, 98, I apologise. So that's Bryanston School.
We've got Lucy Griffiths and Abby Pittaway.
So one of the few junior school clubs racing in this, the aspirational doubles. We've got clubs, we've got universities, we've got international crews, and in this case we've got a few school crews. There's one from Winchester College racing a little bit later as well. So an incredibly mixed event here. We've got 97, that's Kingston Rowing Club.
Love the stripes, looking great. Kingston Rowing Club, we've got Soria Jolly and Sally Young.
And their boat is apparently named Super Mega Breakfast.
Love that. That's a big rower thing though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be a fan of Super Mega Breakfast, but definitely having 2 breakfasts is a big tradition in the rowing circles that I run in.
Yeah.
One before training, one after training.
Yeah, certainly when I stopped coxing, that became one of my traditions. When I was coxing, I think my breakfast used to consist of, one biscuit or something like that. So
Yeah, fair enough. Lots of coffee.
the big breakfast happened after we'd done the racing.
Warrington Rowing Club, we've got Ella Stanhope and Madeline Jones on the screen.
And
And
it looks like they're catching up 95, which was the Eton Excelsior crew we saw earlier.
love a bit of pressure though, when you can feel another crew beside you, it really does spur you on. So it could benefit both crews, right?
Yeah, and Warrington, a club that's on the up. They've been doing really well recently. Really improving their sculling. They've got a great junior outfit, so it's great to see them making a strong impression on the regatta here. And yeah, well, you as a spectator, you always do like a good overtake.
Oh yeah, I love a mess. I love a mess. I love making a mess. I love watching a mess. Much to everybody else's dismay. It's very costly, obviously, but when I can get away with it, I like it. Okay, who we got here? 104. We got Agecroft Rowing. We've got Corinne Hatton and Kira Holt.
And that's Thames Rowing Club.
Oh,
there.
Thames Rowing Club. Have I got the wrong crew?
Oh yeah, we've got a numbering issue on our commentary Bible. But yeah, Thames Rowing Clubs, that's Aloma Branch Granada and Isabella Roper. Apparently Aloma has rowed for 3 clubs for clubs in 3 different countries, and she won the doubles at the French University Championships. So vive la France! And Izzy made the final of the Aspirational Academic 8s while rowing for Durham University. So perhaps that experience will translate into a good result later in the competition for them both.
Crew number 100. We've got Leicester Rowing Club. We got Natalia Wadowski and Kate Duffy. Determined to make it memorable. That's a really nice way of looking at this, because the pedigree is very high this year. It's a very competitive regatta, so you just got to go out and do your best and enjoy everything off the water as well. And we can see crew number 102 behind them. We've got St Andrews University Boat Club. We've got Carmen Butler and India Howie on the course, coming up past the barrier, very close to crew 100.
That's Leicester's B crew there. Natalia Wadowska and Kate Duffy, who are both at their first time at Henley Women's. But you can see just coming to the screen from the right, 103, they are absolutely got a shift on. You can see how quick they're moving relative to the other crews. So that's the Thames Rowing Club crew we're looking at, that French and Durham combination.
You know it's going to be a good weekend when the time trials are this close and crews are moving that fast. So it's very exciting. Makes me excited for the races later on today.
Yeah, well, particularly as something like the women's head, you can see the gaps between placings can be half a second, quarter of a second in some cases. It's really, really competitive.
So we've got a crew here from the HWR Triton.
Oh, I apologise. Oh, this is our commentary Bible's got a numbering error, so we're slightly messing it up. But yeah, so there's a Dutch crew from Triton, I think it's pronounced, in the Netherlands. And Jay Boogert and N. Van Dyke in that crew. And that's a shot of crew 106, which is from King's College, Queensland. This is Inez Kritzler and Tess Clower. And they are members of a residential college of the University of Queensland. One's from Sydney, one's from Tasmania, and they've rowed together in the first 4 on the first 8, and they won the University of Queensland's Inter-College Championship with an undefeated season.
Okay.
And again, a lovely sweeping shot there of one of the doubles going past the island.
Yeah, a lot of crews, I think, you know, you have the trees overhanging the island and it's very sheltered in there, so it's actually very easy to get pushed out quite a lot. So we see a lot of crews. This looks like a Dutch crew.
Yeah, this is Nearhouse. Crew 109, I think. Yep, there it is, 109. So our commentary Bible seems to have not got any information for them. So we have our Mostert and Jay Potje from Nearhouse. Again, an incredible operation, one of the top Dutch universities, and they don't normally come to Henley Women's or Henley Royal without a reason, without reckoning about their speed.
No, absolutely. When they do, Oh, and this crew I do know. Here's another Irish duo. So we've got Sam McCormack, I think, in the stroke seat. And then we have Amy Barrett, I want to say, in the bow seat. Yeah. So this is a composite. So we've got Sam from Queen's University Ladies Boat Club up in Belfast, and Amy from Limerick University down in Munster in Ireland. So I know both of these have competed internationally at the Holmes International Regatta, and Sam competed as a lightweight, and I know I worked with Sam at some of the home international regattas. A real gritty athlete. Works super hard, as I'm sure her partner Amy does too. So I know these will come together, probably under the watchful eye of John Armstrong and other coaches. And yeah, they'll be out there working hard, really trying to make sure that they advance through the weekend. And look, that looks like there's hard work going down there. No doubt about it. Very typical trait from someone like Sam. And now we have crew 105.
So this is Njord, also from the Netherlands. So that's 3 different universities from the Netherlands racing in this category. And indeed they have an A and a B crew. And I think, this is Anne Vissers and Anne Kulas, so the
Two
and
hands.
the
The two
Anns
hands.
are racing. Again, another sweeping shot. Now that double looks like they know what they're doing because they've gone straight bang down the middle, not got sucked in with the trees as you were saying. All the boys, they are rowing straight and true. And I'm sure we'll see a close-up shot in a second to tell us who they are. I'm afraid. There we are, crew 114 from Reading University. And they are, sorry, our rowing Bible's got a slight, haven't quite got the numbers in the right order for this section.
But they're looking good. The Reading University program is really up and coming. I know they had some unbelievable performances at Bucks this year, right across their whole club, all the way up to people like Daisy Bellamy, who's competing in the national team now. So Reading have great representation right across their squad. And these two athletes are doing a great job here. Really in sync, right in the middle. Looking very clean. We've got Agecroft here now next on our screens, crew 107.
Yeah, from the northwest, based out in the docks at Salford, just outside of Manchester. And
so I think this is Corinne Hatton, Kira Holt. And they're just through the finish line now, so they'll be delighted to be done. And they'll be watching out for those time trial results coming out, which I'm sure will be posted as soon as they're available. So next we've got crew 115 here.
that's Worcester Rowing Club.
With some really funky looking t-shirts. Look at the designs. They look great.
Yeah, and this is Isabel Zackers and Katie Weston. And that, as you say, that's those are truly wavy garms they've got there.
You won't miss them.
No. A lovely shot there of them just sculling away from crew 116 behind them, which is Winchester College. And in this crew we have Martha Morrow and Stephanie Gordon just on the right of your screen, ahead of that Worcester crew on the left, just going out of shot now.
Nice, looking really calm, very composed. A little bit less wind, dare I say it right now. Kind of calmed a little bit. Sometimes the camera can deceive us. But they look very centraled. And this is really the best way you want to race, I think, that you can just be very composed and deliver your best results. No panic, able to work hard, nothing getting in your way, no swerving around.
Yeah, and we were saying earlier, you know, perhaps the optimal course is to be right up against the booms at some points. But actually, you know, with a coxless boat like this, just sit in the middle and get into your rhythm and just put the beans down.
Absolutely.
A quick look over the shoulder there from the bow of Crew 113 from Mersey Rowing Club. This is Joanna Wootton and Laura Caveney. Mersey, as the name suggests, are based in Liverpool, and it looks like they're borrowing a Royals boat, looking at that logo.
Based in the heart of Liverpool. Very nice.
And yeah, it says actually in their contract info they're very grateful for borrowing a boat from Rochester to rain and trace in. They've been travelling an hour and they're back 3 and 4 times a week for the last 3 months to prepare. So
Wow.
the efforts people are going to...
That's a huge commitment.
Yeah, absolutely.
And always nice to see neighbours who'll help out other people too. We love that.
Yeah, Exeter here, Exeter Rowing Club, not university, Crew 112. And this is Jennifer Simmons and Daisy Boo Copping. And they will be looking to make an impression on the stopwatch and progress through to this time trial. A little bit of support there we can hear just on the broadcast.
Yeah, and the geese on the
Yeah.
booms.
We always mention the geese.
They're terrifying when they sit up there. Well, you mentioned Lee Rowing Club in Newcastle. I mentioned the geese. You know, we've got to give the geese a shout out.
So yeah, okay. You've rowed with geese before. I get it. Okay, and there's AK there, just coming onto your screen. Looks like Crew 121. So coming towards the end of this, the aspirational doubles.
Jemima Collington, and Anastasia Clark.
Yeah, and AK based out on the Tideway as well. Another one of the Tideway clubs we've been seeing here. They haven't provided us any commentary info.
Oriel Kensington, yeah, but really nice work.
I like the fact that they've got matching letters on their blades to indicate their AK blades.
Very slick, yeah.
That's a level of concentration which I don't possess. And this is a composite here now, Crew 118 of City of Oxford and Derby Rowing Club. So we have... We have Neve Cunningham and Susan Inker in this crew. And yes, subtle differences in the kits from City of Oxford and Derby. Not two clubs that are next door to each other. We don't have any information on what the story is there as to why they're rowing together as a composite. Perhaps they're friends. But they are moving very effectively, and it looks like they're making some inroads on Crew 116. I'm wondering where Crew 117 is then in the order. That's another City of Oxford crew. Perhaps they've already overtaken them. We'll just have to wait for a different shot to see how that pans out. And some of the other crews who we saw earlier sculling back down to the start and the competition area on the bottom of your screen there. Again, another shot of Crew 116. This is from Winchester College. And that was Martha Morrow and Stephanie Gordon, who we mentioned before. Now, looks like we're moving on to the singles race.
Yes.
So this is the George Innes Cup for Championship Singles. We only have a handful of crews in this one.
And I believe first up is Imogen Grant. So, I mean, that really sets
Yeah.
the tone.
Yeah, she is a heck of a sculler.
Needs no introduction,
Yeah.
I don't think. But she's based now out of Upper Thames. So this is going to be her home water where she's been training, I'm sure, over the past couple of weeks, alongside balancing everything else that she does, like being a doctor. So, yeah, but she's taken off there, making it look really easy. And we know it's not, so it's very impressive.
No, an incredible lightweight sculler with an amazing pedigree and palmares, as cyclists would say. So there's 8 crews who are going to be in this category. We've then got another set of singles for the aspirational singles, which is a much larger group, but this is the championship event. We've got 8 crews who will be sculling for 6 places, so a quarter of the crews will not be making it through. And the distance that has opened up between Imogen Grant and Jen Titterington behind her from Nottingham.
Well, I'm sure Jennifer will be going off. Great footsteps to be following in, so I'm sure she's going to really be working as hard as she can to get through this time trial. Same as Imogen. Everyone's just got to go through, do the same thing.
And Jen Titterington, another one of these great scullers in the UK who will be looking to make an impression on this competition. Really excellent sculler who's had great results, and she has got an absolute pace on her there. She is sculling pretty high, and she's just determined to go out strong and stay strong and make inroads into this competition.
Yeah, lovely sculling. Yeah, that is some really nice work. Looking very smooth. A little bit of moving across the course. Obviously the stream plays into effect as well, but this sculler is handling it very well, and we can see the next sculler is already coming onto the course too. So a few gaps between each of these singles, which is always a safer option, I suppose, gives everyone a fair race.
Yeah. And just another shot there of Jen Titterington on the left, an absolute mainstay of the regatta who's raced here multiple years. She lost in the quarterfinals last year, I believe. And that's 126. So this is an international sculler from Orca.
Tosca Kettler.
So she's a national champion in the Dutch single scull. She won the women's event last year, and she's raced in multiple World Cups. So again, the standard here is incredibly high. So although only 2 will be disappearing, the standard is
super
really
high.
tough.
And it's great to go out and place yourself against all these, world-class athletes to not be exaggerating. It is that is for sure. So here we have another shot of Imogen Grant sculling really nicely, wearing her Upper Thames unisuit, and I believe that's a Cambridge top underneath, if my eyes don't deceive me.
Yeah, and she won the women's championship single at Met Regatta earlier this year by 5 seconds, so she is, the horse to back might be her. But here's another shot of Tosca Kettler, as I say, the only international in this race, and she won a bronze at the World Cup one in 2024, so again, awesome to watch. Now a sculler from Shiplake here, Shiplake Vikings.
Here we have Anna Merritt from Shiplake College. Sorry, Shiplake's Viking Rowing Club, you're correct. Recently finished her freshman year at Iowa University, but rowed at Shiplake and Henley Rowing Club. So she's back to compete at Henley Women's Regatta for Shiplake. How
Yeah, so
exciting.
she'll be very, very experienced on this water. Shiplake College just up the road.
And just behind her, we just saw a little glimpse of Molly Curry. So Molly is also from Queen's University Belfast in Northern Ireland, and she's graduating from dentistry next week. So it just shows you everyone here is a lot of people are doubling up careers, jobs, studying, mothers, family commitments, everything. It's really really impressive to see all these athletes out. She learned to row at Coleraine Grammar School. Up in the north of Ireland, and has come over now to compete at Henley Women's Regatta. So yeah, Molly doing a great job there in the single. No doubt she'll have set very high ambitions to go out and race against the best.
Yeah, and an incredibly experienced sculler as well. She raced for the quad at the Under-23 World Championships last season and was just a nose ahead of Jen Titterington, who we saw earlier at Met Regatta earlier this year. And the sculler 129 there from Walbrook.
Natasha Gallagher. So this sculler, is just coming off, getting into her start now. A lot of scullers will go off the time trial style, similar to everyone else really. You take kind of as a start and try settle into that rhythm, and you kind of get to the barrier. Once you get to the barrier, you really want to be onto something a little bit more sustainable that you can sustain for the whole 1500 meter time trial.
Yeah, and she's working really, really hard in that single to get it moving. Single, such a tough boat. You're on your own. There's a side shot of her going through the barrier. You're on your own, and as I said earlier, it's the race of truth. It's you versus the stopwatch, but more so in a single. You haven't got any crewmates to work with or to check things against. Another shot there of Jen Titterington, just coming to the final segment of this time trial. Incredibly accomplished sculler. I think she'll be bringing a challenge to some of the other big names we've seen in this competition.
Yeah, they do make it all look so easy. You can see she's got her stroke coach out and her telemetry box, so she'll be probably looking at that maybe, or her coach will be looking at that in between racing, get some feedback onto the next thing. But they are making it look so easily. Who have we got here next?
This is the other. It's not. It's not Imogen Grant, who was wearing some Cambridge kit. This is
Cambridge University Boat Club, Polly Shorak.
Yeah, and Polly is Junior Rowing News called her an outside name in this draw, so perhaps the dark horse of this competition. She was in the 5 seat of Blondie at the boat race earlier this season, defeating Oxford as part of the clean sweep.
Doesn't look out of place here. That is some great sculling.
Yeah, apparently she learnt to row as a junior in Florence. So again, but then did most of learning to scull at Hereford Cathedral School. So it'll be interesting to see how she translates that sweep experience into sculling as this competition progresses.
Crew 130, I believe. This is Amelia Hempleton Adams. Yes, one of my old teammates. Amelia is back and fighting fit after I know had a long illness last year, so it's great to see her back racing for Leander Club in the championship single.
Yep, and like Jen Titterington in the Empacker with carbon, wing rigs, telemetry box, speed coach out, she's prepared 100% for this race and sculling very effectively.
Yeah, I think
Huge
the last
cover.
time, I might be wrong now, but the last time I think Amelia raced at Henley Women's was with Becky Wiles, so in the double with as Bath University. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
And we just saw Molly Curry from Queen's Belfast just going across the finish line there. And this is sculler 134. We're actually just moving on straight into the Bernard and Pauline Church Cup for aspirational singles. So this is the next tier down from the Champ Cruise we just saw, and this is 134 from Reading University, Isabel Burridge. And 132 there, that is from Hertford University and College. It's Matilda Hudson-Hulls. And 135. This is from Vesta Rowing Club. It's the A sculler in this competition.
It's Isabel Maxwell.
And the sculler we saw, Matilda Hudson-Hulls earlier, is only J17.
Wow.
So really impressive to be in this. And Isabel Burridge we saw from Reading University just a moment ago. This is Imogen Maxwell we're seeing on our screen. She won the women's single sculls at the 2025 Scottish Rowing Championships earlier this year. She was apparently going to be racing in the development fours, but she's made a transition to the single. And this is 133
Ella Weeks
from Nottingham Rowing Club.
As member of the GB Performance Development Academy. So this is the PDA academy that people discuss. Been rowing for a year and a half. So a huge, I mean, I think massive achievement just to be getting out and racing at an event like this.
Junior Rowing News summarised her as someone who shows extreme potential.
Well, yeah, she's off to the US next year, where she's going to be joining University of Virginia on a scholarship, and she's going to be doing a master's program over there. So, yeah, a testament to that.
So yeah, last year she got silver in the beginner single at Bucks Regatta, and came 4th in the intermediate single this year. So it looks like she's on the up. As we go to Crew 136 from Tideway Scullers.
Hannah O'Flynn.
And you would expect the sculler from TSS, a sculler, to be very accomplished. Looking forward to seeing what she'll do in this competition.
Again, all these scullers making it look like easy work, and I know it's not, so very impressive. Next on the course, we might have Crew 137, King's School.
Just a bit of a steering issue there. That's 140
Oh,
actually,
140.
from Reading Rowing Club.
Nottingham?
Oh, sorry, apologies, from Notts County Rowing Association.
So this is Ebony Hutton Mitchell.
And again, just going a little bit far onto the side of the booms, probably on the opposite side of where you want to be at this point of the course. But I think she was just, as you were saying, the problem is in the single is that getting your start right, particularly a rolling, there's a short distance here to get going from a standing start into the time trial. And I can tell you from my own experience, the pressure you feel in a single scull to get that start right and to not mess it up is intense. And some nice socks there to offset the mood.
And nice kindness blooms. Yes, it does.
But yeah, I did a single at the Lee Spring Regatta and washed out and almost flipped the boat on the first stroke in front of a large crowd of people. So I know what it feels like. Anyhow,
let's leave the rowing to the rowers, shall we?
Indeed.
Here is a Crew 141, Reading Rowing Club, Jessica Shepherd. She's the vice captain of the women's squad. Was 7th in the C final at Met this year, and part of Reading's women's 8 for 8th head of the river, and placed 99th, so in the top 100. And it's the first time Reading had been in the top 100 since 2016, so it shows you, yeah, Reading is on the rise right across the board.
Yeah, I mean, the university's been a powerhouse of sculling for many, many years. In fact, I have a water bottle from them which just says 100% sculling on it. And you can see there she's catching up to the sculler from Notts County Rowing Association. I mean, that might just be the angle of the camera, but I'd like to say it is. Now, 138, again, that's the sculler from Notts County.
Maddie Shaw.
She will be looking at those scullers further down the course and using that as incentive to push through. Looks like she's just gone through the barrier there. Looking a little tense in the arms, just going through, but the pressure in this race will be enormous. As I say, it's incredibly competitive, this one. We have 26 singles going for 16 places.
Oh.
So at least a third of the scullers who come down the course will not be making it through to the side-by-side.
You can see the bow of the boat there, Esme. And who have we got next? Crew 137. This is King's School Ely.
Ely, yeah.
Ely.
Holly Burke.
So this would be based up in Cambridge, is that right? Or somewhere else?
Yep. Apparently she's been rowing for 11 years and learnt to row at the Cognac Yacht Rowing Club in France at the age of 11. I mean, that sounds a very nice place to row. She's a very accomplished sculler. She won a silver at USA, that's the European University Student Championships, in the quad in 2023 for Nottingham University, and was part of their Ireland Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta for the last 2 years. And she won Met Regatta in 2023
Wow.
In the student 8s, coming 5th overall in women's 8s, which is pretty impressive. So
absolutely,
again, another person who we've seen trying to translate that sweep experience into sculling.
Which is easier said than done, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, the single, in my mind, the single is a really, it's just such a different boat to an 8, and that's easy for us as coxes to say. But
Oh, here we go. Okay, Niamh Kilgallen. This is another Irish competitor. She's from Neptune Rowing Club. She competed in this event before. She's also has a lot of experience racing the single across Ireland, but also at a international level. She's done Holmes International Regatta a couple of times. What else have we got down here about her? I know her coach well, Ewan Dolan, who's probably been coaching her this year. And yeah, she's looking great. She'll definitely be going out here to try and make a mark. This is not her first time competing here, so back again.
yeah, I think actually she is the only person in this competition who's raced it last year who is returning.
Right,
So she'll
great.
definitely have a point to prove. She came 4th in the time trial last year and reached the quarterfinals. So maybe she'll be looking to do, well, she'll definitely be looking to try
Yeah.
and do one better than that or more.
Yeah, let's hope so.
And apparently proven Irish International Indoor Rowing Championship.
Yeah.
So could be one of the top contenders for this. That's 145 from Llandaff Rowing Club.
This is
Ella Postlethwaite.
Ellie.
Ellie Postlethwaite.
There we go. You got the hard part.
She's just going past the Newcastle crew. I'm allowed to mention them. They're in shot. And she's got her name on her blades. Ellie P.
Nice. Makes them easy to find.
And in matching colours.
Makes them hard to lose.
Yeah. And again, some lovely sculling there. Very sharp at the front. Getting
Yeah, wow.
right on it. Very direct. And one back to 142. This is Leeds Rowing Club.
We've got Baker. Emily Baker. And she's rowed in the USA at Texas Southern Methodist University from 2020 to 2024. And she's also represented England at the Home Countries Regatta in the Women's Cox 4 in 2023.
Nice.
So I believe that was actually over in County Leitrim in Ireland. It was a washout that year, if I remember correctly.
Were you there?
I was there, yeah, I was there. And I still remember how bad it was.
Yeah.
It was super wet. So we've got Crew 150, Royal Holloway Boat Club, India,
Cleo.
India's racing in her first ever Henny Women's Regatta. Wow.
Amazing.
Only learned to row last year. I think that's so impressive. Maybe it's just because I'm a cox and I can't row, but getting out here and racing the single, it's definitely super impressive, I think.
Yeah, and apparently it's the Royal Holloway's first time at Henley Women's since 2016, so almost a decade. So well done to India for getting her club up on the start line. And a shout out to Jo West from Staines Boat Club who supported her. And in honour of her, she's dyed her hair pink for this weekend, apparently.
Wow,
Now,
love it.
just into shot is Megan Hunter from Warwick Boat Club.
And just behind her is Exeter Rowing Club Limited, Laura Cresser.
And Megan, who's just going out for shot on left, she apparently learnt to row at Exeter, interesting link, then gave up when moving to university and has restarted in October while working for Jaguar Land Rover. And Barnesbridge Ladies Rowing Club, we see Astrid Blee of Aspirational Single here on your screen. She says, I'm a very novice sculler, hyped to give Aspirational Sculling a go. Awesome. I love that.
Love it.
She says, my goals remain the same as they have been all season. Start, don't stop, finish, and don't capsize
Yeah, nice.
at any point. She writes, this is literally what she's written. Well, I empathise with those goals. Those are definitely mine when I gave the single scull a go. And I'd say she's making an excellent shot at it. She's definitely started. She's definitely keeping going. And you can just see the look of focus and concentration on her face there, looking down the course. Just making sure, a little look across to see if there might be someone just on her right. Further up course, we'll have to wait for a wider shot to see if that is the case. I was just interested to see what she was glancing at.
Doing a great job, though.
It might be this, 147. So this is from Vesta.
So this is Rachel Granger, I think, making a comeback to competing. Love that. She joined Vesta in January after having surgery. Wow, so huge return.
Yeah.
And looks like there's something caught on her boat, maybe.
I was going to say, is she doing bungee training? I think
hope
that might
not.
just be a go faster stripe, but Yeah, it's an interesting design of the front of the boat. It's named Simba, I think, if I can read that right. Anyhow, back to the rowing. So she's previously made 2 semi-finals at Henley Women's Regatta. Most recently, the semi-final of Aspirational Academic Eights, I think, with Exeter University in 2023, and previously she semi-finaled as a J16 with Headington School in the Coxed Fours, and she won Twickenham Regatta, an illustrious regatta with a nice little bend in it, by 4.5 lengths. So good luck to Rachel
Very
as she
good.
progresses through the competition.
Yeah. Who have we got next here now? Oh, right, looking for that line. Yeah.
Absolute face of determination. She's looking, how many more strokes I've got to do? We all know that feeling. And relief as she crosses the line. I think it was just a go faster strike, but it does look like a bungee.
It does, yeah. Well, fair play.
I mean, if you're doing a time trial with bungee training,
I don't know. If I was, maybe it's just to get inside a competitor's head. I love that. That's what I'm gonna say it as. We got crew 152, Exeter.
Exeter Rowing Club.
Laura Cresser again. She says she's 43 years old and started rowing 4 years ago at Exeter.
That's amazing.
Absolutely. She's got a Brit Masters 2025 silver medal.
In Masters D.
Masters D.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
And she was winner of intermediate 36 plus single sculls. Shout out to her coach Kevin Denniff. Now from Agecroft we have Ellis Tubb.
Grew up in Henley, so that's always an advantage. I think if you know the river and you know what's around you and you're not getting thrown off by the island, it's always a big help.
Looks like she's been moving around the northwest rowing circuit. She started at Liverpool University, spent 2 years there, then went to Grosvenor, who are in Chester, for a year in 2023. Really lovely rowing club, Grosvenor. And then this is her first year rowing for Agecroft up in Salford, just near Manchester. And it's her 4th Henley Women's Regatta.
And here we have crew 155 from Nearhouse again, Victoria Hellhorst.
And
Another
again,
international.
Again, you wouldn't be coming to the regatta as an international in a single scull unless you knew what you were doing. And she's sculling very effectively. And look at that, that's the air traffic control. So it looks like 155. I mean, again, the camera of these distances can mislead, but it does look like that sculler from Nearhouse Victoria Hillhorst is catching up with Abigail Fryer from University of Exeter. Now, Abigail, on the right of your screen, learnt to row 7 months ago at university and has been sweeping all year until she changed to single sculling, and this is her first ever competition in a single scull. So, wow.
Wow, yeah.
Think big.
And yeah, absolutely. I'm just nervously looking at these booms here. The angle is really deceiving, I hope.
It's fine. She had a quick look over her shoulder there.
She's doing a great job, really
She's
holding her nerve. Yeah.
She's exactly where she needs to be. This is pro athlete behaviour. Well sculled to Abigail.
See some crews crossing over here. We're getting the big boats coming down the course now. They're going to start racing soon.
Yeah, we will have the Championship 8, the Ron Needs Cup, starting at 12:10.
And here we have Tideway Scullers, crew 156, Antoinette Haig. So bronze and silver medal at the British Rowing Indoor Championships. Is that right? Is that what the B or IC? You'll be more familiar with that than I will. And she races in the adaptive class as well. Adaptive class 7. This is her first time racing at Henley Women's Regatta. And her first time racing the single in 6 years. So excited to be here.
Really,
so,
really big shout out to Adaptive Rowers. And there is Sophie Brown from Sudbury Rowing Club, who is an amazing athlete and a very, very experienced power rower. It's great to see her here in the Henley Women's competition. I've seen her earlier this season at Lee Spring Regatta. She's represented England an astonishing 8 times in PR2 single and won silver in the British Rowing Championships last year in this event, and is taking on the Bernard and Pauline Church Trophy for aspirational singles for the first time.
Fantastic.
Well raced. Well sculled to Sophie.
Yeah, absolutely. And is that we're nearer the end now, but we're near the end of our sculling.
Yeah, and a little bit of a gap now. We will be shifting. This is the end of racing for us, so we will be switching over to some of our colleagues who will take over very shortly to take you through the Ron Needs Cup for Championship 8s. But in the meanwhile, just a massive thank you from us, from me, Charles Barry,
I'm me, Jonathan Simons.
and we'll rejoin racing very shortly with some of our colleagues.
There we go. Apologies, but great to be here, Lizzie, on what's shaping up to be Another very warm day in Henley. The sun just starting to peek out from behind the clouds. Bit of a cloudier start to the day. It was looking like it was going to be a little bit cooler, but certainly getting warm here, getting warm in the commentary tent as we get ready for the Ron Needs Cup, the time trials for the Championship 8s.
That's right, so this will be the 8th time trial, or set of time trials for today, and we've got 23 entries in this race, which is, sorry, we're going to start off with the Colgan Foundation Cup, I think, are we not? Oh no, sorry, Ron Needs, yep. Bear with us as we get our bearings. So with the Ron Needs Cup, we've got 29 entries, which is a record in this event. The Championship 8s, so we've got the best of the best racing here. If you're looking at the live stream now, you can see the crews starting to line up there on the start above Temple Island here on the River Thames at Henley. With 29 entries and only 16 to qualify, 13 of these crews are going to go home rather disappointed, although it's a beautiful day for a row, and I presume they've been out here on the river training, so why not?
Exactly. Day off work, out here in the sunshine. I think no matter the result, it's still a pretty good day down here at Henley.
Sure is, and a real festival atmosphere. I was down here yesterday, the tension starting to build, the last of the crews and trailers arriving, all of the shops here at the hub, the village, getting themselves set up, and now all of the spectators and the competitors there on the riverbank. So yep, 29 entries, a record entry in the Championships 8, and a really group of really high quality competitors here. A lot of them with international experience, a lot of them names that our viewers and attendees will recognise from regattas during the course of the season. We'll be providing you with the name of the crew and who's in the crew, and we'll bringing you some vision as well. Lovely picture there of some people picnicking in the fields. It is quintessentially English, isn't it? And I think this is the point where we should let people know we're actually from Sydney, Australia. So hello to all of the Australians who I know are joining us now on the live stream.
Yeah, about 9 p.m. back in on the east coast of Australia. I'm sure we'll have some people watching from Melbourne. We'll have the Mercantile crew later on in this first round of time trials.
We will, and we've also got some Aussies in the crews that have come over here for the summer. Beautiful view there on our live stream here at Henley Women's Regatta. Welcome again to those of you who are joining us live. We are here at the time trials for the Henley Women's Regatta, so a prerequisite for racing at the regatta, where we have more entries than there are actual spaces in the regatta programme. The race off happens right now in time trial order, so racing against the clock in numeric order, and you can see on the screen now vision of the crews all sitting there milling around above the start of the actual regatta race course
in itself, and they would have still had the day off work here in the sun, and it is very warm here at Henley, and
it is, and a little bit gusty there on the start, although it seems to have settled down from this morning's time trial. So that's a beautiful bit of drone footage there, isn't it? You can see the crews just racing past Temple Island. The actual timing point is halfway down the island, so that the time trial that they are racing is 1,400 metres. When they get through to the regatta racing later on this afternoon, the race course itself is 1,500 metres.
Yeah, so Newcastle University there, Annie Bates, Harriet Taylor, Lucy Thompson, Megan Johnston, Tia Lenahan, Scarlett Riskett, Rachel Bradley, Holly Yude, the coxswain, just won gold in the Championship 8 at the Bucks Regatta a couple of months ago, and I believe losing semi-finalists last year in this event, and certainly with designs of getting at least that far, if not a little bit further this year's running. Really
strong club, Newcastle University Boat Club, and they've just gone from strength to strength over the last decade, I would probably say. Great to see them rowing in the Lola Anderson 8 here, Newcastle University Boat Club.
Lola Anderson, the Olympic gold medalist, alumni of that club. And following them down the course, the crew that lost to them in the quarterfinals last year, Thames Rowing Club. Yeah, locals, almost locals from just down the road, more local than Newcastle.
The crew there is Amelia Crocker, Grace Johnson, Helena Barton, Abigail Pape, Chloe Brew, Lydia Cronin, Jane Hardy and Darla Matthews, and they're being coxed by Zahir Allah.
So, a crew with a lot of experience on these waters out there. So 11 red boxes on board this crew. 5 out of 9 won the Wargrave together last year, and 4 of them in 2023.
And there'll be another Thames crew in this event a little bit later on, which is labelled the B crew, but arguably just as strong. A fantastic pathway club, Thames Rowing Club, and definite source of material for the Great Britain national team.
London Rowing Club on the screen there. Georgia Hellard Tim, Laura Bates, Elizabeth Dashley, Gabriella Morton, Amelia Perrin, Sarah Heelan, Saskia Klinkenberg and Kate Griffiths, the coxswain. The rivals the embankment rivals of Thames Rowing Club, trailing them down the course. 30-second intervals on the time trials here. So the wash from the preceding crew should be mostly done with by the time the following crew makes their way down.
Yep, very experienced cocks on board there, which is a great thing to have in a side-by-side race like you have here on the Henley stretch. You can see from the drone footage the straight line of buoys on your right-hand side, so on the left-hand side of the cocks. Many a crew has had a bit of a mishap at steering far too close to the island or far too close to that little bay that you can see there just after the start. This cox, very experienced indeed. She has won Henley Women's Regatta before, coxing for Brooks. University of London is crew number 161, and that is the crew of Tilly Ollerenshaw, Daisy Faithful, Emma Rouse, Tash Phillips, Aoife Wilson, Georgie Banton, Iona Dixon and Alexandra Larnborg. They are coxed by Sophie Wrightson and University of London Boat Club. Long, a stalwart of women's rowing there in that fine purple.
A little bit further up the course, so back with that Newcastle University crew, Blue Star, who are coming towards the conclusion of their time trial.
And meanwhile on the course we have crew number 162, Edinburgh University Boat Club's A crew. That's the crew of Olivia Schmidt, Lily Young, Charlotte Glasby, Olivia Burns, Penny Irvine, Isla McCallum, Madeline Fitani, Freya Hewson is their cox, and James Dearden their coach.
Yeah, Edinburgh University had a little bit of an up and down season in the B final at the Bucks Regatta, but a very quick time that would have seen them with a medal in the A final. They lost out to the eventual winners in this event last year in Oxford Brooks. I'll be curious to see how they have stepped up after the British University Championships. And speak of the devil, it is
Oxford Brooks University Boat Club, crew number 163.
That's Allegra O'Sullivan, Anna Buchanan, Lindsay Morissette, Amelia Reagan, Grace Richards, Rihanna Sumter, Amelia Carpenter, Olivia Hill, the coxswain. So everyone in this crew, barring the bow seat, rather that's not the Oxford Brooks crew.
And no, we're on
it
to
is
Cornell
University.
University.
Miss Oxford Brooks.
So our first overseas crew in this event, Cornell University, hailing from the USA. This is their top 8 of Chloe Darcy, Ellie Bijou, Elise Ruppel, Alexandra Faisler, Alexis Enman, Ellie Van Houten, Emma Leary and Amelia King. Their cox is Emily Tierker.
Ellie Bijou in the 2 seat there, won a Junior World Championship in 2022 for the US. Cornell with a number of both men's and women's crews over here at the moment. We'll see their lightweight men racing under a bit of an alias, I believe, in the Temple Challenge Cup.
Top tip. On to crew number 163, and that is Oxford Brooks University. So we didn't get a look at them before. We did run through their lineup, but you can see there as the camera works its way through the crew, the bowwoman Allegra O'Sullivan, then Annie Buchanan at 2, Lindsay Morissette at 3, Amelia Regan at 4, Grace Richards is at 5, Rihanna Sumter at 6, Amelia Carpenter at 7, and Olivia Hill at stroke, and they're coxed by Beatrice Argyle.
The first of a couple of Leander crews. And this one a composite with Durham and London universities, the 2 purple institutions.
And we were a bit excited to see, weren't we? There's been a bit of a crew lineup reshuffle, and Zoe McKellar there in the stroke seat hails from Sydney University Boat Club. So both of us hailing from Sydney, well known to us. Greetings to those of you from Australia who we know are tuning in here on the live stream. Great to have you along with us. The rest of the crew is Anna Grace, Philippa Emery, Georgina Robinson Ranger, Phoebe Snowden, Abigail Topp, Catherine George and Lauren Carey, and the cox is Erin Kennedy, dual Paralympic gold medalist Cox and wonderful, and survivor of breast cancer. Wonderful to see her steering that Leander crew.
Yeah, so riding back on board with Cornell University, so it's their top 8. We mentioned the Under-19 World Championship in the sitting in the 2 seat of Ellie Bijou. Ellie Van Houten in the stroke seat was also competed at Under-23s last year in the double scull. The B crew from Thames Rowing Club, as you mentioned earlier, Lizzie.
Very strong crew indeed. We've got Anna Smart, Jenna Armstrong, Rachel Heap, Millie Hopkins, Ozzy, Nikki Martinchich, Imogen Wollstonecroft, Rosie Millard and Frances Curtis in this crew, with Hannah Murphy coxing them. They were second at the Met Regatta, I believe, to the other Thames Rowing Club crew. So,
Thames women really had a have really had a bit of dominance on the market of club women's rowing here on the Henley Stretch for the last couple of years, dominating the Wargrave event. And although a B crew, we've seen their B crew in the final with Wargrave before, so it'll be interesting to see how they step on with the addition of the bridge this year.
Yeah, and my understanding is that they might be the B crew at this regatta, but there's been a reshuffle of the crews for Henley Royal in a couple of weeks' time. A lot of the crews using this as a first step. Now, you can see here in front of you the Durham University purple. This is the crew of Megan Hadfield, Amelie Davies, Antonia Warner, Naya Jackson, Sydney Bain, Zoe McCutcheon, Daisy Jackson and Izzy Kennedy. The cox is Alexandra Gentry and they are crew number 168. Four of the crew have been unbeaten all season, winning the Met Regatta on the Sunday in the Championship 4 and the Bucks Regatta in both the Championship Cox 4 and Coxless 4.
This is Leander UL Durham composite crew that we saw earlier on with Zoe McKellar in the stroke seat.
And she looks like she's really winding them up at the finish there.
Really
Excellent
going
work.
for a bit of rate.
35, 36. Oh, now this is the crew we haven't yet brought to you. So these are the colours of Nottingham Rowing Club. Sorry, we've got a crew here of Emily Ferguson, Rachel Matthewson, Josephine Bauman, Laura Boddy, Molly Elsa Varley, Annie Beaumont, Kathy Beaumont, and Lucy Holgate, coxed by Tamsin Jones. Crew number 167. An age range of between 18 and 36 years, and the cox is even older than that, allegedly. So their goal is to qualify for the Wargrave. This regatta a great precursor to the Henley Royal.
Yeah, especially as a crew that would think they might have to go through qualifiers, having to do a time trial out there on the course is certainly advantageous. And just figuring out how the river's running, flow, where the quickest part of the river is. And there to Molesey Boat Club, crew 171, Olivia Cheesema, Eleanor Stratton, Eloise Wormlington, Catherine Lush, Lauren Archeloni, Bass Andre, Georgina Thorpe, Isabella Cassidy, the coxswain there.
Izzy Cassidy, from the rather large Cassidy family, so good day to them if they're tuning in. And I'm pretty sure Izzy spent some time over in Melbourne. Certainly one of the other Cassidy sisters has been at Sydney Rowing Club. Great to see, always here at a bit of a mainstay really of Henley Royal Regatta and Henley Women's, the Cassidy family. We then have crew number 170 went off before then, the Tyne Amateur Rowing Club crew of Halima Shrieff, Rachel Cripwell, Chloe Jeffries, Bethany Dyer, Catherine Bulmer, Anna van der Braak, Frances Russell and Jennifer Peacock, coxed by Alice Lankin.
Yes, great shots just showing us. So with the biomech on the boat, measuring the power, measuring the angles, getting as much information as possible from these athletes at this point of racing. Might come off later on in the competition. It is worth a little bit of weight, but a lot of these crews opting to leave it on these days. The information is that valuable. We're 169 now, so a little bit out of order, but Leander Club, this is their B crew, so this will likely be their second club crew for the Wargrave. Emily Downing, Sian Hinton, Jordan Kingston, Charlotte Fennell, Esme Booth, Izzy Hawes, Doroma Verna, and Jemima Furness, the coxswain.
And the note that the crew has sent us is they have trained so hard this season, and they're using this fantastic racing at Henley Women's, this side-by-side racing later on, to hopefully set them up well for the Henley Royal Regatta. So we wish them the best of luck there. On to crew number 172. So these are the colours of the University of Bristol. And we have the crew of Alicia Williams, Lara Grant, Arabella Hodge, Millie Davis, Emily Burnham, Indira Ogunbiyi, Eva Barker and Josie Sawbridge, coxed by Ellie Fine. A really strong university from the western area of the United Kingdom, a high performance club.
Nothing on our this will be our first little mention that nothing in our Bible from the crew. So if you haven't already and you want us to know anything about your crew, I think you should still be able to submit a little bit of information about your crew. Let us know what's going on. What are the talking points? Why should we be backing you from here in the commentary booth? But here's the crew that we're here to see, isn't it, Lizzie?
I'm not sure. I'm from Sydney, so I'm not. Mercantile Rowing Club, hailing from Melbourne in Victoria in Australia.
Yeah, so that's the crew. Grace Ivers, Freya Axton, Eloise Adam, Imogen Nation, Louisa Stocks, Jess Hawker, Liv Nan, Sophie Reiner, the Cox, Jordan King. They only flew in this week, I think, with some of the members arriving as late as last night.
Oh my goodness!
From what I've heard, so
even later than us.
Yeah, exactly. So certainly using this as the first hit out on the course and a bit of a warm up.
And they're looking good. A really solid, powerful rhythm coming there from their stroke. Sophie Reiner, very experienced rower. Izzy Nation, Jess Hawke as well.
So most of this crew were in the Club 8 that came second at the Australian Nationals down in Tasmania, and with a little bit more horsepower in there from a few of the under-23 girls who have jumped in, Sophie Reiner being one of them.
Great to see her here, actually. Such a so that was crew number 175. Back to City of Oxford, the crew just before them, who will be a bit further down the time trial. And that's the crew of Imogen Bantic, Rachel Woods, Ruth Rackstraw, Zoe Labden, Pippa Biggs, Lara Robinson, Jessica Dunham and Caitlin Armstrong. Their cox is Samuel Clifford. They have raced during the season at the Women's Head of the River Quinton Regatta, where they won their category. Caitlin in the stroke seed won the Henley Women's Regatta in last year in the single scull. So that's what bumps the rest of the crew up to the championship event in the 8 as opposed to the club event. And they also have a winner, a previous winner in the bow seat. Imi was a junior at Henley Women's in 2018 and won there. And again, this is a crew that's looking forward to racing in the Wargrave event at the Henley Royal Regatta.
A little bit out of order in these time trials, but not too much of a drama. Molesey Boat Club C crew here. Crew 173. Leonie Kennedy, Sasha Kennedy, Alexandra Poole, Aoife Keane, Emma Graham, Ciara Stirritz, Philippa Birch, Megan Hewison, the Cox, Aisling Humphreys Griffiths coaching that crew. So the third Molesey crew here. Again, one of the more local clubs with a lot of depth in their women's rowing. And second Molesey crew, or the top Molesey crew now on the screen.
Yep, that is the crew of Kate Haynes, Jade Lindo, Florence Donald, Lily Abbott, Antonia Galland, Holly Dunford, Harriet Drake-Lee, Hope Sessford in the stroke seat, and Christina Castagna is the cox. So crew number 176 making their way down the course, and you can see in the background there on the stream the crews that are in the later events in the time trial making their way up to the start. And then the particular challenge you have here on the Hanley Regatta course, which is the traffic from the motorboats. You can see that the course itself is fenced off with what we call booms, so wooden poles that align the side of the course and provide that straight course down the middle of this meandering river.
Brooks B there, so Alice Bradley, Hannah Ashley Carter, Beatrice Myers, Kathleen Rice, Lena Mills, Aggie Burt, Izzy Shepherd and Ella Shaw. A number of these girls, Hannah, Bea, Izzy and Ella, won the academic eights here at Henley Women's last year, with Aggie Burt winning the Island at Henley Royal.
And now on screen we have the third of the Leander crews. This is Leander C, and is the crew of Emily Simmons, Matilda McCartney, Catherine Burton, Freya Weiser, Isabel Kellen Shorthouse, Hannah Reutger, Sophia Nielsen, Pippa Jameson, and their cox Filippo Weisenfeld.
Who we're told loves to play some Italian music for them during their gym sessions. See, this is the sort of information that we need in our Bible. So if you haven't submitted any information, we'd love to hear about the secret weapon that your Italian music during your gym sessions provides you. But,
now, I think this drone footage is very misleading in that it makes the water look as though it's absolutely beautiful. But we saw from that previous shot that Leander Rowing Club, a bit further down the course, got copped with a little bit of wash there from that motorboat. So Filippo having a bit of a challenge there, but because he's been training at Leander, hopefully he's quite aware of it.
Yeah.
Edinburgh University.
Yep, so their B crew there, the 179, Molly Whiteman, Millie Drury, Megan Bromham, Grace Chapman, Imogen Sargent, Josephine Briggs, Wynne Anderson Lindsay, and Lucy McCoy, the coxswain there. Second of the Baby Blue crews in this event. Third in the intermediate 8 at the Bucks Regatta. So, despite being the second crew, certainly very competitive in the British University scene.
Certainly were. Two of these girls, Millie and Grace, won the Development 4 at this regatta last year, 2024, and the previous year Josephine and Charlotte were winners of the Development 4, so really good to see Edinburgh University. Those Development 4s were the beginning of a real resurgence for Edinburgh University, and great to see them back here with such a strong 8.
Another very strong 8 in this event, Oxford University. A number of these ladies straight out of the Blue Boat: Sarah Paulson, Amelia Mills, Catherine King, Sierra Sparks, Tessa Haining, Lily Freesham, Sarah Marshall, Alexia Lowe, the Cox. So 2 Sarahs, Tessa and Lily, were in the Blue Boat this year, with the remainder of the crew in the Osiris combination. And here at Henley Women's Regatta, looking to make their mark on the open 8s, and looking very tidy indeed as they're navigating that quite rolly water, as you mentioned before, Lizzie.
Yeah, doing really well there. Great to see some of these girls have come through from learning to row at their colleges. So I must say, as a school coach myself of girls, I'm always on at them about how wonderful it is to do university rowing.
Yeah, it's something we don't have a lot of in Australia, like dedicated university competitions. Limited, but it's not the same as it is here, and it's fantastic that there is that level of competition here between the universities.
Now, our second international entry, again from the USA. This is Worcester Polytechnic Institute, and the crew is Madison Gass, Ryan Dillon, Isabel Wilson, Nicole Miller, Megan Tupa, Victoria Serembana, Juliana Prisco, and Maggie Kerwin. The cox is Catherine Lindsay.
The girls all the way over here from Massachusetts.
I've just seen on screen there's been a change, so it's not Catherine Lindsay coxing. Missed the name of who it is, but we'll bring that to you once we know. And of course, provided that Jay Mills, and that is provided, of course, that they qualify.
Yeah, so it's been another crew that, and this is the first hit out, making the trip over. Very, very worthwhile.
Yeah. The crew just before them, 181, is Nottingham University Boat Club, and the crew is Prune Lestienne, Amy O'Grady, Isabel Wilson, Anna Kemsley, Natasha Pierce, Georgia Catlin, Grace Church and Mia Walsh. Their cox is Alistair Jackson.
It's a really good shot, just highlighting just that roll on the water. You can just see how clean and tidy at both ends of the strokes these girls are having to be in these conditions on the Henley stretch. I don't think the booms make it any easier, does it,
No,
Lizzie?
not
'Cause
really.
that energy of the wash does tend to bounce around in there. It comes in through the gaps where everyone crosses and then kind of gets trapped in there. So it'll be a little unpredictable, and certainly those who have maybe slightly more challenging conditions.
So just showing the strength and depth of our university programmes, here we have Oxford Brookes University rowing as number 183. The crew is Ricarda Heuser, Sophia Milvicevic, Amelia Farrell, Claire Murphy, Sierra Bishop, Madison Gieb, Molly Nicol and Lucy Green. The cox is Charlotte Parr, and this is her first year at Brookes after spending a year coxing with the Sydney Rowing Club, which you are from yourself, Chris.
Yeah. So I think we had maybe a couple of substitutions between the second and the B and C crew from Oxford Brookes, and sort of just a couple of different names. Izzy Shepherd maybe listed in that crew, but wasn't too sure. So a little bit of chopping and changing, but we'll aim to have that updated by the time that we go to air for the rounds, the match racing.
And here we have Marlow Rowing Club, so local to the Henley region. They are the next reach down. Crew number 184, doing incredibly well this year. This is the crew of Emma Rayner, Scarlett Maleham, Annabelle Ruinette, Katie Breeze, Claudia Kerry Roger, Anstey Van Romberg, Annabelle Rayner and Mia Lawrence. They are coxed by Charlotte Malan. And most of these have learnt to row or have raced with American colleges from Iowa, Syracuse, Boston, Virginia and San Diego. This is the cox, Charlotte Malan's first ever time racing here on this Henley stretch.
Speaking of American colleges, B crew from Worcester Polytechnic, Madeline Ruley, Catherine Woodland, Naomi Fink, Sophie Eckerson, Charlotte Bourne, Miriam Freedom, Sunny Kang and Corinne White, the coxswain. It's their NCAA Division 3 program.
Right. Looking very tidy there.
First time over at Henley since at Henley Women's since 2022, but have been over here a number of times in 2017, 14 and way back in 2011.
And our final crew for the Ron Needs Cup, the Championship 8 time trial, is Oxford University Boat Club's B crew. So that's bib number 186. The crew is Indigo Buckler, Charlotte Wheatley, Hazel Bott, Jenny Astley, Amelia Troop, Hermione Waugh, Olivia Ramsey and Imogen Boxall. The cox is Georgina Douglas.
Great colour on the canvas of that shell. Wish I could get a colour code for that. Hey, Lizzie. If you have heard us on the commentary and any Australian regattas, you'll know that multicoloured boats really set us alight up in the commentary box. It's certainly something that can make racing all the more interesting for us. But moving on to from the 8s to the 4s.
Yeah, we've got the Leicester Trophy here, which is the event for the club coxless 4s. And again, we have a big entry, 31 this time, so up from the number of entries in 2024. Again, only 16 can qualify, and 8 of those will be seeded. And we're kicking off with crew number 187, which is from Vesta Rowing Club.
Yeah, the combination of Eliza Agaropoulos, Sarah Gilhooly, Natasha Johnson and Elizabeth Barnett.
Certainly setting off there at quite a cracking pace. Beautiful view there of the crew with the temple on Temple Island in the background. Setting off in the high 30s, settling down now to rate 35, and as they do, we see the local crew, Upper Thames Rowing Club, coming down the course now. Crew number 188, which is Hannah Hills, Becky Norman, Emily Paul and Hope Canner.
3/4 of this crew have made the final in this event in the last couple of years. Won the Met Regatta in the Club 4, and a very similar combination won Wallingford. So certainly a crew with eyes on victory here. A little bit of unfinished business, 3/4 of them having made it through to the finals here.
Indeed, and they are coached by the Upper Thames head coach Mark Banks, who many will know from his days as a GB rowing coach. So very tidy crew there. Certainly know the stretch.
Yeah.
Everything to go for, nothing to lose. Very interesting there. You can see how the crews have started the race. This is the next crew coming down. Thames Rowing Club started the race close to the island and then moving across more into the centre of the water as they come out off the end of the island. We were commenting earlier, it's a bit windy, so they're probably going to cop the wind off the end of the island.
A little bit as well, and if this is your first time joining the broadcast here at Henley Women's or at either of the events on the Henley Stretch, welcome firstly. But so the crews are racing into the stream coming back at them, and as the stream hits the island, it does tend to move around a little bit, and as the crews get up and racing up to speed, it is certainly a good challenge, particularly in these coxless fours, where one of the athletes will have steering on their feet, particularly a challenge to keep the boat running straight. And we just saw that Thames crew with a little bit of steering to do in the early stages, and of course every time that rudder goes on, it does slow the boat down as well as adding distance.
And the Elise Laverick they are rowing in. Elise, I hope she's watching. Hello, Elise. Olympian medalist from Thames Rowing Club. Also originally a skipper, and so is her mum. So that's my background. That's how I got into rowing. This is the crew of Emily Strange, Magdalene Milneck, Denise Martin Van Moers and Tara Grimsley Moore. And I think all of them have come through Rowing University of Connecticut, ULBC, Edinburgh University. Great to have them back here now rowing at Thames Rowing Club in this combination. So that was crew number 189. We'll bring you back to Canterburygian shortly, but on to 191 we have London Rowing Club.
A B crew, Rowena Price, Christina Mattiotti, Emily Borg and Nicole Seredenko. And a little bit of a look out over the shoulder from the bow seat, Rowena Price. I don't know exactly who has the steering on her foot, but it's likely the bow seat. And
yes, over in this country it is, yeah.
It is.
Australia, it tends to be the stroke seat. Caught me by surprise when I first went over there.
Yeah, but often, especially once you get to Henley, there is you kind of just pick the person who's best for the job. You can have the steering in any seat.
Indeed.
But it is definitely more common over here for the bow seat athlete who has the best view over their shoulder.
So here's our missing crew, Canterburygian, the crew of Olivia Watson, Sarah York, Abby Smith and Amanda Clarkson. So they've raced a couple of times together. They raced at the Wallingford Regatta and also at the Met Regatta. So gradually putting it all together, looking as though they're having a good row there as they make their way down this time trial for the Leicester Trophy, which is the Aspirational Club Coxless 4. And as I mentioned earlier, just in case you've just joined us, 31 entries, only 16 to qualify, 8 of which will then be seeded. This crew definitely aspiring to get through to the racing later on in the regatta.
Bristol City in the green on your screen now. A crew 192, Annabelle Young, Joanna Sanders, Helena Rarity and Grace Lusby.
Another crew for which we have very little information, so if you're from the City of Bristol Rowing Club and you know something about them, please do get them to come in and fill in some details on the bio. The link is on the website. And for those of you who didn't come through the website address is hwr.org. On the front page you'll be able to find the timetables of racing and also the lists of the crews racing here in the time trial. We're on to the distinctive orange of the Lee Rowing Club from the East End of London. The crew, Caroline Carson, Eleanor Hughes, Lizzie Chapman, a great name, and Camille Matulinetti.
That's brilliant.
Pronounce Matulinetti. And they only came together a few weeks ago, so...
finished second in the B final at the Met Regatta, so they've only come together a few weeks ago, perhaps with a little bit more speed to find, and as they build towards this event. As we said, Lizzie, almost half the crews here in this time trial will be knocked out, won't even make it to the racing.
I know, it's shocking, isn't it?
It's,
Well, it just goes to show how strong the regatta now is, and it's gone from one day when I raced in the very first edition of the Henley Women's Regatta back in 1988 through to today, where we have 3 days of racing, time trials on the Friday morning and the Saturday morning. So that's something that's developed over the last, I don't know, 10 years or so, that you need to do a time trial to even race in the regatta proper. So
yeah, it just goes to show the popularity. Derby Rowing Club on screen now, 193.
Jade Carden, Frances Campbell, Jasmine Smith and Effie Thompson. Coming from the Midlands of England. Pretty solid, strong rowing club. Almost always representing here at the Henley Women's Regatta. So just coming onto the booms now.
Yeah, you can see from the drone, or back up
there
in
you
the drone, that you can see the steering. The drone is quite revealing sometimes if you're not quite on your A game with the steering. So that steering that we're talking about off the island, where it is quite difficult, will become very apparent. 195 on the screen there. Mortlake Anglican and Alpha Boat Club. Juliana Aristizabel. Anchor Hommers, Valherian Buslot, and Anne Pinkett. We've got some great pronunciation. That's the other thing that our commentator's information sheet is fantastic for, is if you do have a little bit of a tricky to pronounce name, and the Australians here in the box that maybe don't get as many tricky to pronounce European names struggle with, it is fantastic when we do have a little bit of a phonetic spelling to help us.
Because you've probably got family and friends tuning in, so they'll want to know that it's you, it's really you. Now this 4 is half of the 8. There was the fastest tideway crew in their category at the women's head of the river race, and they won the Hammersmith Regatta in this lineup, and then they recently won the Band 2 8 at Reading Regatta. So the club, Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club, from there on the River Thames, that central stretch, going really well and hoping to qualify through for the Leicester Trophy in the actual regatta. 196 is Agecroft. 197 is another Mortlake and Anglian crew, the B crew, so presumably the other half of the 8. Yep, only just come together really a few weeks out from Henley, but looking pretty good.
Yeah, so both of those crews, both looking actually very, very tidy, getting really good length around the back end of the stroke, which is very important, again, in these rolly conditions. As much length as possible and finish off the stroke.
Absolutely.
See Agecroft doing a good job of that as well.
So again from the Midlands, Zoe Coates, Sophie Rain, Sarah Pearson and Leanne Knight. Agecroft Rowing Club. Crew number 196.
You can see where that steering gets a little bit tricky.
Yes.
And the flow does tend to just push you just to the right-hand side of your picture. As the crew that we're looking down at there just finds themselves back in the centre, equidistant between the two booms. Putney Town, I believe that was the crew that we were watching from above there, 199. Eleanor Warren, Tyra Taylor, Amy Binion and Mia Webb. Mia, a former coastal rower, coming to flatwater rowing. That experience will certainly be valuable on the Henley stretch. And, Amy in the 3 seat has the steering, as we were talking about before. It can be anyone to be steering the boat, and
so crew number 198 is Worcester Rowing Club, and that's the Worcester from England as opposed to Worcester from the USA. This crew is Sophie Everett, Adrienne Rogers, Elizabeth Haining and Georgia Rattigan. For those of you, we were talking about Agecroft a little bit earlier. We didn't see much of them, but that was Zoe Coates, Sophie Rain, Sarah Pearson and Leanne Knight. We're up to London Rowing Club. This is their A crew in the Club 4. Devin Ward, Ava Semenwick, Olivia Carroll and Beatrice Wessel.
So the champions in this event, London Rowing Club, but with completely new lineups in both the crews that they entered. So this crew only made the C final at the Met Regatta, and so maybe might be a little bit tricky to replicate replicate last year's success, but wait and see at the end of the time trials. It certainly looked very tidy from our point of view.
Bristol City, crew number 201 is Kate T. Selkirk, Caitlin Bloom, India Bruton and Henrietta Irons. India, Henry and Katie all learnt to row at the City of Bristol Rowing Club. Caitlin, who's in the stroke seat, I think, is the club chair, and this is India's first Henley Women's Regatta. So wonderful to see her, and I think this is her birthday this weekend, so happy birthday to her. One of the coaches has come down to support them. Oh, sorry, it's the coach's birthday. So the coach's name is Della, so congratulations and happy birthday to Della, coach of City of Bristol Rowing Club.
What a way to spend your birthday.
Yeah, can think of worse ways.
Composite crew number 203 on there. Grosvenor and Royal Chester. Elkie DeVries, Amelia Ackroyd, Isabel Wild and Jessica Roach in the stroke seat. Another crew that's a good length through the water, but still a fairly steady rhythm though. 32.5 strokes a minute.
Good. And interestingly, the only composite in the aspirational Club 4s.
And as an Australian commentator, Lizzie, I'm very glad at the lack of composites. It's a very common thing in Australian rowing, and does sometimes make our job in the commentary box rather difficult.
Yeah. Putney Town Rowing Club here from the London bit of metropolitan stretch of the River Thames. Chloe Paxman, Louise Pollock, Rosie Climau and Jessica Foxford in the crew. Rowing in the Lynn Everson. And back there to crew 199, the Putney Town crew. So that's their A crew at 199 and their B crew at 202. Moving on to crew number 204. This is the crew from Warwick. That is the crew of Patrina Witt, Tane Ranahan, Polly Scurra and Lauren Maguire. And they're all engineers, one structural, one F1 and two automotive.
Oh, Henley Women's probably falls at a pretty good time for an F1 engineer in between two race weekends.
Yeah. So Patrina and Lauren learnt to row at Durham University. Tane learnt at college in Cambridge. And Polly is homegrown talent. She learnt to row at Warwick Boat Club.
I'm sure the rigging on that boat is millimetre perfect with 4 engineers in it.
I'm absolutely sure it is.
I'd love to know if they can all tell us the pitch and the span and everything straight just off by heart. So we see there crew 206.
Yeah, I think
Star Club.
so.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Charlotte Moore, Ellie Feltham, Rachel Kua and Neve McBride. Bound 3, both qualified in this event for the last 3 years. And Neve McBride in the stroke seat. First year back to rowing after a few years off to coach. And Ellie Feltham in the 2 seats apparently had to be bullied into doing some sweep rowing this year, as she is a sculler through and through. But that's Stark.
I don't know, she's looking pretty tidy there
Certainly
with the sweep oar.
Getting around the rigger nicely. Doesn't sometimes you see with the scullers that just struggle to get out around the pin. But perhaps that is why she's in the back of that bucket rig. Does sometimes make things a little bit easier when you're used to sculling. But very tidy looking combination indeed from the Star Club.
And just before them in the time trial is Maidstone Invicta. So crew number 205, the crew of Olivia Naylor, Airlie Isted, Marianne Baird and Flora O'Brien, coached by Scott Bain.
First time Maidstone have had a consistent 4 for a couple of years, and split into 4s following the head racing season in the 8s, competing at Women's Head of the River for the first time in a few years this season. So a program that is going from strength to strength.
Crew number 208 is the crew from Oriel Kensington Rowing Club, again from the metropolitan stretch of the River Thames. Rebecca Barrett, Jasmine Rush, Kendall Damon and Libby Jarvis.
Crew's only been together for a month since they debuted by racing at the Nottingham City Regatta. They won the D final at Sunday Met Regatta, a very close final at Reading Regatta, and the crew refers to themselves as Team Canada, as their blades were originally Canadian blades, obviously repainted now in the Oriel Kensington colours, but second-hand blades purchased from the Canadians. And for a crew that's only come together very recently, certainly looking very, very tidy.
And I do think, I've just read out the crew list there, but I think we had the original crew list. It looks to me as though there is a substitution. I'm not sure in which seat, so we'll try and find that out for you. So it looks as though we have...
Globe Rowing Club there.
Oh, Globe, yeah.
Matilda Haynes, Imogen Pringle, Naomi Doy and Caitlin O'Brien.
Crew number 209. They won Poplar Regatta, so Globe Rowing Club based there in the East End of London on the River Thames, and Poplar Regatta, another Poplar Rowing Club, Poplar Blackwall and District, another club in that area. So they won that Poplar Regatta earlier this year. Naomi and Caitlin, bow and stroke, rowed for their universities, Imperial and Oxford. And Oriel Kensington crew number 208, and that's the crew of Rebecca Barrett, Jasmine Rush, Rebecca Barrett, Jasmine Rush, Kendall Damon, and Stuart Harris is in the stroke seat. So obviously a recent change, and it is not Libby Jarvis, so we will get that name to you, and we'll make that on our notes for later on. Now, somewhere in there we do have an Irish crew. We missed them off the start. That was crew number 207. Our only, would we say, our foreign entry, hailing from Shannon in Ireland. Here they are. This is Roisin Maloney, Cara Davis, Megan Cardy and Victoria Haney. Sorry, Roisin Maloney. Making the trip over here. And what a great trip to come to the Henley Women's Regatta.
A number of Irish crews over in Henley over the coming weeks. It is sometimes a tough one. I believe the National Championships is not too far away, and sometimes can be difficult to prioritise or do both. But talking last night about the number of Irish crews that are over for Henley Royal as well, which is great to see.
And as we know from our experience in Australia, how strong the Irish are at rowing, just absolutely fantastic and lots of fun too.
Yep. Yeah, it seems almost half the coaches in Sydney these days come over from Ireland. So you see crew 210 on the screen there, York City Rowing Club. It's Sophie Nicholson, Sarah Hyde, Jessica Pigeon and Amelia Monzi. The crew just don't have too much information on the City of Oxford there. So if they're through the qualifiers, which given by the way they're looking, they'd be every bit the chance to be. Love them to jump onto that Google form, submit a bit of information this evening.
So that was York City, 211, the City of Oxford Rowing Club, who we saw briefly, Georgia Stonadge, Emma Grummett, Barbara Tyler and Zoe Wilson. And again, all four learnt to row at their respective Oxford colleges and are racing here now for City of Oxford Rowing Club. Crew number 213, Globe Rowing Club. This is their B crew. Dagmara Dabrowski, Amy Palomino, Livia Fornasari and Sally Dempster.
Yeah, so my apologies there with the City of Oxford crew. I read out both the names and the lack of information for another crew that was near them on the start list, and you got it right, Lizzie.
Oh, sorry.
So thank you, that's all right. Let's chalk that one up to just a little bit of jet lag, and won't happen again.
Oh, here we go. So here's the City of Oxford Rowing Club crew on the screen now. Oh, that makes sense now because I was looking at the name of the boat. So vessels here in the UK have a registration number, and you can see there on the boat COX414. So that's the registration number to the City of Oxford Rowing Club for this boat. And again, the crew was Georgia, Emma, Barbara and Zoe. So that boat is fairly new. It's called Caitlin Armstrong, who named after last year's winner in the aspirational single, Caitlin Armstrong. Crew number 215, Nottingham Rowing Club. We have Abigail Feebury, Eve Thomas, Sinead Kirk and Emily Rogers in the crew. The previous bow was Hannah Ferguson. She got struck by lightning 6 months ago today and she's recovering well. However, due to the accident, she's been left with no hearing in her right ear.
That's possibly the most interesting fact I've ever seen in about a crew when I'm commentating. But Hannah, I hope you're okay. And I hope you're enjoying the pictures, watching your crew in their quest to qualify here at Henley Women's Regatta. It's from Nottingham there. So that's the girls from Nottington there. Well, that's Stourport Boat Club, rather.
So we have an Emily Shepherd in the bow seat, but not the Emily Shepherd that we all know from Sydney University Boat Club and the Australian rowing team.
Nope.
It's Stourport's own Emily Shepherd in the bow seat. Sophie Dimambro, Laura Collier and Jodie Howson in that crew. So Stourport, absolutely beautiful area of the British Isles to race in. 212 is back to our crew from Furnivall on the Thames stretch. Beatrix Loveridge, Sophie Whelan, Nicole Robson and Matilda Ross-Smith in that crew.
Really with the rate up as well compared to some of the combinations we've seen come down the course. 35 strokes a minute there in the Furnivall Sculling Club crew. So really attacking this qualification race.
Yeah, and they really need to, because almost half of these crews racing in front of you here in these aspirational club Coxless fours are going to be missing out on going through to the next rounds. 31 entries and only 16 slots to be filled. So this is Loughborough Rowing Club as opposed to the University at number 216, and that's the crew of Catherine Parry, Poppy Colburn, Isabel Nix and Eleanor Dyson, coached by Keith Hudson, who raced in the Britannia Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta in 1996. Which seems like yesterday to me, but is obviously ancient history to the crew if they filled that in their bio.
Well, it was before I was born, Lizzie. So.
So making their way down the course there, Loughborough, fingers crossed for them that they qualify and give Keith the satisfaction of seeing them race through the rest of the regatta. And then we can see the Nottingham Rowing Club crew again, making their way past the 3/4 mile post. This is looking back up towards Temple Island. Crew 2, number 117. BTC Rowing Club, hailing from Southampton. The crew of Elizabeth Platts, Macy Cubbage, Lucy Chick and Kaylee Stokes.
So this crew won the Senior Ladies Championship at the Hanson Dorset ARA consecutively for the last few years, and stepping up to Henley Royal Regatta now. So we move from the fours to the single sculls.
The aspirational lightweight single scull. So this is racing for the Fiona Dennis Trophy, or that's what they hope to do. 23 scullers are going to come down here in front of us now, and again only 16 will qualify and 8 of those will get seeded. So what they do in this time trial is pretty important. We're kicking off with the sculler from Hollingworth Lake, Leanna Daniels. She was in the semi-final last year of this event and in 2022, so very experienced, knows this course well, and clearly aspiring to make it all the way through to winning that actual Fiona Dennis Trophy this year. Now she's bib number 218. We'll bring you the rest of them, but in front of us now on the screen we have the sculler from Oxford, City of Oxford Rowing Club, Joanna Heyman. She started at Putney High School, went into the Oxford University lightweight crew in 2017, won bucks in the lightweight 8, and picked up single sculling only a couple of years ago, where she qualified in the Fiona Dennis Trophy in 2023. Last year she was back in the double, I do remember that, and she's back in the single once again this year, supported by her coach Tom Chapman. So that's Joanna Heyman of City of Oxford, 225. Another one to watch along with Hollingworth Lakes Daniels. It looks as though closing in on Leanna Daniels is Katie Cooper from Nottingham Rowing Club. Bib number 219. Yep, there we go.
Not sure how you saw that, Lizzie. Looking through the
Just looking how close they are.
Yeah, the singles, obviously slower boat class, so a difference in speed, sometimes a little bit more exaggerated, but 30-second intervals, you'd think that we wouldn't see too many overtakes in these time trials.
Oh,
but,
yeah, you'd hope not, no. And on to 220. So Katie Cooper was 219. 220 is Connie Oliver Beechener from Reading University Boat Club, just down the road from us here in Henley.
Yeah, Reading have had a pretty good season in the quads this year from, admittedly, the not... Don't keep up with British University rowing with extremely close interest from back home in Australia, but from what I know, had a pretty good season at Reading University.
We can play a bit of catch-up here. We talked about Connie Oliver Beechener at 220. 221 bib is the lightweight sculler from Worcester Rowing Club, Catherine Jackson. And behind her 222 is Emily Robertson from Trafford Rowing Club. And Kate Corley from Newark Rowing Club, crew number 223.
See, sculler 230, the Dutch sculler Anne-Sophie Sererens from USR Triton, Utrecht in the Netherlands. Beautiful, beautiful town of Utrecht. Third in the B final at the Ratzeburg International Regatta in May. A very competitive field. There'll certainly be one to watch in this event. Rebecca Setford from Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club there, rowing in the Raging Bull. What a boat name, Lizzie.
Indeed. So on our screen now you can see bib number 233, which is the sculler from the Fulham Reach Boat Club, Farah Jadidi. She enjoys pushing herself and is coached by Darren, who is the Fulham Reach's adult head coach. Of course, Fulham Reach has a great reach in terms of the number of people rowing there, including an awful lot of juniors and school rowers. So that was 233. 232 is Hannah Steedman from Barnes Bridge Ladies Rowing Club on the River Thames in London. Good racing haircut, love it. That is Hannah Steedman. Just before her was Franzi Bachmann of Kingston Rowing Club, bib number 231. Coming towards the end now, Gudine Nijens from Triton, who you mentioned earlier. Good solid row there from her in that Empacker single.
So second row up from that club in Utrecht, who was fourth in the A final at same Ratzeburg International Regatta a couple of months ago. Participated in the Ghent Regatta in May as well. So wouldn't that be another athlete is certainly one to watch. Great to see lightweight rowing on show here at Henley Women's.
Oh yeah, and this really is one of the strengths of Henley Women's Regatta, to provide a really top quality event for lightweight scullers who obviously, now that lightweight sculling has been taken out of the Olympics, are getting fewer and fewer opportunities. Certainly been very disappointing in Australia to see how few there are. Bib number 234 in front of us now is Claire Pace from Long Beach Rowing Association in USA. She started training in a single in 2023, having learnt to row in sweep the previous year, and well, one has to wonder if she's aspirational for racing in Long Beach in 2028.
Yeah, so Long Beach, the location of the shortened 1500 metre Olympic course for the Los Angeles Olympics in a couple of years' time.
So hot on her heels, we have Ruta Acethorpe from Medway Towns Rowing Club, bib number 235. So 240 we can see there. Weybridge Rowing Club, lovely, very welcoming, all-encompassing rowing club based on a beautiful stretch of the river downstream on the River Thames here. We have Beatrice Webster, lovely comment that her boat is older than her.
But only the third time ever, or the third time she's ever raced in a single. But,
right.
or isn't it the third time the boat's ever been raced? Either way.
I reckon third time the boat's ever been raced, which is lovely. She came here last year with Tideway Scullers racing in the Development 4.
See Audrey Riddle there from Williams College Rowing Club in the USA, who is over in this part of the world, not quite this part of the world, but in Aberdeen, doing biology research this summer. And Coach Ed Dean has kindly agreed to coach Audrey in the lead up to Henley Women's. So possibly wasn't expecting a run down the Henley stretch when she departed Massachusetts earlier this year. But
what a great opportunity.
Yeah, so she's very grateful for the opportunity. Traditionally a sweep rower, but taken to the single very well indeed.
I think that's incredibly brave to race this stretch in a single scull if you're not a sculler.
Yeah, exactly. I think
Good on her.
anything can happen between those booms.
Yeah, we can see number 236 there. That's Elizabeth Garbett from Twickenham Rowing Club, again on the River Thames, based on the no, it's lost me. But the island there at Twickenham, the distinctive navy blue and pink colours. And looks like there might be a bit of overtaking going on there. She's making a bid for freedom there, trying to squeeze her way past Ruta Acethorpe of Medway Towns, I think. Yes. So that's the first time we've seen a crew overtake. And I must say, we've got a little bit of a couple of the single scullers here out of order. That's probably just the challenge of making your way up to the start on the Henley Reach once the day progresses and there's traffic there.
Yeah, it's certainly very busy out there. As I think when we first picked up at about an hour ago, we can see the queue there starting to form for the Championship 4s, who are now on the course. And the first crew underway that we can see on the drone there, Imperial College. I don't believe. I'll wait till you get a closer up view before I confirm that, because
they don't look like the right. No, it's probably the Dutch crew, isn't it? Look like the wrong colours. But yeah, well, so with these 4s, this
That's
is the
Imperial
championship. There. Yes, indeed. This is the championship Coxless 4 event, racing for the Avril Vellicott Cup. And this one a lot more simple. We've got 9 entries, 8 of them will qualify, 4 of them will be seeded. So we're only dropping 1 crew from this event. If you want to know whether crews have qualified or not, I'm reliably informed it will be available on the website. And if you're watching this here at the regatta, certainly listen to the announcers there at Regatta Control, because they'll be letting you know which crews qualify, and then on the website you'll be able to see who didn't qualify in the speed order in which they didn't qualify.
So interesting for this, only one of these crews will be knocked out, but what we haven't really touched on so much is that the top 4 crews will be seeded, and that means that the top 4 crews will not have to race each other in the first round, and that's obviously very important because you don't want to be having really tough races in the early rounds when your competitors are getting easier races. So you'll certainly want to be one of those top 4 seeded crews and have a what should be a slightly easier race in the first round, on paper at least. And this Thames crew will certainly be aiming to do so.
Oh yeah, that's the crew of Clara O'Doherty, Isabel Lack, Francesca Lidlow and Selena Jones. Thames Rowing Club, bib number 243. Prior to that was the Maastricht Studentenrollvereniging Saurus, Florence Cunnan, Sabine van Dijk, Lucy van der Zanden and Isabel Arts. And our first crew off, as Chris said, was Imperial College Boat Club, and the crew was Lauren Bowles, Orla Johnson, Laura Ellington and Julia Capox. We have another German crew here from Heidelberg Ruder Club. Gemma Collins, Mari Trepke, Eleanor Wyers and Neela Zahn.
Yeah, so a composite German crew that I'm sure would be comments from our Australian team of pronunciations and smorgasbords of names there. But
well, they're welcome to come and see the commentary team.
I think we're doing a great job, Lizzie.
So bib number 244, and behind them Leander Rowing Club. So our local club, the crew here is Sophie Chumas, Emma Sherwood, Murren Green and Rosemary Varney, and they are all in their second or third year at Leander Rowing Club.
Defending titles, defending champions in this event, and being eyed off as the ones to beat in the quest for the Avril Velicott Cup.
And another Dutch crew. We always do have very strong representation from the Dutch over here. Great regatta. It's a bit like the British going to Ghent in Belgium for their national championships. We all make the trek over there. This crew is Isa Dignam, Vera Versteeg, Rosemary Jansen and Lydia Knievel, and they're racing for AUSR Orca. All of them aspiring to go to the FISU Games, which is the World University Games. They're all students. They won the women's Coxlesburg 4 at Ratzeburger Regatta, which is no mean feat. Very tidy blade work there as well.
Yeah, very just efficient, not doing too much to upset the boat. So we see Tideway Scullers School 246. Yeah, Ansley Vickers, Georgia Allen, Anna Beinhocker and Tess Peake. Georgia Allen having spent the year in Australia.
Yep.
And picking up a number of national titles down there.
Yeah, and again, I think somebody who's really experienced at sweep, and that was a bit of a foray into sculling for her, and she did very well indeed. Pretty impressive. Up to Scotland, a composite here of girls from Glasgow University, St Andrews University and Strathclyde Park Rowing Club. Sarah Haps, Kirsty McRobb, Sophia Isberner and Chloe Hunter.
At the moment, Lizzie, these championship 4s, I haven't seen anything that really set them apart, so I'll be really interested to see the times when these cross the lines. Only one crew to miss out. Molesey, final crew here in the championship 4s coming down the course. For Eva Hoffmans, Shannon Kearney, Lily Pembler and Alexandra Watson. Very aggressive indeed. They power their way down this time trial.
And hot on their heels, our next event, also coxless 4s, but this time the academic coxless 4s as opposed to the championship coxless 4s, so arguably could be the same speed. So kicking off
the same speed if they.
Oh,
it's some worrying steering there from seen from the drone. I'm sure they would have thought that they had that all under control. It sometimes looks a little bit more dramatic from above. It's the Imperial College crew of Zara Burgess, Caitlin Walters, Miriam Palmer, and Tamara Brew.
So Imperial College kicking off the academic fours as well as kicking off the championship fours. So we'll have to wait and see whether they actually qualify through. This time we've got 19 entries, 16 to qualify, so just 3 being dropped from this event.
Yes, there's still a lot to play for. As we said as well, that seeding in such a compact regatta where you've got to have multiple trips down the course, just making your life a little bit easier by making that first race maybe a little bit more straightforward will certainly be an advantage. So no one will be sort of resting on their laurels or feeling too relaxed going into the time trials, even if only a few crews are to miss out.
University College Dublin ladies crew of Davila O'Brien, Emir Muldoon, Sarah Butler and Tara Phelan.
Very young crew, average age of just 19 years old. And both young in age and young in time together. Relatively new crew that came together after the Bucks Regatta. And
good. So we seem to have missed University of London. Imperial College, one of the colleges there at the University of London. University of London Boat Club, the umbrella organisation. So often people start at college and then move up to the UL crew. So the UL crew here then is Martha Bradley, Alice Cousins, Orla Mantle, and another of the Cassidy sisters. Here she is, Sophia Cassidy, in the stroke seat. So that's bib number 251. Another of the colleges at the University of London is University College London Boat Club, and they are racing under bib number 253. Nice zooties there, a bit different to what I remember from 30-40 years ago. This is Zoe Fern, Ella Mayle, Cecily O'Regan and Alice Sydenham. I'm loving the name of this boat, Los Angeles. So presumably here we have some really aspirational people racing under bib numbers 255. Another Dutch crew, this time from Triton, Laura van Rieswick, Maren Hilhorst, Lotte Tavernier and Anna Hin.
Yeah, quite a number of Dutch crews over here at Henley Women's, that powerhouse of rowing, the nation that was top of the Olympic medal tally for rowing last year.
Oh yes, of course, maybe that's why it's called the LA. Yep, beautiful.
So certainly there'll be a lot of young eyes with designs on the Los Angeles Olympics from the Netherlands.
Here we have the University Rowing Aberdeen crew racing under bib number 254. So all the way from Scotland, Ronya Asadi, Marion Kasky, Jemima Aspinall and Aileen Zhang. Aileen, I think in the stroke seat, she was a junior trialist in 2022 and she's done a few Henley Royals. Got a bit of expertise in this crew. In the 3-seat, somebody who was in the Coupe de la Jeunesse crew for GB against France last year, where they won a bronze medal. And she won the junior Coxed 4 here at the Henley Women's Regatta. And Bow competed for Scotland and is a previous finalist here at the Henley Women's Regatta. She rowed for her school, George Watson's.
You can see girls from Aberdeen leaving absolutely nothing out there on the course. Really putting their best foot forward in their bid to qualify in this event.
Yep. We've got Oxford Brookes at 256 and Birmingham, the University of Birmingham, at 257. So this Birmingham University crew is Amy Newenham, Maya Highland, Molly Marshall and Megan Gawley.
This crew are down a member, believe it or not. They've been racing the Coxtor this season.
Ooh.
And have lost their cocks or sacrificed their cocks and are enjoying the newly found speed as they've told us.
I was thinking, yes, I did it the other way around. I distinctly remember racing in a coxless for all year, and then our coach deciding we were going to do the coxed for here at Henley Women's, and thinking, whoa, why does it feel like that? So, Oxford Brookes 256, such a competitive university. This is the crew of Sophia McDavid, Grace Patterson, Molly Rippon, and Maria Cowing. Great posture there. Looking very determined, racing in the city of Oxford College Boat Club. Interesting.
This is one of the few events that Oxford Brookes are yet to put their name on. But
that's an interesting piece of information.
Yeah,
Right.
went through to the final, but in 2023 beaten by Imperial College, who had a row over in the semis and were a little bit fresher. So
Good luck to them. Got another Dutch crew here, and I'm sure they're going to want a completely different outcome. This is the crew from Niord, KSRV, the Students' Boat Club here of Louise Bush, Emma Botman, Charlotte Veldkamp, and Mika Crozen. Sorry, Mika Crozen, in the stroke seat, I believe. And again, neat-looking crew, very calm. Look completely unfazed by the booms there.
Surrey University on the screen there, crew 258. That's Nell Papworth, Alicia Rushworth, Caitlin Hall, and Amy Lavelle, who again looking very tidy indeed. Really good length and finishing off the stroke really well, which really important in these. You can get a really good sense of the water there. Just the slightly rolly conditions that just leave you a little bit out of sync and make life so much harder here on the Henley stretch.
Glasgow University Boat Club in front of us. This is the first time this club has been down to the Henley Women's Regatta, so welcome to Andrea Byrne, Naomi Maguire, Rhea Kirkwood and Sarah Brennan.
Yep, Andrea Byrne in the bow seat with the steers. She's also the club captain. And like I said, just making a bit of a call to her crew as they came off the island and possibly just looking to settle into that mid-race rhythm. Cardiff University there, 259. Tamsin Ford, Susanna Garbett, Isabel Fruin and Tabitha Tweedy. They first came together at the Bucks Regatta and raced the C final at Met. And for 3/4 of the crew, all but Susanna Garbett in the 2-seat, it is their final race with Cardiff University. So we'll certainly be looking to qualify through here and look every bit the chance too. Very, very aggressive around the front end and the rate up nicely. Good rhythm through the middle of the Henley stretch.
So here we have Edinburgh University Boat Club. We've seen them in other events. Here in the academic Coxless Fours, we've got Georgia Haynes, Saskia Henry Davies, Beatrix Fuchs and Carmen Colon. So they've certainly been very successful in the fours races at these regattas in previous years. This crew also looking pretty aggressive.
Yeah, 34.5, so certainly with the rate right up in this aspirational academic fours field.
Lovely drone footage there as the drone flies over the enclosure that we're in at the moment. So there's a spectators enclosure and there's also the competitors enclosure a bit further down. Going past the 3/4 mile now, crew number 263, which is from Manchester University Boat Club. Keisha Johnson, Amaris Basson, Sarah Sharkey and Catherine Gauchi. 3 of them who began rowing last academic year, so not a huge amount of experience in that.
First time on the Henley stretch as well. Certainly don't look it.
No, pretty good. So well done to their coaches, who are from the Boat Club's senior men's squad, Matthew Mace and Sean Flynn.
United Hospitals Boat Club there, number 265 in this Aspirational Academic 4. That's Isabel Edmead, Xanthi Clothier, Emily Barnes and Evelyn Hunter.
And again, we come back to the University of London, which is the umbrella organisation for medical schools and medical courses under the University of London and Imperial College. So they came together this spring, and they're coached by Grace Donkin, representing United Hospitals Boat Club.
There's certainly something to, they're all studying in a medical field, and we had the 4 engineers in one of the previous events, and there's certainly something to everyone sort of being on the same wavelength. I'm sure it makes the training a bit easier that they're all probably on similarly demanding schedules, and we'll be able to work around each other.
Here we have another Dutch crew. This is Protus Eritus, Floor Batius, Marlish van der Schwartz, Eva Schwaveling and Annabelle Beckers. So composite crew there.
Another one of our Dutch crews. Certainly been very, very prevalent. Certainly the largest of the international contingents here at Henley Women's Regatta. And taking the waters of the Henley Stretch in their stride. Close up there. The bow pair really locking into that mid-race rhythm.
Ooh, I can hear a squeak. That drives me mad when I'm coaching. Or rowing.
I know, Lizzie. We used to coach together.
So, crew number 266, Queen's University Belfast Ladies Boat Club. We've got a crew of Holly Bartlett, Alexandra Wigington, Alana Donoghue and Amelia McAleer.
So, Holly Bartlett in the bow, current women's vice-captain. And Alexandra Wigington in the 2-seat is next year's women's vice-captain. With Wigington and Donoghue both learning to row at that club just a couple of years ago.
On our screen now, crew number 267, who hail from the University of East Anglia.
It's Caitlin Fox, Carolyn White, Rebecca Testa and Beatrix Collett. The first time that the University of East Anglia Boat Club have sent a coxless crew to Henley Women's off the back of a lot of progress this year thanks to their coaches William Dawson-Jones and Doug Barrell, with steering being courtesy of Caitlin Fox in the bow seat, who is her first time at Henley Women's Regatta, very close to the booms on their bow side. I think she's just seen it though and corrected. It's also Rebecca in, so I got the seating order wrong, so Rebecca Testa in stroke seat, her first time at Henley Women's as well, and certainly putting a lot of energy into the rhythm of this coxless 4.
Quite distinctive zooties they have there. So for those of you who are tuning in and know nothing about rowing, it's very important to wear close-fitting clothing, otherwise your hands get stuck in your clothing at that bit there, what we call the finish, where the blade handle comes into the body. So tend to wear quite tight lycra, and it's known as a uni suit in the USA or a zootie in Australia. Not quite sure what they call it over here. Our final crew in the academic coxless 4s is from King's College London, and the crews Flavie Derville, Bethany Williamson, Isabel Cantwell and Alice Doyle.
Is the final of our coxless 4s, and moving on to the development coxed 4s, Lizzie.
Yes, they're going to race for the Frank v. Harry Cup in the development coxed 4. 45 entries, so by my reckoning this is the biggest entry of any of the events. Only 16 will qualify, and again 8 will be seeded. We're kicking off here with the Lee Rowing Club, so you can see the distinctive orange zooty that they have. The crew is Jennifer Sutherland, Charlotte Nigg, Meredith Giblin and Grace Lemon. The cox's name is Susanna Murray. So they're fresh from a recent win in the Band 1 Cox Fours at Reading Regatta recently. They also were in the Band 1 Women's Eights at Peterborough, where they joined forces with the other Lee crew that's racing in this event and won. Third off is number 271 Quinton Boat Club from the Thames Reach, the crew of Georgia Lowe, Tatiana Kinsler, Connie Smith and Anya Burt, who are coxed by William Phillips. And here we've got another group of medics, five medics from Imperial College, but rowing at the Quinton Boat Club.
Certainly don't envy having to train around placements in a hospital and as well as your studies. Certainly any study in the medical field is very, very demanding undertaking, and as is rowing. And having both of them together, certainly a challenge. However, a lot of the athletes that are in those more challenging fields of study or professions tend to also be very good with their time and very dedicated and very disciplined, and so there is a lot of overlap there with the skills needed to put together a successful crew, and they will need to have everything on their side there with so many crews trying to qualify here in the development Coxed Fours.
This is crew number 270. They hail from Cambridge, the City of Cambridge Rowing Club. The crew is Emma Roney, Unya Vayet-Kute, Iona Jardine and Clemence Legrand. Their cox is Isla Cartney. And 3 of this crew were part of the Head of the River crew that won the Women's Beginners Pennant this year in the 8th Head of the River.
Great shot there, showing us the sort of distance, the intervals.
Sorry, I'm looking at how beautiful
No,
the
I was as well.
is. So green, isn't it? It's amazing.
A couple hundred metres between the crews, 30 seconds. Sort of maybe just over 100 metres in these Cox Fours.
Crew number 273 is from the University of East Anglia. Madison Kay, Amy Harmer, Molly Knott and Isabel Lee. And they are being coxed by Laura. Well, hold on a second. Laura Bibby.
This crew raced a lot together over this season and won the Cox 4 trophy category at the Poplar Regatta, Bedford and the Star Regatta. So a crew that's used to enjoying a little bit of success in the Cox 4. And we'll see how they stack up here at Henley Women's Regatta. The B crew from Lee Rowing Club on the screen there. Beth Johnston, Imogen Gompitz, Sile Maguire Connolly and Rebecca Hall, coxed by Louis Baxter. And qualified last year in this category. But new bow and a new cox for 2025. Sheila and Imogen both learnt to row at Lee.
I'm not sure if they've gone through already, but we don't seem to have yet again seen Agecroft. Oh, here they are. Crew number 274. Here's Agecroft, Erin Mulderig, Lauren Barkley, Harmony Noy and Amber Bales. They're being coxed by Amy Picton. You can see she's lying down in the bows of the boat there. So we have 2 types of coxed fours, and generally for racing at this level they would be lying in the bows. Otherwise the cox would be at the other end of the boat, sitting up facing the crew and able to actually see what's going on. Lovely.
A little bit more aerodynamic.
There.
And gets the weight down a little bit lower in the boat. This crew formed just prior to the Met Regatta, so relatively new combination who, should they qualify, will probably get better and better with every race. The former scullers spent the summer adapting to sweep rowing, and most of them having learnt to row at Agecroft as juniors. Just have to watch out for that swan who is cutting it very close to the St Andrews University Boat Club.
Yep, Helen Black, Aileen Brechin, Layla McKinley and Isabel Raffelin, coxed by Taya Singh. They got to the semi-finals of this event last year, and they were knocked out by Edinburgh University, who went on to win. So this crew is definitely one to watch. Great to see them coming back for a second time. Two of them this year only started rowing in two only started rowing in September this year, so progressing rapidly, as they tend to do in Edinburgh. Really great system there.
Yeah, and Cox 4, it's a tough boat to row. It's very physical, it's very heavy, and really aggressive and attack the stroke, and that's exactly what that St Andrews University crew were doing.
Is this crew number 276, I think, City of Bristol, where we've got Naomi Birch, Melissa Bairstow, Anna Jenkins and Nicolian van Zwieten, coxed by Richard Summers.
Very international crew, that City of Bristol crew, an Australian and a South African in the boat. As we see Oxford Brooks combination there. Crew 279, I would presume. That is correct. Charlotte Crocker, Alice Dovey, Georgia Alexander and Rosie Giles. The cox is Abigail, I assume pronounced Batchy.
I presume so, yeah.
Very tidy looking Oxford Brooks crew.
Yeah,
very tidy
well
indeed.
drilled.
So the Cox 4 it's a very, very heavy boat. You need to pick up that weight with every single stroke, particularly here where you're racing into the stream, into the flow of the river. And it does take a lot of aggression and a lot of power to pick that boat up, pick that weight up every single stroke, and that really does seem to suit the rowing style of Oxford Brooks. Row with those fat blades that give a little bit less slip at the catch and pick things up better, so it suits the Cox 4 nicely.
Yes. Close up there of the St Andrew University Boat Club crew. Progressing their way down the course really nicely there. Water seems to have somewhat flattened out, although it still doesn't look very nice to me, but there we go. 280 is the crew from the University of York. Daisy Waters, Amelie Burdett, Katie Ford and Alexa McLaren. They are coxed by Callan Dixon. They've been in the crew for 2 weeks. There are twins in the boat, in the stroke seat and the two seat. And they're very proud of the fact that they've got a bucket rig here, which is what we call it when two people on one side.
Twins with different last names is interesting.
Oh, yes. Unless the crew's changed.
But, yeah, that bucket rig, mentioned it earlier, particularly if you've got a sculler in the boat or someone who's changed sides perhaps, or can be make things a little bit easier to get out around that rigger, and sometimes it just help with the steering as well. Makes the boat go a little bit straighter with the bucket rig. Vesta Rowing Club there with
yeah,
the
we haven't
traditional
mentioned
rig.
them yet, have we? Yeah, this is Jess Porter, Helena Slater, Daisy Mead and Honora Verdoni, and their cox is Tia Nasir. And you can see again she's sitting up there in the bows, having a good look at where she's going. Crew 281 is the Cantabrigian Rowing Club crew of Rose Jakeways, Dominica Siska, Alice Bastianelli and Hannah Bilbo, coxed by Isabel Nimmo. And we did have a crew from Vesta there. I'm not sure if we actually saw them, but for those supporters of Vesta Rowing Club, they were bib number 277. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I think we have mentioned them. So that was 277. 283 on the course now is the crew from Warwick. From Warwick Boat Club.
As we were talking about the bow loader versus stern loader with different locations of the cox, these girls didn't have access to a bow loaded boat when they entered this event. We're going to give it a crack anyway, and but missed out the final at Wallingford by a couple of seconds. So They've fought hard and racing a bow loader borrowed from Upper Thames. They've only rowed in a couple of times. Looking pretty comfortable in that boat, so see if that pays off for them.
So 282 is Bath University Boat Club, the crew of Sophia Grocock, Lara Toy, Poppy Harrison and Sophie Graham, coxed by Isabel Potts.
So we don't have a name, but the person who's filled out the commentary bio for us has told us that tomorrow, on the 21st, is her 21st birthday. I'm not 100% sure which member of the crew it is, but to whoever from the Bath University Boat Club crew, happy birthday for tomorrow. We hope you get to have a race on your birthday.
Yeah, that would be good. Prior to that, we were looking at the Warwick Boat Club crew, which is number 283, and we didn't mention them, but that was Alexandra Shepherd, Chloe Howes, Millie Jessup and April Geary, being coxed by Anne-Kristin Dobrinsky. And then 284, University of Plymouth Rowing Club, from down the south of the country.
Summer Spear, Mia Gibbs, Jess Allen, Erin Scurfield and the Cox, Amy Cornford. All 5 of them, Cox included, started rowing at university in the last couple of years. Erin Scurfield won a silver medal at Bucks in the beginner quad in her first year or second year rowing.
Here we have University of Surrey again. This is the crew of Lucy Fry, Emily Rice-Worley, Bella Cockwell and Lucy Agambar, coxed by Ella Collins. So University of Surrey, based in Guildford, very keen. And certainly have performed very strongly at the Bucks regattas. At 285, the University of Exeter, Natalia Asimota Lopez, Anna Grunewald, Meg Bailey and Saskia Dry. They're Cox, Phoebe Hall, and again we've got 2 of the people here who learnt to row at university. Certainly the growth in women's sport has been huge, but I think university sport is particularly responsible for that massive explosion in women's sport, producing a fun entry. Really great way to connect socially, and then also increasingly as a way of keeping students both occupied and at university, more and more funding from universities as they see the value of these university sport programs. So University of Birmingham, the crew of Amelia Goodfellow, Mia Rouse, Natasha Hymans and Ellie Harding, coxed by Henrietta Algard, bib number 287, recently won at Reading Regatta. Bow pair were novices at the beginning of this year, but making the A final in the pair at the Bucks Regatta just shows the quality of them, and certainly looking really good here to qualify through.
Yeah, certainly a final of a pairs race as novices is a very daunting prospect. You and I have taken out athletes in pairs for their first time who weren't novices, and it can be a bit daunting, can't it?
Indeed it can. So I think we have a second University of Plymouth crew here. Yes, we do. So 284 is University of Plymouth, and so is 288. The crew at 288 is Marjolyn Hewlett, Elizabeth Hudson, Phoebe Clark and Emily Warner, coxed by Mabley Jones.
289, Peterborough City Rowing Club. That's Gina Gould, Claire Widdowson, Eleanor Dean, Bianca Manganiello, which, apologies if I don't think quite got that right, coxed by Victoria Subster. So they're in a stern-loaded boat, Lizzie, as we were talking about before. So if you're unfamiliar, that is what they look like. Can be really good for, especially for newer coxswains, that it can be really hard to teach a new coxswain what they need to know about the rowing stroke if they have to spend the entire training session not looking at it.
Yes,
I would know both of my coxswains this year in the crews I coached were very novice, and in bow-loaded crews it's very difficult to have them run the warm-up and run the training session when they don't see. So the stern cox boat certainly has a great purpose in those less experienced crews. That swan's still hanging around just there at the end of the island, and it's making me very nervous, Lizzie.
Mate, if that's the only thing you get nervous about at Henley, on the Henley stretch, and you're doing quite well. I do also think that in a course like this, where it's the cox can be so instrumental in the success of the crew, particularly once we get to the side-by-side part of the racing. It's great if you are less experienced, or the crew is less experienced, to actually be able to see what's going on. So here we have crew number 291. This is a City of Oxford Rowing Club crew of Maria Valentina Antoniaccio Guedes, Sophie Twigger, Emir Conroy and Anna Bilson, coxed by Vasilina Charlandieveva. So this is the first time that the cox has been coxing here at Henley. And here we have the Edinburgh University crew with bib number 290. Scarlett Bureau, Danu Wyatt Quarks, Lucy Lucas and Lara Thompson, coxed by Theo Murphy. So always strong contestants of the development coxed for Edinburgh University. Have a number of novices coming through their programme, a really well organised, fun boat club, and have brought some great talent into the rowing sea.
Yeah.
Great to see them yet again appearing in this event this year.
Have been predicted as the favourite in this one by JRN.
Right, good stuff.
But have to qualify first.
Yes, that's true. One step at a time. 292 is Vesta Rowing Club. Isabel Mitchell, Samantha Hancock, Lucy Hatherell and Rebecca Alexander, coxed by Darcy Anam.
So novice crew, with the exception of Darcy Annan in the cox's seat, started rowing just under a year ago at Vesta through their Learn to Row program. But a lot of different athletic background in this crew, with triathlons, CrossFit, ballet, sailing. So the rough water won't phase this crew. And they want to give a big shout out to all their volunteer coaches for putting this boat together and getting them this far.
Looks as though we have Nottingham University in front of us here. The crew of Catherine Galbraith, Lola Ellis, Skye Townend and Georgie Jackson, coxed by Deborah Campbell Ritchie.
Another combination where with a few novices on board. Stroke, it's her first year rowing. Got bronze in the beginner eights at the Bucks Regatta this year.
Nice.
Three-seat another medical student and started rowing this year. Got a bronze in that same beginner eights event.
And following them down the course, Liverpool University Boat Club's crew of Phoebe Middleton, Emily Moorhead, Alicia Baxter and Lucy Blaze, coxed by Amy Hughes, bib number 294. .295. University Rowing, Aberdeen, Laura Stewart, Isla Spalding, Molly Anderson, Lauren Tribeck, and their cox is Heather Monaghan. A long trip.
Yeah, another one of our Irish crews over here, very well represented.
Yep, Scotland and Ireland and obviously Holland.
Yeah.
Always big entries here. 293, Nottingham University, we mentioned them before. Just see the head of the cox there.
Rowing in the Bare Necessity. What a good boat name.
I'm just going back over who we haven't mentioned. We did have a crew from the City of Oxford rowing in, crew number 291. Oh, there they are. And that's the crew of Maria Valentine. Oh, actually, no, we did mention their names, didn't we? Because you cannot forget a name like that. That's a very long name.
You just see possibly an overtake happening here. Coming
Ooh,
close to
yes.
it. Vesta, the Vesta B crew, 292, with designs on overtaking City of Oxford, 291. It's a little bit of a tough angle to get a read on it from, but it does look like through. So look to that Vesta B crew to find themselves up in the upper echelons of this event.
Yeah, it certainly looked quite neat and tidy, getting a really nice tap down there at the finish.
And that helps, doesn't it?
Well,
It's a
does
time
in
trial,
rolling water,
but
for
seeing another crew behind you, even in a time trial, meant to be sort of side by side, but it does help, gives you a little bit of a boost. Certainly makes the race feel a little bit shorter when you know you're doing well. You've got a good update there.
And the challenge now is for this crew to stay together, 291, not get 292, not get too excited having overtaken, and let this City of Oxford crew back through. But City of Oxford, certainly there, Cox doing a great job there, really encourage them to keep going, push hard. As we mentioned, there's 45 entries, so a long line of crews out here doing this time trial, and only 16 will qualify, so there's absolutely no point trying to predict it. You've just got to absolutely give it your best, have your best row, which doesn't always mean 100% effort, probably more like 95, 96, so that you keep some there for brain power. Stay smart.
Yeah, City of Bristol down this end of the course. Hannah Bahama, Emma Russell, Kimberly Richings, Louise O'Regan, Coxed by Ornlaith Luden Brown, part of City of Bristol's club squad. And for all but Kim Richings, it is their first time at Henley Women's Regatta. And after competing at Met, they tell us that they're ready to fully send it down the course, give it their best shot. And indeed they are.
Nice work.
And Resolute, American Shell.
Skipped a little bit here. That crew number 301 is from Swansea University Rowing Club, and the crew is Yune Charlton Harrison, Selena Jones, Neve Jones and Abigail Bradley. They are being coxed by Emily Rogers, completely novice crew which started training in October. This actual crew lineup was decided in April, and stroke 2 and bow seat are all ex-rugby players. Couldn't expect anything more really from Swansea.
Yeah.
A student-led and a student-coach team doing a great job there.
The Cox 4 should suit a bunch of ex-rugby players. A
100%.
heavy boat you've got to be aggressive with. You need to really need to race it from the outset and
100%.
really lay it all out there. And I'm sure crew of ex-rugby players will have no problem in doing that. As we look on at Cardiff University Rowing Club. Millie Rawls, Rosalia Moore, Lucy Mills and Ella Beswick Ella Beswick and the Cox, Lucy Billington.
Nice steady row coming from them too, in their lovely Empacker shell. Crew number 300 is from Oxford University, and the crew members are Julia Bellardo, Katharina Newman, Maria Behrens and Alice Easy. Their cox is Elena Hoyle. Looks like Alice Easy may be out and
Part of the Oxford,
is in.
part of the Oxford University development squad. Very tidy indeed there, this crew, and really good length in the front half of the stroke. Nice tidy rhythm. Not the highest in the rating, but certainly getting their money's worth in terms of length and time in the water.
Yeah, and I think if you're less experienced, it really pays dividends, doesn't it, to be slightly more cautious and really look for quality rowing.
It's all too easy to be banging up and down the slide, going for picking a rate, setting a target rate, and not really worrying about the boat speed, but taking the time to set up that length of the water, particularly in not perfect conditions. We want that stability from the length in the water. Very, very important here in these development fours.
And that was another example of that there. The University of Exeter Boat Club, that was their novice crew. Tamsin Wilson, Darcy Mays, Lucy Alsop and Carenza Riley. Coxed by Florence Temple, doing a great job there. Nice steady pace and quite accurate blade work. That was crew number 299. Here we have crew 304, which is from the University of York. The crew is Josephine Broomhead, Rosie Paget, Juliet Kendall and Kitty Wood, coxed by James McCall. They started rowing in November also. So you can see that crew there on the screen now, just going past the spectators enclosure, making their way down past where we are now in the commentators HQ, working our way then towards the competitors enclosure, which is where the boats go on the water, where they launch and also where they come off. The crew are racing these time trials over a distance of 1,400 metres in order to qualify for the side-by-side racing, which is held over 1,500 metres. Crew number 303 is from Jesus College, Oxford, and the crew is Madison Quigg, Lara McColm, Rachel Neeson and Victoria Wilkes, coxed by Esther Tan. They've had a fun Torpids and Eights campaign on the ISIS, making Div 1 in the Torpids and Div 2 in the Summer Eights. Both Madison in the bow seat and Rachel in the 3 seat just learnt to row this year. What a great year they're having, doing the Oxford College's races and then coming up to Henley Women's.
Yeah, so they'll certainly be enjoying their time out there. I want to say it's almost cooled off a little bit, Lizzie. We haven't had the sun quite come out, and it is just perfect temperature now. It's not too hot, it's definitely not too cold, and things really lovely day out here for the first day of Henley Women's.
Crew number 306 that you just saw on your screen, hailed from Curlew Rowing Club. A variety of experience here, people who've rowed from a year and people who've rowed all the way up to 6 years. The crew's Tiana Algar-Crossland, Maisie Hodgkinson, Lucy Horn and Emily Buckley, and they're being coxed by Zainab Ahmed.
On the screen now, the A crew, we saw the B crew earlier, the A crew from Oxford University. Part of their development squad, Rossi Weir, Catherine Stevenson, Louisa Cotsey, Florence Brooke and Cora Taylor, the coxswain, and like their B crew, really good length, but just a couple points higher in rate. Very, very impressive. The girls from Oxford there. Nice and, as we've been saying with the Cox 4, being nice and aggressive and look very poised at the finish as well. So if they've made it through, they look like they did it with a little bit extra in the tank there.
Hailing from Belfast, the Queen's University Ladies Boat Club crew of Annabeth Beattie, Jenna Reid, Cardia McCann and Felicity McConnell, coxed by John Hart. Well, look at this. Jenna in the 2 seat was part of the Irish sailing team before she went to university and took up rowing as a novice.
It's more crossover with sailing than you would think, wouldn't it? We've had a couple listed down here. And the Royal Regatta commentator and CEO of RA, Sarah Cook, sailor as well.
Yes, true. Very true.
Really aggressive with the rating there. This Cox 4.
We've somehow
35.
skipped race bid number 305. That was a crew from Trafford Rowing Club. So for those of you who are listening in, the crew is Olivia Bradley, Ellen Wallinger, Kate Stevenson and Rowan Perry. The cox is Catherine Bowden. And there they are on your screen, Trafford Rowing Club. Looks like it might be a composite there. That's interesting. Crew number 308. So St Hugh's Boat Club, the crew of Lily Harris, Nell Spanier, Rachel Brunkhorst and Sophia Howells. They're being coxed today by Sasha Frey. I really hesitate to say, I'm pretty sure it's Oxford, but clue might be in the boat.
Yes, St Hugh's College,
It is,
Oxford.
yeah, so great to see so many college crews here. College crews, university crews in these development fours. Great opportunity to come and experience all the joy of Henley racing this iconic course, even in a time trial. We have Oriel College as well, Merton College, and here 311, another crew from Queen's University Belfast, this time Georgia Donoghue, Kelsey Powell, Clara McNulty and Alana Shepherd, coxed by Michelle Taylor. All novices.
Very tidy indeed for an all-novice crew. Tidy around the front end. It's very, very impressive. A few of these girls have competed in the 8 at novice 8 at Bucks. .310, of course, there. That's Merton College Boat Club. Daisy Bressington, Cara Treacy. We've got Millie Starkey and Olivia Ward. Possibly a couple of substitutions in that boat, but the coxswain substituted as well. So a few changes in the Merton College Boat Club crew compared to what we've got in front of us. Another crew in the late stages of this time trial who well, they've spent a bit of time together and very tidy indeed and good amount of length. Most important, a heavy boat, you can't get there with rate alone, can you, Lizzie?
You certainly can't, so good to see them just planting that blade in the water and then really getting the legs on. Rowing quite cleanly and efficiently. .309 hails from Oriel College. The boat club members are Christine Rose de Freitas, Carolina Cortes Villaplana, Millie Gibson and Helena Barker, and the cox is Anushka Sahota. So a huge entry in our development coxed fours, hoping to race for the Frank v Harry Cup later on this afternoon. 45 entries, only 16 will qualify. Lovely zooties there for Oriel College. And you can find the results just a little later. It'll take a little while to compile the speed order and then decide which 16 go through and which get dropped, but they will be up on the website shortly, or if you're here on the grounds, it will be read live over the tannoy. Our penultimate crew is from Sheffield University, crew number 312. The crew of Sophia Williamson, Jess Partridge, Amber Dabill and Abigail Stretch. The cox is Rosie Turp. Another crew which hasn't given us anything in their bio, so we really would be very grateful. Any of you that you've heard us read your names out and not say anything about you, we'd love you, if you do qualify, to come back into the website and click on the link to fill in some bio details for us so that we can talk about you. Whilst we're in the umpires launch, a lot of the commentary at the regatta is done from the back of the launch, so we will come and have a chat with the spectators who are coming to support you in the launch. You can go down to the competitors enclosure. You'll get your coaches or parents to go down there if they want to register for tickets for the launch ride to follow your race. Limited number of tickets, but as I say, the commentators always love to have a chat with the parents and the supporters and find out a bit more about you.
Yeah, that'll be my first time doing that. I'm really looking forward to jumping on the launches and getting the lowdown on the cruise from all the spectators before calling the race. Something a little bit different and unique to Henley Women's Regatta.
Most certainly is. So our last crew on the water is the University of London. We've talked a lot about them, but this crew is Sophie Bussell, Vanessa Albasmere, Ella Kerwin and Matilda Bartlett. The Coxes Madeline Reeve, and they all began rowing this season again, coached by Tom Cross. So 45 entries going to be reduced down to 16. What an epic race.
Yes, certainly tough even just to qualify in many of these events, but looking forward to moving on to the racing this afternoon, Lizzie.
Yeah, so that's the precursor. You've got to get through that time trial and do the qualifying time so that we can, or position, so that we can then move you on to the side-by-side racing. Look forward to you joining us for the live stream, which will be coming up in, I think, very soon.
Hi everyone, my name's Alex Darby, or Mr. Uni Rowing, and it is my great pleasure to bring you the side-by-side commentary here at Henley Women's Regatta 2025. It's my pleasure to be joined by three-time Henley Women's Regatta winner Jenny Bates. Jenny, what have we got coming up?
We've got a really exciting afternoon of racing coming up. We've got the club 8s and 4s, the aspirational quads and singles, and the championship pairs and 8s.
Fantastic. And we have just both commented on the fact that we're expecting some really fair racing today. It's very warm out there, so no reason for anything except really exceptional racing, we reckon. So, I mean, you've raced here a lot. How did you find the first round?
Really exciting to be racing at Henley Women's Regatta. It's probably my favourite regatta that I've ever done, and you're always a bit nervous for that first race out the blocks, but as soon as you get going it's just a lot of fun. It's always fair, it's always, you feel very safe and good environment to be in, so I'm sure they're all really looking forward to this.
And you can see from those drone shots, it looks absolutely stunning out there, doesn't it? Yeah.
Absolutely. And it's also very good practice for a number of rowers who'll go on to race at the Henley Royal Regatta in a few weeks' time. And for others, it's the pinnacle of the year. So it's great to have a big range of athletes here today.
So anyone who's maybe not familiar with the course, but has heard of Henley Royal, we run the first 1,500 metres here, the exact same start. These pontoons that they're attached to, these stake boats they're attached to, are going to be the exact same stake boats that are going to be used at the Royal Regatta in a couple of weekends' time. Who's in this race then, Jenny?
So we've got Vesta Rowing Club versus Marlow Rowing Club A. Sorry, Vesta versus St Andrews Rowing Club. So St Andrews last came down south for Weehawr, where they won the medium club pennant. So they'll be looking for some more success today down in Henley.
Yeah, I mean that's a good result there, winning. I know we say it's medium club pennant, but there's so many good clubs at every different level. So winning any of the pennants at Women's Head is a great achievement.
For sure. What do you reckon they'll be thinking now, waiting to go off?
I remember one of the crews I was helping to coach back in 2011, one of the guys was really, really nervous. And usually what happens at the start is the starter will say, when you are ready, I will start you like this, and then drop the flag. And this guy took a stroke. So hopefully no one's as nervous as that person. But I think, these people have already gone down the course once today. Everyone had to qualify this morning. And so I think the initial nerves will be out, but then always this kind of enclosed, especially with the island there, you'll be able to test. It must feel really claustrophobic this first couple of 100 metres.
It does, for sure. And these athletes will be happy that they have a cox guiding them down the course and they won't have to think about steering themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this crew here, Vesta, they look really relaxed. I think just Six just looked like she was playing the piano or something there. And this is Vesta B, so presumably we've got Vesta C coming up, Vesta A as well. So they've qualified 3 into this Club 8 competition, so that's fantastic stuff. So these people have earned their seat in Vesta's, we presume second boat, we assume it's in order, so I feel like they probably feel like they're going pretty quick.
For sure, yeah.
And I think as well, if you're any of the clubs along that stretch there in Putney, you have to be quick because everyone, Thames are there, London are there, they're going fast, and you don't want to be sort of overshadowed by these clubs.
For sure, and often it's incredibly difficult to even make it into the boat because there's so much competition in these massive clubs.
Yeah.
And it's brilliant that they're here today and they've qualified, so looking forward to seeing what happens next.
I think there you can see on the shot almost like the heat haze. We can see how warm it is out there today. It must be one of the warmest days of the year, so and we're also pretty much in the hottest time of the day as well. So I'm sure these athletes have had coaches telling them make sure we stay hydrated, stay out the sun between the time trial and now. It's quite nice being one of these people down on the bank as well, just dipping your feet in and getting ready for some exciting races. And the races do come thick and fast. It's about 4 minutes between races here, so we're just waiting for the start of this one. Should have started maybe a couple of minutes ago, but maybe we just got a slight delay, maybe waiting for an umpire's launch or such. So what would be your your kind of approach here? Did you always want to be up by the end of the island, or did you just want to get your start in and then we go from there?
I think just focus on your race and your plan, and just eyes in, be aware of the opposition, but I think don't panic if you're not leading. It's a long enough course, there's 1500 metres of things that can change, but it does always give you a bit of quiet confidence if you do get out in front.
Yeah.
However, if you're behind, just not to panic and just walk through the other crew if you can.
Yeah, I think there's a comfort in being ahead. But then equally, there's a kind of a double thing. If you're behind, you have to just tell yourself, well, they've worked a bit too hard. We'll go get them in a couple of 100 metres.
Exactly.
So you can play it either way. Looks to me like Cruz is just at front, little taps there from the Vesta rower at bow seat. And then from above, we've got this beautiful drone seat. You can see the umpire's flags in the air. They've come down.
And off they go.
And away we go. So some fantastic shots from our camera team here and just wonderful drone footage. Looks to me like Vesta have already gotten about a canvas, so their first maybe 5 to 10 strokes just found a little bit more traction. But some crews maybe do get a little bit quicker start than others, like they really drilled it well. And then I think it comes down to sort of about 20 strokes in. That's when you start getting a real idea of a crew's speed, wouldn't you say, Jenny?
Yeah, absolutely. And this Vesta crew, there's a mix of returning and new athletes. The stroke seat, she's battled through many injuries this year to come back to stroke this crew, and it looks like she's doing a brilliant job. She's also studying she studied her master's in reproductive medicine. Oh
wow, okay. So all of these athletes here, being a club event, these are not university crews. These are typically going to be athletes that are fitting, they're rowing around their work commitments, maybe life commitments. And there's, I say, a huge amount of respect behind the phrase "I'm a rower," and these people have obviously put a good training block together because they've nearly got a length by the end of the island.
Yeah, impressive start from Vesta here.
Yeah, just saw Bow in the St Andrews boat. They're just having a quick look over the shoulder. They haven't lost contact yet, but what they're going to want to do now is just settle into their rhythm because they've still got overlap, and I think in an 8 it's so important to keep that overlap and then start working back into that lead. Like you can just kind of tell yourself, okay, they've got a real rocket start, but let's see how our race rhythm is. And it looks to me like Vesta aren't moving away any further, and it looks to me actually like St Andrews are coming back through them again.
It does.
So really, really good start to today's racing here. So like we said, this is Vesta B, got almost a length at the start, and then from our drone shot we just saw St Andrews were clawing their way back. And to me it looked like quite a visible move, yeah. So it's gone from basically bow ball to Cox, and I'd say the bow ball's now probably up about the five rower at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like St Andrews have a lot of momentum now, and looks like they could be making moves.
Yeah, and just where we are in the course at the moment, I'd say they're probably about a third of the way down, probably a little bit more than that, 2 minutes 22 in it. I think it's usually about 5.5 minutes you kind of allot for your 1500 metres here. So they've really started to close that gap as well. And they're actually quite close together, the blades in the middle there. I wonder if the umpire's going to ask them to just move apart a bit, because I'd say that 7 blade is very close to that 2 blade right now.
It is. Their puddles are almost overlapping. Can Vesta respond to this move from St Andrews?
Yeah, so it looks like both of these crews are in Felipe, slightly different models to each other. But, what St Andrews have done really well there is hold their nerve. I saw, again, Bow, we said earlier, took a little look, took another look, and has shouted something up to the crew.
Yeah, she's saying, we're still in it, girls, let's go.
Absolutely. And I think sometimes, you do just have to hold your nerve, because if a crew's gone away from you and you lose your nerve, then you've kind of handed them the race. But they've stayed in it. We're now 3 minutes 15 in. You can see our close-up of Vesta, some stunning shots there. But then the next race has just gone on to the start. So who's that then, Jenny?
We've got Marlow Rowing Club versus Vesta Rowing Club C.
So Marlow A against Vesta C. In our shot in the top left corner, we are still tracking Vesta B. 3 minutes 36 into that. We don't have St Andrew on the screen at the moment, but St Andrew had got it back to half a length. When we cut to our shots of the finish, we'll have a better idea of what's going on here. So we've kind of got a shot up the course. Very hard from this angle to say who is ahead, but I would say looking at this shot, it's not obvious who's ahead, so that means it's a real close race still going on. So 4 minutes in, about a minute and a half. Jenny, what do you reckon these crews need to do to make the difference in this last minute and a half here?
I think this will all come down to all the hard training they've done prior to this, and they'll just have to dig into that big engine that they've built throughout this season and really be tough as well, not to give in, just keep going, harder, stronger, longer, not to get rattled by the other crew or get in your head, just keep moving with the rest of the crew. And it looks like St Andrews are doing a great job here. Oh, and their blades are very close.
Yeah, and I think it looked to me like St Andrews just upped the rate a couple there, so that suggests to me that they hadn't quite gotten through, but it's really, really close. Both of these crews really, really striking at a high rate here. 4 minutes 45 in. In our other race, it looks like Vesta maybe slightly down on Marlow. Marlow on the right of your shot, Vesta on the left. But as we keep eyes on that top screen, do you think St Andrews have managed to get through? It's
Can
super
they hang on?
close.
It's bow ball to bow ball.
Absolutely, bow ball to bow ball. I think we have one more camera angle at the start. No, that was the last camera angle. I think it looked like the St Andrews Cox was clapping in the air, so I'm assuming St Andrews may well have done that, but very, very difficult for us to see. I would say, looking at it, I think they've done it as well. But that is one comeback from a length down. It's not a very long course at 1500.
What a way to kick off racing here at Henley Women's Regatta.
Absolutely, yeah. So St Andrew, fantastic stuff there. I think it looks like they got that. We'll have to just get a confirmation of it, but that would send them through to the quarter final. So well done, St Andrew Boat Club. So in this one we have got Marlow A nearer us. Seem to have put quite a good start in and had a reasonably commanding lead over Vesta C, but like we just said, to qualify 3 crews in here, that's 24 rowers and 3 coxes. That's some fantastic depth from Vesta. So on our screen at the moment, we've got a nice shot of the cox and stroke of Marlow's A crew. And 7 as well. So we're just kind of panning through the crew here. Now, looks to me like they've got the Peach system on. That's what those kind of cables are. Did you use the Peach system a lot?
We did use telemetry at Oxford Brookes a lot, and it's really useful bit of kit. You can look back at your race and see how your race profile was, see what your watts were, your curves and everything, and see how it matches up with each other. So it's good to see lots of clubs using that now.
And did you like the feedback of what's going on while you were racing?
Yeah, absolutely. It was quite useful to sort of pace myself within a race, and you sort of knew if you went out too hard because you could look down and look at your numbers.
Yeah.
But after a race, you kind of would forget what numbers you did. It was quite useful to look back on it and see how you paced it.
Okay, and then in the bottom right corner we can see so Thames Rowing Club have put in a really good start as well and have moved away from Oxford City, or maybe City of Oxford possibly. I'll have to see the blades again. Coming up here you can see the race we were following before. This is the second heat of the Club 8s featuring Marlow against Vesta C, and it is still Marlow in a reasonably commanding position there. You can just tell from this that this race isn't as close as the first one we could see, because the rate of striking from both crews is just down a bit. You don't have the signature kind of ramp up to the finish here.
Absolutely. In this Vesta boat, they've had success at Head of the Charles and Vet's Head, as well as the Heinekens. They've been all over the place this year, which is very cool to see.
Yeah, I think that racing on the continent is... I think I've never done it. Like, we've gone to training camps on the continent, but I think it's just a bit different, and also something to look forward to as well.
For sure. Yeah, Marlow looking in control here, but Vesta putting in a good fight.
Yeah, so we don't have much info specifics about the Marlow crew, but this crew featuring Natasha Stewart, Amy Wright, Madeline Wheeler, Ailish Dudley, Eve Turley, Araminta Evans, Laura Franek, Georgie Nissam, and the Cox Eve Myers look like they have quite comfortably taken their win there. So they go through the line. You can see that's our finish camera there. And then Vesta C should just come into shot in a moment. But you can see that was quite a comfortable win from Marlow. Good stuff there. And in fact, if you want to see a crew that is in absolute command of a race, it looks like this Thames crew here have really dropped their rate of striking, and they are very, very comfortable.
Rebecca in the 4 seat, she was a high performance coach and now is pursuing her own sporting goals. She's also an excellent runner and often likes to climb mountains in her free time.
Oh, nice. Yeah, always good to have those other interests going on. But yeah, really comfortable long. But there's still a lot of power in there.
There is, yeah.
Right, do you want to introduce this next race here? This is the last Club 8 heat for the moment.
Yeah, so here we have London versus Tideway Scullers. And this is London Rowing Club B. So this could be a good matchup.
I mean, it looks good at the moment,
Yeah.
doesn't it? Really close racing right here. So it's Tideway Scullers, who are based next to Chiswick Bridge on the Tideway, against, on the left, London Rowing Club's B crew. So they're based in Putney. And that's kind of the stretch a lot of people will row along there. You pretty much use Chiswick Bridge through to Putney Bridge. So these two crews probably cross each other very, very frequently on the Tideway, and at the moment it is very, very close, but I would say Tideway Scullers just had a slight lead, but not enough to think we're in command of this. This one is a race that's going to have to keep being raced out at least through the halfway.
For sure.
So you can see here the crews really, really in contention with each other. Both of these crews at this point will have gone through their start sequence and they will have settled down into race rhythm. So the question really is going to be who's got the better race rhythm in the middle here. And I think I just saw Pez in the middle there, who used to be at Birmingham, used to coach Pez a little bit there, but a really good athlete that graduated a couple of years ago and has sort of settled into London Rowing Club. And this is the kind of race where you just have to back the rest of your crew and go, look, because neither of these crews right now is fast. You just got to trust the rest of your crew. We're going to do what we do, and then we can just stay here, and we're going to have to beat them on the sprint at the end.
Thames looking really controlled going over the line now.
Yeah, so we assume there must have been, here's City of Oxford here. Must have been a big lead in the middle, and they felt comfortable enough to just bring the rate down. I think a lot of crews will, no matter who their opposition is, they'll probably do their first 2 minutes just as they want it to be, just execute it. But now we're 2 minutes 40 into this one and nothing has changed. Like, if you told me this is a replay of what just happened, I'd be like, fair enough. Maybe it looks like London have just got maybe a centimetre or two more boat speed a stroke, but it's not a lot.
It's incredible to have such close racing in the first round, isn't it?
Yeah, and these drone shots are just absolutely fabulous to give you an idea of what's going on. So, you know, these are wonderful shots as well. We can see the technique of the rowers so much more clearly here. But obviously you get the kind of parallax as the crews come through. But I'd say London have now moved out to maybe half of a canvas. So they've just had a little bit more boat speed through this last 60 seconds. But fantastic steering from both coxes. Like, they've just got absolutely fantastic lines down here. Because in a race as close as this, the least rudder use, the better, really, right?
Yeah, you want to keep it as still as possible. It looks like they'll be going into the last 500 metres or so now.
Yeah, so I think maybe even less. I think some of these heats earlier we saw were just finishing in kind of like 4:45. So these crews here probably have about 1 minute left to keep battling. So London had got themselves out to about half canvas, and you know, they're just going to have heads in, just keep working. Like the cox, as much as being a steers person, also has to be the narrator of the race, like what's going on. And if you've got a really good cox, like, you don't need to look yourself, like, you'll just trust what they're saying, and then we'll go from there. So cutting back to the start, you'll see not an 8 late blades, but some aspirational quads on there. And what's the first heat of that going to be?
Got Loughborough Students versus Cleasdale ARC. Sorry, Leicester Rowing Club versus Upper Thames Rowing Club.
Okay, so Leicester against Upper Thames is going to be our first one. Just looking at that close race in the top corner. So this is getting into its final stages. We're at like 4:45. So that means they're going to be getting close to the line here. So this is our final camera position. London took a lead about halfway of about a canvas. And we're going to see if they kept on with that momentum in the second half here. So as we watch it pan around, and there's that Thames crew that looks super comfortable just rowing the other way. But looks to me like I think London might have broken this open in the second half here, Jenny.
Yeah, I think they've managed to do the business in the final 100 or so metres.
And actually, that's a massive lead now at that finish line. So crossing that finish
It was
line
a lot
there,
closer halfway, wasn't
it was a lot. So it's ended up about a length, but it was really side to side for probably 4 minutes of that race.
Great racing.
But yeah, you can see, everyone had to work hard there. You know, that's definitely the kind of race that knows you're in a regatta now. So yeah, fantastic work there from London. And we cut to the quads, and unlike the last races we saw with eights, where there's someone whose job is purely steering and motivation, not to row. Once we get to these coxless boats, one of these athletes has had to take the responsibility of the steering. Now, it's often the bow person. That'll be the person lowest down in our shot at the moment, but it's not always that way here, because behind the start you do have a kind of it's kind of like a pole and then two poles where you can line them up, and if they stay in line, you know that you've got alignment down the course. So who was this again? This is
Leicester Rowing Club versus
Leicester.
Upper Thames.
Right, okay, and Upper Thames, of course, based right here, so they're probably very, very familiar with this. And it did look to me like they had a slightly more straight line off the start, whereas Leicester, who on the right of the shot, had a little bit of steering towards Upper Thames and then back again. And as we said just a moment ago, any steering you do here is placing something in the water, an angle to the water, and even though like the steering is useful, it does slow the boat down just slightly.
Leicester Rowing Club were the fastest non-qualifiers of last year's event, so they've done really well here to make it into the first round.
I think that's, in this regatta, probably the two worst places to be, like fastest non-qualifier and then probably loser in the final. That's probably the two worst. I mean, you've done fantastic to be in the final, but probably in terms of like disappointment level, I would say they're the toughest ones to take, absolutely.
For sure. So obviously we've had a recent standout sculling star in Lauren Henry from Leicester Rowing Club. We might be looking at some future stars in this aspirational quad.
Yeah, Lauren Henry, fantastic sculler. What do you like about what this Upper Thames on our left are doing at the moment?
I think they're looking nice and smooth and relaxed in their upper body and moving pretty well off together. They look calm and in control of the race. But they've kept the rate up quite high, so they're still racing it. But they're moving very smoothly together.
Yeah, so just having a quick look at this Upper Thames quad. So we've got, in here we've got Hannah Milnes, we've got Maurice Gurges, Charlotte Bishop and Claudia Adams. Hannah learnt to row at De Montfort in 2019. Maurice was at Hinksey and then later joined Exeter Uni. Claudia learnt to row at Maidenhead, moved to Ship Lake and then continued to row at Nottingham Rowing Club. And then Charlotte learnt to row at Pangbourne and then is going to Durham Uni next year. So some people that have raced at university events as well, and that's going to be like a really good experience in that boat. And I think they're using that to their advantage because they've got a good lead. And I know they're on home water as well, but they've taken a good control of that race.
And who do we have starting here?
So I believe that is Loughborough students against Clydesdale in our next race. Is that just what's gone off at the bottom?
That's what's about to cross the line now, but we have Sheffield University against DSR Protus Arets from the Netherlands. It's great to have lots of international competitors here at Henley Women's.
Yep.
The Dutch are quite often come to Henley Women's. It's really nice. It's quite good fun when they win because they sing a song from their club.
Yeah, and there's such massive traditions in Holland as well. Like if you've ever seen the really tatty and worn blazers, because it's like the blazer isn't owned by the rower, it's like the seat of the boat, and if you are like the stroke seat, you will get the stroke seat blazer, and I just think that's an amazing tradition. You know, it's just kind of that idea of we are just a custodian of this seat, and someone will have this seat before me and someone will have this seat again in the future, and I just think that's like a kind of a beautiful idea. At the top, we still got Leicester and Upper Thames. Upper Thames still moving quite nicely, look quite comfortable. Everyone's done a fantastic job of steering today. I don't think the umpires have been involved at all. There were some close blades in one of the eights races, but I don't think at any point they really had to move away. And even that Leicester crew in the top, they had a little wiggle at the start, but they've just really kind of settled in, and they're moving quite nicely in their lane, albeit behind Upper Thames, like a very, very experienced and classy Upper Thames, we've said. And you can just see them crossing the line in the next few seconds. So they've kept the work on. And
they've got a short journey home to
yeah,
their
very short
rowing club.
journey home.
Good job, Leicester, for getting through to this round.
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking at the screen, looks like Loughborough have had a little bit of steering. Like at the moment, they're going very, very diagonally across the course here.
I think they're being warmed by the
They are
umpire.
being warned, but I would say that like Clydesdale have quite a decent gap in front, so it's not going to be to Loughborough's benefit going across the course like this. But so this is Amelia Mack, Emily Swain. Now I am going to apologise. I always forget if it's Maya or Maya. Easy Mubanga, who has been on some start camp-esque stuff last couple of summers, and then Philippa Cleve. So that's Loughborough, and then let's see if we have any information about Clydesdale as well.
They've recently raised funds to refurbish their boat clubs. They've been training in their new boat club this season, which is great. It's a Stroke Seats first Henley Women's Regatta, which is exciting.
Yeah, and they're looking really comfortable. It looks like they've borrowed a boat from Edinburgh Uni for this, and there's some beautiful shots here of the ease and relaxation up in the shoulders. I think that's one of the things, if you're coaching maybe inexperienced athletes, not that saying they are, but teaching athletes to push hard but maintain a relaxation up in the shoulders. It's very easy to kind of think, I'm going to work very hard and put a lot of tension up in the shoulders, but that never really translates to good boat speed. So I like how loose they are, because you have to be really loose to be quickly connected in a quad.
For sure.
So you said you've been doing a bit of sculling more recently. Like, what are the main things that you focus on if you're trying to, like, say, for example, get a quad moving quick?
In a quad, I think about sort of getting off sharp off the front end and making sure you're just all moving together and then holding that force all the way through the stroke and not breaking the arms too early. So keeping those arms out straight for as long as possible, which actually I do think Clydesdale are doing pretty well in that shot there.
Yeah, and you've got like a mix here. You've had some Glasgow University Boat Club rowers, and then someone who's going to go race in the single at the Czech Championships in a couple of weeks. So some good talent in that Clydesdale crew, and they're going to proceed through quite comfortably to the next round in those aspirational quads. Just going off the start, we can see another good race. So Sheffield University against DSR Proteus Aretes is what we're expecting. Sheffield in their kind of black and yellow on the right, and then Proteus on the left have made the trip over from the Netherlands. I wonder how long they've been across. Do you think they've been here a few days getting some experience on the
I would have
course?
thought so. I reckon they'd have settled in a few days ago and had a bit of a practice run around the course.
So just turn our attention back to the top. It's still pretty much status quo at the top there. It looks like it's going to be quite a comfortable win for Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, but very well done to Loughborough students on qualifying in. And you know, maybe next year they'll be looking to go, okay, we've qualified in, now we want to go some rounds.
Yeah. We'll see Clydesdale in the next round.
So looking at our shot in the bottom right, wonderful drone shots again as these athletes go past the sort of spectators enclosure. It is the crew on the Berkshire station that is about half a length ahead. So Sheffield Uni are just ahead at the moment, and I believe is Ellie Weimer in that crew. Let's have a quick look. It is indeed. Now, she's been at Sheffield for quite a while. I think she's going to move over to sort of the Manchester area with her boyfriend. But she's basically, like she was saying, I've got one more hurrah at Sheffield when I saw her at like the regatta and stuff. And, you know, fair enough. Qualifying for Women's Henley, that definitely is one last hurrah. So well done to Ellie and the rest of her crew, Lucy, May and Freya. So, and, you know, incidentally, they only very recently got back the riggers for the boat they were using after the old ones got stolen right before Henley Women's last year. And they do train, like, yeah, so is it the Dam Flask, I think it is, that Sheffield train on. It's not very long, less than 2 kilometres long, but perfect for getting ready for this race here. And I think Sheffield have, started well, but this is a close race, and we'll have to see if the Dutch have that speed in the middle. Now, what do you feel about like the Dutch style of rowing? Like, I feel like it's quite leg dominant, where we have quite a hip dominant, I'd say. Not dominant, but I think emphasise the hip drive a lot in the UK, whereas I think in the Netherlands it's more of a leg drive.
Yeah, it's
heavy.
definitely a little bit shorter around the back end, but big long legs and then straight onto the next stroke. So there's pros and cons to both, but as long as they're all doing the same thing,
Yeah,
which looks
absolutely.
like they are.
What have we got going off in the bottom right then?
Got Cardiff University / Swansea University A versus Bath University.
And I think Bath looked pretty good in the time trial early on. And I think Bath do a lot of sculling as well. Now, I'm not sure if these are going to be members of the sort of PDA pathway or not, but Bath have been looking good, I think, this season, so they're going to be wanting to do well in this race. But it is quite close there between Bath and this kind of Cardiff-Swansea composite. Now, they're quite big rivals, Cardiff and Swansea, but it looks like they've kind of put that aside and gone, okay, let's just make a quick boat and see what we can do with it.
I think the Bath boat is a mixture of PDA athletes and Bath University Boat Club members.
Okay.
And they had a successful Bucks Regatta campaign together, so I think they've been in this quad quite a lot this season, and it's looking good. It's looking well polished.
So, looking at the top, it looks like it is indeed the Protas Aratus who have come through in the second half of this race. So I believe Sheffield were up in the first half of the race, but maybe they thought they would just get out and see if they can put pressure on the Dutch. But it looks like the Dutch have really moved through massively in the second half here, like maybe 4 lengths or so, but must have just had more speed in the middle of the race in the second half, and they just dealt with the fact that they were down off the start, and they've quite comfortably won that one.
They have. They're making the most of their trip over from the Netherlands.
Yeah, so that you can see there, the Dutch crew have taken quite a comfortable lead, and we'll probably just see Sheffield cross the line in a moment. There we go, there's the Sheffield quad. Well done for them for qualifying in today, so good work from Sheffield. I always like to see in events like this the British University crews doing well. I mean, obviously I'm biased being in charge of uni rowing, but it's just kind of how I feel. So a race like this between Bath and a Cardiff and Swansea composite again, this is the kind of thing that interests me. So it looks to me like you said, that Bath crew probably done quite a bit together, and they're moving quite nicely here.
Absolutely, and Balgar just having a little look around there, doing a great job with the steering.
So let's have a quick look. So I did notice that the composite crew was using the kind of Welsh blades. So it looks like 3 was in the 2024 Welsh Home International Regatta team. 2's also done Home International, and so has Stroke. So they definitely have done stuff together before, so that would be the reason that they've kind of made a composite. But at the moment you can see that Bath crew just moving quite strongly away. Maybe not quite as relaxed as some of the crews we saw earlier on, maybe a bit on the arms, but it's not hampered them at all. That they're moving still quite well together, and they've obviously had more boat speed in this first part of the race, like this first 4 minutes of the race here. So this is our Cardiff and Swansea composite here. So we've got Beth Weaver, Menna Sutton, Frances Kateriwa and Kira Delaney. And so that race is still going on, still has to be rowed out, and you know, it's kind of the cliche here, but anything can happen at Henley, so you do have to race everything to the line. But we do now have, we're back to some club 8s. It kind of alternates. We've had some 8s, back to quads, and then, sorry, to quads, now back to 8s. So who we got then?
Here we've got Upper Thames Rowing Club versus Cambridge 99.
Okay, so we'll definitely hear those shouts of come on 99s as we go through the spectator area. You can see they're just getting lined up. Crews are forward. So what will be happening here is the starter, who will be on the launch, will be just going or the umpire will be just going through the kind of protocols, and once that flag drops, those crews are free to go, and there they go. So we can see they're pretty much stroke for stroke at the moment. Stroke rates are identical. Both crews are taking strokes at exactly the same rate. But now the crew on the Buckinghamshire station, the 99s, have just taken the rate up ahead of that crew from Upper Thames, but Upper Thames just have a little bit more traction.
This Upper Thames crew placed third in the Club 8s at Met Regatta, so they'll be looking to do well throughout the Henley Women's.
Yeah, and that was, 3 weekends ago, I believe, so not long ago, so that is a real good indicator of boat speed. And it looks to me like Upper Thames may well get open water before the end of the island, so even though their rate of striking was a little bit lower, just found that efficiency through the water, and I think they have just about broken open water by the end of the island. And I think if you manage to do that, you know you're moving very, very nicely, and that gap is not getting any smaller as well. So Upper Thames looks like they're going to try and win this in the first couple of minutes of the race and just control that. And just, I didn't mention it at the time, but you saw Bath Uni quite comfortably up on the Cardiff and Swansea Uni composite, so well done to Bath Uni. I say they look quite good in the time trial, and they look good again in that race.
This Cambridge 99 boat, it's the first time that anyone in this boat has qualified for Henley Women's. And made it through the time trial,
okay.
so that's brilliant to see them in there side by side.
Yeah, excellent from them. Yeah, really, really good stuff. So that gap definitely has not gone any smaller. So Upper Thames really, really loose and relaxed coming through the spectator zone. Now, I don't know if they have a huge number of supporters here. It's obviously very close by. But a lot of these people are going to have to, balance their rowing alongside jobs, taking time off work. So, if you're here, absolutely. But maybe if you're just a club member, it's not as easy to get down to support until the weekend. So
they also had
we'll
a camp in Seville this year, which looks like they've got some good miles done there, and now their racing is showing off all their hard work.
I'll be honest, I've never been to Seville, but I do know
Me
it's
neither.
a beautiful place to row.
It does look lovely.
And lots of people do go there. So
It's a
clearly
popular
is
place,
a
and it's
very
going to
popular place.
host the World Championships in the next few years' time, I think, as well.
So, yeah, just from what I know about it, wonderful place to row. And you can see here, Upper Thames just really cruising. Like, good blade work, good synchronicity, nice sharp catches, really relaxed. Whoever's coaching this at the moment is probably feeling very, very proud at the moment of the fact that this crew has got off the start so well, executed it. Because there's always that kind of unknown. You get through the time trial, okay, how are these going to do it side by side? And it looks like these have taken to this race really, really well.
Sure.
So, Upper Thames looking very comfortable, about 3.5 minutes into here. I think as well as a rower, if you're in it to win it, you just kind of want to get through the rounds as easily as possible. I would have thought. I mean, you can comment on that much better than me.
Yeah,
but
there's a lot of back-to-back races throughout the weekend, so you want to get through and save your beans for the later races.
Yeah.
Fran in the stroke seat of the Upper Thames boat was an ex-Henley junior, so she's used to this stretch
very,
of the
very
river.
used to it. Henley just fantastic at producing top athletes.
Definitely. Here's Cambridge giving it their all.
And like you just said earlier, every single one of them, this is the first time they qualified in, so that's really, really well done, because sometimes it can be difficult to qualify in that first time, but, they can now come back in the future knowing this is what I got to do to get in, so if I at least do that, we should qualify again, and if I do more, I can probably even get a little bit further. So we just saw going off in the bottom right corner, so we mentioned earlier Vesta have 3 crews in, and this will be their A crew racing against Oriel Kensington, also in the Club 8s. So, what's the official name of this Club 8s? This is the Copus Cup, and sponsored by the Copus Partnership. So, that's what these athletes in the top left are competing for. Same with in the bottom right. So I would say Upper Thames look very, very comfortable in the top left. And then in the bottom right, it is once again the Buckinghamshire Station and Berkshire Station crews. Oriel Kensington on Buckinghamshire and Vesta A on Berkshire, and it's the Berkshire Station that's out in front at the moment. Now, I'm not sure if there are necessarily any patterns, but most of the winds have been coming from the Buckinghamshire Station. But it looks to me like it's going to be the Berkshire Station this time, because Vesta have moved out into a good position about, where are they? Coming up to the spectators enclosure. Now once again they have got the telemetry on. Jenny, just if anyone is not super familiar, like, so what are the kind of things that you're getting from that telemetry?
So you can see your power curve, which is really useful. So you get a nice shape of where you're putting your force down in the stroke. You can also see your watts, so the power output that you're producing each stroke, and then the clocks can see every stroke's watts and can see the average as well. So she'll be urging people on.
And as you know, would you be set a number of like these are the kind of watts we want, or does everyone kind of know like what their personal capabilities are and you kind of work to it?
Yeah, you kind of work towards your own personal capabilities. There might be a squad average that you're sort of aiming for, but the main thing is making sure the crew's moving together and that the power curves align. It's not necessarily, you know, who's putting the big watts is going to make the boat go faster. It's also if you can move in time with the rest of the crew.
Yeah, and of course, like if someone's putting in a huge number of watts but isn't in sync with everyone else, that's going to be a little bit disruptive as well. So I think, you know, we use a bit of that telemetry at Birmingham. But yeah, every coach is going to be slightly different in the things they're looking for, the specifics they're looking for. But like you say, it's kind of to get all your rowers to be doing similar things. Well, I suppose not even similar, to be getting them to do nearly identical things at identical times. But this is some really good racing here. So it is Vesta on the Berkshire Station that is just ahead, but Oriel Kensington. So again, these are two tideway-based clubs. So they may well have a kind of little feel for how quick each other is just from seeing each other out on the river.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure they'd have been keeping an eye out on each other.
And I don't know about you, but once you have kind of got opposition, you know, in this day and age, it's so easy to just like kind of search, like, what has this crew done? Mm-hmm. And you can kind of get a little bit down the rabbit hole in terms of, you know, we beat them and they beat them, but we beat crew C by more than they beat crew C by, and you just kind of like start reading into all this stuff. But at the end of the day, you just got to get on a race side by side.
Got to race the race you're in.
Exactly.
And often crews have changed throughout the seasons. They might have beat previous, you know, might beaten them at Met or here and there, but they might have had different athletes in it. So you just never know. And a lot can happen between the booms.
Absolutely, a lot can happen. Well, we hope nothing but clean racing happens, but definitely anything could happen. Now, on the start now, we see Curlew and Royal Chester just getting ready to start. Curlew appeared to have a bucket in the 2 and 3 seat, so that means two rowers are on the same side, like consecutively, and both of those crews are away now. So I'll be honest, I'm going to be a little bit biased, and I want Royal Chester to win, because in there, Finley, I've known Finley since she was a junior, because my old housemate was her coach at Birmingham Rowing Club. So it's always good to see Birmingham Rowing Club rowers going on to other things in their rowing journey. Now, Curlew actually don't just have a single bucket, they have a double bucket. So what are your feelings on buckets or double buckets in eights?
I've never personally used one, but I think they are pretty popular. It can help so that you're not in dirty water. Gives you a bit more room from athlete to athlete. Yeah,
so just crossing that line there, it was indeed Vesta who they had the lead, but they never really broke it open, so well done to Oriel Kensington for making that a race all the way to the line. That was 1,500 metres of racing. In the other race, we have Curlew against Royal Chester, like we said, and Royal Chester on the Buckinghamshire Station have themselves about 3/4 of a length lead. I believe that there is the quarter mile that they're getting through, so that's about 400 metres in. I wonder if that bike is intentionally trying to follow the race. It's very difficult to follow a race on the towpath here. I have no idea how Leander do it all year,
I know.
to be honest. It's not the smoothest path.
Yeah, even on a normal day, it's pretty difficult.
Yeah. So we can see here, Curlew have kept themselves in it. It's still about 3/4 of a length. So I'd say Rochester probably had the slightly quicker start, but once both crews have gone into their kind of big race rhythm, they're very, very matched. Very matched. So Royals on that far side of your shot, Curlew on the near side. I'd say it's still around 3/4 of a length, 2 minutes into this race. And you can see there, so Curlew just steering off the booms a little bit.
This Royal Chester boat was 72nd at Weehawken and was 2nd in the medium club pennant and 3rd in the challenge pennant.
Okay, and then did we say earlier, was it St Andrew that had won that pennant?
They
so
had,
they may
yeah.
be lining up for a race later on then.
Yeah, it'd be a close one.
Yeah, so this is heat number 7, the penultimate heat of Club 8s, as we say, featuring Curlew and Royal Chester. So we've had a lot of Tideway versus Tideway action here, but in this case, so Royal Chester are based up in the northwest, obviously in Chester, but it's kind of nearish to Liverpool if anyone's not exactly sure where Chester is, but a very nice stretch and it's like a little hotbed of rowing there as well. You get these little pockets of excellent rowing around the country, and I feel like Chester and I think Grosvenor are based there as well, so it's a good little stretch, and I think if you've got a few decent clubs in one place, it can really up the standard, because everyone's just trying to be a little quicker than everyone else, and then everyone's getting quicker in that regard.
For sure, and it's great to see at Henley Women's women coming together from around the country, and the little pockets of good rowing comes together from across the UK and across even from international places as well. So.
Absolutely. So it looks to me like Royal Chester doing a really good job of maintaining that lead. It's not a huge lead, but it does come thick and fast here, doesn't it? So we've got our final Club 8 race on there, and who does this feature?
This features Reading Rowing Club versus London Rowing Club A. Reading Rowing Club is where I learnt how to row, so be eager to see how they get on.
So in that top shot, 4 minutes in, it is still the Royals, Royal Chester, ahead. In the bottom right, we have London against Reading.
And Reading have recently had a new coaching team over the last 12 months with Nick Thomas and John O'Cheeseman. This crew placed 99th at Weehawken. So we have a lot of crews in this Club 8 that have placed in the top 100. So it's good to see.
That's strong stuff being in that top 100. I'm going to have a quick look at this London crew. So both of these crews have University of Birmingham alums. We have Emily Lavelle in the London boat, aka Legs. Like, she is one of the tallest girls I've ever met, and doing a fantastic job of going over to London, having graduated, and getting into these top boats and moving them well. And then Beth Anderson, who I coached to a semi-final in the Dev Fours a couple of years ago, is still here, racing now for Reading Rowing Club, and she was very happy to qualify earlier on, and they're showing a good account of themselves here. So neither of these clubs having a huge amount of travel to get here, but just in that top shot, Royals have quite comfortably gone through, so they are going to be into the quarterfinals, knocking out Curlew, and then we're just waiting to see who our final quarter finalist is going to be in this Club 8 competition. Now, touch wood, no dramas, but it looks like London A have come over with something to prove. So where are we? We are 2.5 minutes in. We're just between the sort of spectator area and the competitors area. You can just see crews there just walking their boats back to the trailers, but what we 1, 2, about 4 lengths already, and they definitely haven't took the foot off the gas yet. They are still going.
This is a dominant display from London. I think they'll be looking to try and go all the way in this event.
Yeah, I think London, I love London because we have so many alums there at the moment, including the head coach Stu Heat, but I think they were just tired of Thames being fast, and they went, we don't want this anymore.
No.
And you know, sometimes you got to have a bit of an antagonist to really up your game.
Absolutely.
And if they're next door as well,
they're urging each
Yeah.
other on, and London Rowing Club made the final of the Wargrave last year.
yeah, so they're going to definitely be wanting to make sure that their name is engraved on various trophies through this next couple of weeks. You can see here Reading. I was at Reading Regatta last weekend. I really like Reading Regatta. I think it's a really good event to get you ready for this. It's a 1500 metre race, so all the crews that competed there are going to feel like, okay, side by side, 1500 metres on the Thames. It's kind of going to get us ready for Henley women. So for me, it wasn't maybe such a surprise that Reading did qualify. I think, you know, their stretch of water suggests, you know, a kind of a setup where we can get ready for this. But it does look like London have come to play this year.
Absolutely. They look like they've taken the rate down now and are saving themselves for the next rounds. They've just
Yeah.
got to get across the line safely.
So maybe they were like, we're going to do our first 3 minutes like as a full kind of walkthrough, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, still looking very slick.
Yeah, very slick.
Nice blade work.
And you can just see them, like, we're just panning into them at the moment, and you can just see long and loose. So job done for today. Now, very exciting stuff. Now, I wonder, we're about to have maybe a boom clash. Ooh, they're just moving off. So on that Buckinghamshire station, that is Lee Rowing Club being forced across, but I think they would be well within their rights to say that we got pushed across here, because that other crew that's now dived across Glasgow Uni, Leeds, Nottingham, I'm not sure if there's a fourth crew in that composite, but it's really forced them over. Now, this is probably the most dramatic race we've seen so far. If I were Lee, I would move off my station just a tiny bit and just get a little bit off those boys. But the other crew has now made their way over to the far side, but I would say the heart rate is going to be up just a touch now between both of these crews, and it looks like the composite Glasgow Leeds crew are just kind of walking their way through. But I wonder if towards the end, if there is maybe a hand up in the air. I think Chris Anton looks like he's the umpire today. Chris Anton from Birmingham Rowing Club, but like, you know, an international caliber umpired at things like, I believe, like world, certainly European stuff. I wonder whether he has an opinion on whether there was unfair racing or whether. But Lee seems to have run the straighter line now, but it is that composite crew that's starting to walk away. So what are your thoughts at the moment then, Jenny, about this race here? Now Lee actually are making a bit of a steering change as well.
It is very difficult to steer on this course, and you can sometimes overcorrect yourself, so it is tricky. I've seen that the stroke seat's actually steering in the composite boat, and it looks like they are a mix of PDA athletes as well from various centres.
Yeah, so I mean that might be the reason why we have so many different crews in that. So many different clubs, because if we talk about how does rowing get set up in this country, so we obviously have clubs, there are universities, but you also have athletes on the thing called the PDA. It used to be called START, but like the Performance Development Academy, and so they'll be at different sites across the UK. Lee, again, just I'd say this time it's their own business being over by that the boom line, but these different athletes will train with British Rowing provided coaches, mostly doing singles work, but they'll come together for camps and do maybe some doubles and quads work, and maybe they've thought, well, these four might work as a quad. We'll see how they go to try and get them some better racing than just going in a single, for example. We got Lee on screen at the moment, so they've had a few near misses on that left hand blade of theirs, but they're still moving quite nicely together in this fifth heat of the aspirational quads, and they're trying to charge down and chase down the composite quad. So next race, I'll let Jenny introduce it, but I might get a bit more excited.
Yeah, next up we've got Birmingham University versus Collingwood College.
So that has just gone off the start. I assume Jamie Wilton, our head coach, is going to be in the launch following. there's pluses and minuses in being in that following launch. Like, you obviously get a beautiful view, but you're not allowed to say anything. So you have to just sit there quietly. And if your crew's winning, it's great. If they're not, you have to just slowly die with them, and quietly die.
I think
But
I'd find it difficult to keep my mouth shut.
yeah, it can be tricky. But looks to me like Birmingham have got off the blocks quick. They're good crew, this quad, and they've started really well. So Amelia Flaxman at bow is steering this boat, and you know, you could ask her anything. You could be like, okay, so if the wind is this strong and from this direction, what line are you going to take? Like, she has got it down. And she was in the Wycliffe crew that was in the semi-final of Diamond Jubilee last year, and the only reason they lost in the semi-final is because she was in the Wycliffe B crew and they lost to the Wycliffe A crew. So I think if they'd been in opposite semi-finals, they might well have made up the whole final.
And yeah, the sculling at Wycliffe is incredibly strong, isn't it?
So we've got in the top, that's our kind of PDA composite, who had a reasonably dramatic race, as did Lee, but it looks like we'll have to see if the hand goes up. But it may be deemed that the gap is big enough that it maybe didn't matter. So here we've got Birmingham on the right, and then on the left we've got Collingwood College.
So Collingwood College is a student-run club within Durham University, and it's the first time that they've sent a sculling boat to Henley Women's Regatta.
Oh, fantastic. So, because I would say college rowing is more associated with eights, really. So to have a quad in here and qualifying for the aspirational quads is good job. So we got Flax, Carrie, Nash and Ella as the Birmingham quad. They haven't broken it open though. They're sitting at about 3/4 of a length. So the Collingwood College crew is maintaining an overlap as we go through the middle part of this race. So in that Birmingham boat, two of the scullers are beginners, one from last year and one from a couple of years ago, so either in the second or third year, and then a bit more experience. So Carrie's one of our Landaf pipeline, so her older sister Erin has been our most decorated Bucks athlete ever and is just about to graduate. So we got another Meredith in, and she's going to be our women's captain for next year and currently is. So you know, she's going to want to put on a good performance here so that we got good things to talk about. But Collingwood have gone absolutely nowhere at the moment, and they are holding on to this Birmingham crew. So their boat named Spartacus there. As I say, just keeping overlap. Maybe it looks like Birmingham just put on a bit of a move there. So you can see Darcy Nash, who's actually our last women's captain, who then handed over to Carrie. On the shot at the moment, we've got Ella Oldland, and then back to Darcy and Carrie. So that's the Birmingham quad. Just trying to stay long and loose and relaxed. They just want to kind of work their way through the rounds. And then Collingwood, who've done really, really well in that first half, just maintain overlap. But we've seen some races recently where it kind of like broke open in the second half. So we'll have to see if that happens in the next race as well. Now, we have the next heat of the aspirational quads just lined up. Now, we train at Worcester, and actually Worcester Rowing Club, of course, also train at Worcester, and they're in this next race against Twickenham. So, Twickenham feature Emily O'Connor, another Birmingham alum, and I've got to say, I don't know if it's true, but if you look at the regatta poster from this year, I'm sure it's Emily O'Connor. It looks like her.
It does look like her, yeah.
So, what have we got about Worcester and Twickenham then?
Worcester, nothing. They didn't input anything on their spreadsheet.
Oh
but
dear. Okay, well at least I knew a little about Emily O'Connor. She was
Yeah.
in the same boat as Beth Anderson from the Reading boat we mentioned. We got to the semi-final a couple of years ago. She also went to USA with Erin, who I just mentioned, last year, and they picked up medals at USA. So I know that about Emily, and she's moved into the stroke seat more recently. I think she was quite happy to not have to steer, but that Twickenham crew getting a little bit close to the boom line. So it's amazing how coming off that buoy line, a lot of crews just kind of drift over to the island. I think if you can see that angle there, the island kind of moves away from the buoys, and I think people get drawn along the kind of the land line rather than following the buoy line. and that does catch a lot of crews out. So, you know, when people hit the booms, it's very often that very first bit.
For sure. And in this Twickenham boat, half the crew only learnt how to scull in the last 3 months.
Oh wow, okay.
So they're doing really well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they are neck and neck with Worcester. We see Birmingham cruising up to the line at the moment. Job done. So Birmingham will cross through about a length and a half ahead of Collingwood. So well done to Collingwood for qualifying a crew in there as well. Because like I say, often Durham, I would associate Durham College rowing with 8s along with Oxford and Cambridge. But they've done very well to be in such good contention for quite a long time. Right, it is Worcester on the right, and it is Twickenham A on the left, and this is very close. There's about a canvas in it. Twickenham have that canvas lead. That's, as I say, that's Emily O'Connor at stroke there. Like, she's very experienced and one of the best technical scullers I've seen for quite a while. So she definitely knows how to find the front end and move. And it looks like that Twickenham crew's just kind of making a bit of a move here, maybe to a length and a half over Worcester. So Twickenham aren't actually on the tideway, but they are on the non-tidal stretch. I think they're just the other side of Teddington Locks. I believe they're on the non-tidal part of the Thames, whereas Worcester train on the Severn, which is often very flat, except when it's flooded. I don't really know these Worcester athletes like that well, other than we see them on the water. But we have a nice close-up of Worcester, just moving quite nicely together. They're not out of this race at all. It was very close. So let's say we're 3 minutes in, you're in this position here. Jenny, let's say you're 3/4 of a length down. How would you, imagine you were making calls in here, like how would you make your crew find that distance?
I think I'd say we're still in it, on the legs, into, go. And just really get the legs down, really put the power on, and just really end yourself. I think you've got to make a move now, you've got to move through them, because I think you'll then have the sort of adrenaline of walking through them, that you'll be able to hold on. But you've got to move now. And it looks like they have put on a bit of a shift there, and then potentially closing the gap slightly on Twickenham.
And I think the cutthroat thing about this is that once you lose, you're done, aren't you? Like there is no point in saving anything. Like no one's doubling up here.
No.
It's win or go home.
Yeah, that's the brutality of this, isn't it? Side by side racing. It makes it unique. You don't get this many other places.
No, there's definitely a very different feel to this side by side racing to, for example, like a multi-lane. Now, who have we got here in the bottom right? Next heat off. So it's the final heat of the aspirational quads. So
we've got Thames Rowing Club versus Canterbridge Rowing Club A.
So Thames and Canterbridgian.
So Thames have the second of the club with the second biggest number of entries. So they have a lot of 8s out, and they've also got a quad as well, which is great to see. We've got Lucy Bird in this boat, an ex-Brooks girl.
And did you row with her at all?
Yes, we did. We rowed together in my first year. And now she's switched to sculling, which is nice to see. And they've got a slight lead at the moment.
Yeah, so talk about that switch from, because you've had to do it both ways, haven't you? So that switch from, say, sweep to sculling.
Yeah, I was sort of forced into switching from sweep to sculling when GB decided to get all sweepers to scull in single sculls. And I think actually there's quite a lot of crossover from rowing in an 8 to rowing in a single. I think if you can, it's good to be able to learn how to move a boat on your own and then bring it into moving with other people. So that was the winners of aspirational 4 times.
Yeah, so that was Twickenham actually got maybe 2 lengths out there in the end.
Yeah.
So it was very close for a lot of that race, but Twickenham had a very good second half just to take that win. So good stuff from them. We now are watching the final heat, so this will be the last quarter finalist, the last crew to earn a place in the quarterfinals is going to come between Thames and Cantabs, and at the moment it looks like Thames have, so we've cut into this is a good angle we've got here, so Thames going through now, or just unfortunately a little freeze on the shot. Commentators curse there, but Thames do have a nice lead here over Cantabs. So I believe Cantabs are based sort of over in East Anglia, and then Thames on the Tideway.
And this is in the Chairman's Trophy.
Right. So, what have we got coming up next then? So we've kind of done our Club 8s and our aspirational quads. What have we got to look forward to, Jenny?
Well, we've got the Championship Women's Pairs, kicking off with actually my best friends in the UK Armed Forces boat, Chelsea Armstrong. So
excellent.
Good to see how she goes.
Well, I'll let you do the most of the talking in that one then.
And it looks like Thames coming up to the finish line now. Looking nice and controlled.
Yes, that's good work from Thames, because in that Cantabs crew there's a good amount of experience here. So Sam at Bow learnt to row at Reading Rowing Club in 2018. This is her fourth Henley Women's race last year, reaching the quarterfinal. Lizzie learnt to row in California as a junior before being at Magdalen College in Cambridge. And then after 12 years of rowing, she finally decided to learn to scull. She'd previously been in aspirational 8s. Tatiana learnt to row at Queen's College, Cambridge. Fourth Henley Women's Row Regatta again, but the first one sculling. And then Amy learnt to row at UEA, sculling for a couple of years. And third Henley Women's Regatta. Reached the quarterfinal in this category with Sam last year. But Thames have, if you were going to ask me for a club that has lots of strength in depth, I would probably go to Thames first in terms of a name I'd put on the sheet. And I think it's just transpiring out there this way at the moment. So just going to look at the Thames crew. So Matilda Appleby, Lucy Bird, Sophie Lloyd-Williams and Kaylin Myberg. Or Myberg. But, yeah, some talent in that crew as well. Rode together at Weehawken, split into a quad. But a cheeky win in the B final at Met in a Coxless 4. But they've come over here to do some sculling. And they will take up the final place in the quarterfinals in the aspirational quads, as long as nothing dramatic happens in the last 30 seconds of this race.
Here we can see on the Berkshire station, UK Armed Forces, Chelsea Armstrong and Katie Brooks have got off to a very good start. They won the C final at Met Regatta a few weeks ago, and Chelsea has placed top 10 in Weehawken twice, as well as racing in the Remenham and the Town Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta. And Katie Brooks has represented England at Home Internationals Regatta, and she actually cycled to Paris to watch Pitbull a few weeks ago.
Oh, really?
So she'll be very fit from that.
Mr. Worldwide.
Mr. Worldwide, yeah.
Did she dress up though? A lot of my friends, I saw them dressed up as Pitbull.
I think they wore the bold caps, yeah.
Did they? Amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, they've put in a great start here, Chelsea and Katie Brooks. Chelsea rode at Tideway Scullers, Hartpury University and Oxford Brookes, and now she's finishing off her Masters at Portsmouth whilst being a reserve in the Soldiers.
Brilliant. Now, I think I have just read one of my favourite commentator bios here. So, this Warwick crew, they've been put together as the girls who have no time, so they might as well try it crew. And they've had a really wholesome time finding their love for rowing again. So that's Amy Miller and Lauren Kemp, who are medical students and auditors. So one is the other. And okay, they're not really in this race if we're quite honest, but, pairs, they're moving their pair very nicely. I just think the other pair, like you said, the calibre of athlete in there, sometimes it draws in your favour, sometimes it just isn't.
Yeah.
But I think, Warwick, I think have had some really good crews recently I've seen. I think it was maybe last season or something. There was a Warwick crew that was continually beating mine, and I don't mind because we got to get faster. But you know, it kind of made me sit up and notice that okay, Warwick are doing something again now, and here's two of their athletes that have qualified for championship pairs, and you know, championship pairs, that's no mean feat, right?
I know, it's very impressive stuff. This UK Armed Forces crew making it look very nice indeed. They'll be very happy with this. I think Chelsea Armstrong showing that she has strong legs as well as strong arms, because they're absolutely sending it.
Yeah, big send.
Big send.
Now, our next race is Derby Rowing Club and Maidstone Invicta. So, they're just on the start here. Have you done much pairs racing?
I haven't, no, it's the event I've definitely rowed the least. So I think it's quite challenging actually. I think, you know, sometimes it's a bit easier to row a single because you can kind of row the way you want, whereas in a pair, it's you very much have to match up with your pairs partner.
I absolutely love putting my squad into pairs. So my squad don't scull as much. I mean, they could, but I just love putting them into pairs. But I think after a couple of sessions, you're just absolutely fine. You kind of just get into the rhythm of things. But the one thing that I haven't had my pairs do is do a start here where it's this enclosed. Like if you do a start on a 6 lane, okay, you might be a couple of degrees off. It's fine. But here, you'd need that precision.
Definitely. You know, I was speaking to Chelsea and Katie before, and they said they were just really happy to be back at this regatta. They both actually had 2 years out of rowing and kept fit in other ways, but have now got back into the sport and are just really happy to be back at their favourite regatta at Henley Women's.
Yeah, it's a fantastic regatta, and you know, in a way, celebration of women's sport. And we have, you know, women's events at the Royal as well, more and more, which I think is fantastic. But this is also a brilliant event, and it detracts absolutely nothing from the Royal. So having both is brilliant, I think.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a great showcase of women's rowing.
Now, do you think that's the lowest rate we've seen of any boat so far?
I think it is, yeah. I think Chelsea, you know, would have used her experience of rowing at Brooks. They do that a lot, you know, save their energy for the other rounds. So she'll be controlling the rate there and just letting Katie know that they're okay, just save their energy. I think they must be at, what, 18, 19?
Yeah, maybe even lower.
Maybe even lower,
you know, but yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I bet their split isn't actually that low, you know, because they're high quality athletes.
Yeah, they're still getting a lot
just ticking along.
Lot of work under the water, but nice and calm.
Yeah, so you can just see them just cruising up to the line now. I mean, I don't even know if they'll stop at the end. They might just carry on a few strokes, spin around, and go back to the landing
their
stage.
cool down.
Because I think, it would be nice to just. I mean, we're quite lucky we're inside here, but just to get out of the heat. You know, get your boat back on the rack, get out the heat. You know, probably pour a bottle of water over your head or something like that.
Yeah.
Nice thing to do on a day like today. So that was. I mean, we're in race 30. I mean, on the side-by-side start on 14, but this racing is absolutely flying by today.
It is. So we had a little bit of a break there. There was no race for that one. But the next race coming up, good job Chelsea and Katie. Next race coming up is Derby Rowing Club and Maidstone.
Yeah, so Derby Rowing Club on the right here with the kind of distinctive stripes around their midriff. They've really stepped up, I think, in the last 2-3 years. I think one of their coaches won one of the various British Rowing Awards for one of the coaches of the year. I can't remember if it's East Midlands Coach of the Year or Young Upcoming Coach of the Year or something, but there's definitely something happening at Derby Rowing Club which is good. And so that's Derby Rowing Club on our near side, just going off the start. Same with Maidstone Invicta, just going off as well. And it looks like Derby have already got a canvas, so maybe a little bit more together in these first 10 to 15 strokes of the race.
And this Berkshire station, they look a little bit close to the boys, but hopefully they'll be alright. I think they've made a bit of a correction there. It can be very difficult to steer a pair because it's completely dependent on who's, you have to control the foot plate based on who's putting work down on the water.
And the advice I always give my athletes when they go in a pair, like a lot of people think that it's bow that steers, and maybe in a more literal way bow is steering, but the way to make a pair work is actually stroke needs to watch the end of the boat, like that tip in the water, and if it fishtails a lot, that's when you know that the power isn't synced up very well. Or if it kicks to the right and then it kicks to the left and then it goes middle, you know, one of you's ahead of the other. So the best thing is for the person at stroke to try and balance out what the other person's doing. Almost let bow row their natural stroke, and then you have to adjust very slightly if you've got to get the work on maybe slightly earlier or later, or if it's already fine, because the less twitchy the end of your boat is, the smoother it's going to go and the faster you're going to go. So those are the little tricks to steering a pair. It looks like Maidstone are maybe going to have to make a steering correction there. Now the good thing is you can actually change the direction of a pair very, very quickly, so that's a plus. But like ideally you wouldn't really want to, and to me it looks like Derby Rowing Club have just really settled in wonderfully here, and they're doing a fantastic job of just cruising away. And if they have any supporters on at the moment, you know, they're going to be loving life. You know,
absolutely,
good position to be in.
Putting a great lead there. Seems like so far the pairs racing has been a little bit more spread out than some of our eights and quads.
Yeah, and I think pairs often are going to have quite a big range because there's literally two of you, and if it's not quite in sync, the boat's just not going to sing for you. But yeah, you can see here that's Maidstone on screen at the moment. Let's see if we have any info here. So if we just quickly talk about Derby, so like I said, they've been on the up. It's Lucy Stokes and Martha Nutkins, and Martha is the club captain. She's been captain through a great couple of years, including winning British Rowing Club of the Year and individually winning Volunteer of the Year for British Rowing. Lucy has raced before in the Princess Grace at Henley Royal and has rowed for England at Home International. So that's Derby, who are cruising this heat at the moment. Yeah, looking long and relaxed. Good stuff from Derby there. And have you got anything about Maidstone and Victor?
Maidstone. Not at the moment, but it looks like that crew and head will be thinking about the next few rounds, getting themselves across the line safely, thinking about their recovery strategies coming up. I'm sure there'll be maybe some ice buckets involved or cool towels or...
Do you know what? Today is the kind of day where that ice bucket challenge, I'd be like, well, I'll just do it, you know.
Yeah, I would. So this Maidstone crew, this Warwick crew, they're medical students and auditors, and they typically don't have...
Oh, no, wait, so you were right the first time. Maidstone and Victor, yeah.
They typically don't have much spare time, and so, yeah, they've used what spare time they have to get this pair going.
So yeah, this Maidstone and Victor crew looks like it's Millie Howarth, Charlotte Burrows. They've returned to Maidstone after uni and have been training in the pair together. Had raced at Wallingford earlier in the year. So yeah, you can just see that race still going on at the moment, Maidstone and Victor. What have we got? We've got one more champ pair race to come, featuring Warwick and Strathclyde Park and University Rowing Aberdeen. That's what's left to go off at the moment, and they're just on the stake boats at the moment. There may be a bit of a gap, so just the way the timetable has worked, most of our races have been at 4-minute intervals, but these couple of races have been at an 8-minute interval because it says no race, but I think basically it means there were maybe fewer entries than originally anticipated. And so in that case, what they do is, rather than shuffling everything up, they put these little gaps in, and they can help to make up time if you require it later on. And just looking at Maidstone, they're, I think, struggling a little bit with their steering at the moment, just going a little bit sideways. But the Derby crew at the moment, just long and loose and relaxed, so they're just looking quite comfortable. So they'll just be surveying what's happening in front. Maidstone's still working very hard, to fair play to the girls, like they haven't given in. They're still working quite hard through here. But sometimes, like in a pair, it only takes one person to have gotten on the catch just a little bit quicker for a couple of strokes, and it can really kick the nose round. So, we had UK Armed Forces win the last heat. It looks like Derby are quite comfortable at the moment, and they will join them in the next round. And then, as I say, we're just awaiting the start of Warwick Boat Club against Strathclyde Park, which is due to start fairly soonish, maybe 3 minutes. Sometimes, though, what happens is the umpire will ask if both crews are happy to start maybe a couple of minutes early. So you never know, they might not have to wait till 12 past, but you can see this Derby crew looking really good. Like we say, it's one of the it's the club captain, and they've been going from strength to strength there in the East Midlands. So there you go, just crossing the line there, Derby Rowing Club, well done to them. They will take their place in the next round of the championship pairs, which is known as the Redgrave Challenge Vase, and that is actually sponsored by Sir Steve and Lady Anne Redgrave. So a very nice trophy to get your hands on, I think, at the end.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think Maidstone there might have just been saying, well done. Yeah, we may have taken a little circuitous route there, but well done to the winners. So, next race, Warwick Boat Club B. So we had Warwick Boat Club A earlier, and then a B crew in here, and then we also have Strathclyde Park and University Rowing Aberdeen. Now, Aberdeen isn't particularly close to Strathclyde, which is by Glasgow, so I wonder how much time these two have had together. Hopefully quite a bit, but it may well have involved maybe a bit of driving and travel for them.
So they used to row together as juniors before heading to separate universities. Zoe at Yale and Maisie at Aberdeen.
Well, can't get a lot further apart than Yale and Aberdeen. I mean, you can if you want to, but that's a pretty big gap.
It is, but they actually went to the Junior Worlds together in 2022 in the 4.
Okay, so they're probably quite familiar with each other then, I would guess,
yeah.
from what we've just heard there.
Pretty happy to be reunited at Henley Women's. So here they are off the start.
Yeah, so that composite crew are on the Buckinghamshire station, which is to the left of shot, and they are being pinched. Right, I want to see what happens here, because the composite crew are being pinched across by Warwick, and Warwick have to get out of their water, and they are, but it's whether that is going to push the composite crew into the danger of the booms that happen just off the island. But Warwick are going to have an issue as well. If they have overcorrected and they cross that buoy line you can see to the right, then they're going to have the issue with the booms. And that blade has crossed, and the red buoys say that those booms are getting here soon. So could this be our first bit of drama? Oh, that was a big harsh stroke, and they've gotten back into the middle. But yeah, this is the most dramatic part of the race, the start here, and Warwick again just struggling a little bit with their line. Again, just an overcorrection. But yeah, I think if I was in that University Rowing Aberdeen / Strathclyde boat, I'd be quite happy to have got myself a couple of lengths here.
Yeah. They hopefully will be looking to get across to their side of the river now. They almost hit the boys on the far side.
Yeah, so
that composite looking nice and slick.
yeah, I'm just looking URA, so that's going to be University Rowing Aberdeen in the bow seat, and then I assume that that's going to make it Strathclyde Parks all in one, that kind of light blue in the stroke seat. I can just see Warwick again just struggling a bit, and I think actually a bow has had to just try and sort it out, so bit unfortunate there for Warwick. So that's Suzanne Albon and Alana Byrne. They're new to the pair. They've only been doing it for 3 months, and they're here in championship pairs. So, that's not an easy place to be.
We were just saying how tricky it is to steer a pair, but they'll get themselves clear of the booms and back into some rowing. But it looks like this composite have had a clean start and are able to probably relax now and take the rate down a little bit and just get themselves safely across the line.
Yeah, and I think if I was either Maisie or Zoe, I'd be quite happy that we can just relax and chill and save a bit of energy. Just row it out. But yeah, I mean, like you said, went to Junior Worlds in 2022 in a Coxless 4. Yeah, I bet they're just very happy rowing together.
Yeah, I think they're very happy to be reunited. Now they have probably quite a long time to enjoy this race, so more time the better.
Yeah, I think, all you can do is control your race, control what you're doing, and you can't control what the opposition are doing, and so as long as you've done your start, and they did, then take what you're given. And if it happens to be a crew that isn't as quick as you, then you say thank you very much and you go to the next round, right?
Absolutely. Looking nice and long strokes there through the water. Nicely synced up.
Yeah, and I think if you've gone to row over in the States, I think one of the big focuses is just power. Power. Like the physicality of the rowing they have over there, I think I would probably say is unmatched. It doesn't always win, but I would say just the raw physicality is something that they really, hold in high regard.
Yeah, and I'm sure she'd have learnt a lot from rowing in Yale, maybe in the 8 or 4 over there. Being able to bring it and transfer it over into a small boat, which is really good to see.
Yeah, and then talking of small boats, our drone is taking us back to the start. Like, these are beautiful shots, absolutely stunning shots. Here, you can see why crews from all around the world want to come and race here in Henley, because just the way it is, like, it's obviously a course that we've set up, but it's almost like so natural, and it's just dropped in to this stunning bit of the country. And especially on regatta weekend, like the noise and the proximity of it all must be unreal. Because even if you race in an Olympic final, the fans are not just there; they're back and they're in a grandstand, and they're maybe just on that last bit. Where here, like, from the start line to the finish line, there is nowhere where there is not noise coming from.
People shouting at you from all directions, from the boats, from the river banks. You've got people there who are probably more there for the social side, who are still creating noise, and you feel like they're shouting for you, even if they're not. It's just an amazing event to be part of. Within rowing, we don't get much opportunity to race in front of big crowds, so Henley is the place to do it.
Yeah, so this crew just chilling out front, just cruising, loving life. At what point they think, okay, let's think about what we're doing tomorrow. I don't know if they've seen the draw and who they'd be up against. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't. But for the moment, just absolutely enjoying life out in the sunshine here in Henley. And just, as I say, I'd be quite happy if that was my first round. Like, it's nice to be in close races, but at least one of them's going to happen. So I think it's nice to just get a comfortable one out of the way.
Saving themselves for some close racing later on. Yeah.
Right, so shall we do a little bit of intro for the next event?
Absolutely. So next up is the aspirational single sculls. So this is the Bernard and Pauline Churcher Cup. So who have we got first on this Berkshire side?
So on the Berkshire side, we have King's School Ely, Holly Burke, who has been rowing for 11 years. She learnt to row at the Cognac Yacht Rowing Club in France at the age of 11, and then moved to King's School Ely after 4 years. She has won a silver at USA in the quad in 2023 at the University of Nottingham, and was part of the University of Nottingham Island Challenge Cup 8 at Henley Royal both in 23 and 24. And I think actually in 24 they got pre-qualified for the island as well. And won Met Regatta in the Student Women's 8s in 2023. coming 5th overall and then 9th overall in 2024. So, yeah, very, very good sculler there, Holly Burke. And do we have some information about the Hartbury sculler?
So this is Matilda Hudson Hulls. So she's from Hartbury University and College Boat Club. They've got a great setup over in Gloucester. It's also part of the Performance Development Academy, but they've got some really strong college programs set up, and it'd be good to see how she does in her single.
Yeah, Hartbury over there on the Gloucester Sharpness Canal, like they have been producing good athletes for a number of years now as well, like themselves and Wycliffe. I think that helps as well. Like I'm not saying they always work off of each other, but like we mentioned earlier, having more than one good club in an area has its benefits.
Definitely.
So we can see the flag has dropped and the 2 singles are away. So singles typically a little bit easier to steer because you have control of both sides of the boat here. But both these scullers have just made their way off. Looks like the Buckinghamshire Station, so the Hartbury University and College, just out in front. Matilda Hudson Hulls, just half a length already. But the thing with singles, you can get the speed up or down much quicker. It's not like an 8 where the average speed is kind of where it is. Like singles, you can have such a quick turn of pace on occasion.
Yep, you absolutely can. And things can, hopefully won't go wrong here, but things can go wrong fairly quickly in a single as well. So lots can change, lot can happen.
Yeah, one of the most, it's a few years old now, but one of the most watched videos on Uni Rowing a few years ago was, I think it was Derby, I believe, but it was a single sculler who's capsized it here. 103,000 views I have. And I have to just say, it was not her fault. She was sculling along. She was down in this race, but some launch wash went the other way, and it's one of those things where I think she basically went to take the stroke, but the water wasn't there anymore, and the boat just tipped just far enough, and it's gone on in. So anything can happen in a singles race, and especially anything can happen in a singles race here. But obviously, like we're not wishing for anything like that to happen, but like you say, anything can happen here. But we're just looking for some good, honest racing, and I guess in a way, singles racing is the most honest racing of them all.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's just you and your boat, and you can't hide. And it's been so recently the GB trialling system, they've made all senior athletes trial in a single, and I think that's because they want to see how fast you can move a boat on your own, not just with another person. So if you're a sweeper or a sculler, you do have to learn how to row a single well.
Because I think that previously you were allowed to trial in a pair, right?
Yeah.
It still had to be a smallish boat, but yeah, like you say, now everyone has to show that you can do it in a single.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that probably has maybe slightly changed the kind of optimal physiology of rowers, because when I was at uni, for example, they're looking for people who are like 6'10" and big and strong, because they just want someone pulling a 550. But I think it's changed now. They're looking for people maybe more between sort of 6'4" to 6'6", not quite as heavy, more watts per kilo, maybe a little bit more athletic and dynamic.
Yeah, I think like the biggest things at the moment, especially for women's rowing, is athleticism and being able to move the boat, being technical. So it doesn't matter how tall you are. For example, Lauren Henry, she's not massive, she's on the smaller side, and it shows that it doesn't matter how tall you are, if you can learn how to move well and get fit and strong, then you're going to be pretty good.
And I think we've probably all heard the story, at least at some point, of Helen Glover like being slightly up on her tiptoes or whatever, because she was going to be
pairs of socks.
because she was going to be just under the threshold. But obviously if that had happened, they said no, then that's an Olympian that's won us gold medals.
They reconsidered me through the same testing because I
Okay.
was the same height as her.
Oh,
And
okay.
they thought, well, if Helen was good, then
Yeah.
we'll look at other people who are the same height.
which I think is fair enough, because I understand the kind of idea of, okay, it's just a bit easier if we just pick from this. But, you know, there's going to be a couple of people on the fringes who could actually make it, you know.
For sure, yeah.
I think we're quite lucky in this country as well that, you know, we have so many different avenues to get rowers fast. You know, there are some phenomenal junior coaches and junior programs. There are some phenomenal schools that, you know, create athletes that literally American unis want. We've got clubs that can churn out athletes. We've got universities that can take good athletes and make them better. And then, you know, and we've still got like a thriving master scene now. I'm not saying that they're going to be in the Olympics or whatever, but like here, rowing is such a life sport. Like you don't have to just sort of stop at the age of 20 just because you didn't make it into an international team. You can keep cracking on. But I think, you know, because we have so many avenues of how to get people good, one of the challenges maybe for the national squads is like, okay, we've got so many people to look at. Like, how are we going to get the right ones, as it were?
Yeah. Absolutely.
So we're into our next race here then. Maddie Shaw, NCRA, is one of them, and then St Andrews Uni. I'm going to actually have to look up the first name, unless you beat me to it, Jenny. So who is H. Marshall? Who is that actual?
We've got Hansine Marshall.
Of course. No, she raced at Bucks. She was absolutely
Yeah.
wicked.
Oh,
I think
she
was
won
a
the beginner
beginner.
single
She
at Bucks.
absolutely smashed it. Yeah.
She's one to watch.
Yeah.
So she only started in September as a sports scholar at the University of St Andrews, but it was clear that she had some standout talent. She's also a strong beach sprinter, and within that she broke the beach sprint testing. She broke the GB record for the 1K on the ergo in a time of 3 minutes 15 seconds.
Wow. Yeah. No, I remember her from Bucks. She absolutely killed it. And
She
it was
also
so impressive.
won the senior category at the Olympic Pathway Regatta alongside her win in the beginner singles at Bucks. And she got gold in the beginner double and bronze in the beginner quad. So
Yeah, she had a fantastic regatta.
she's having
Yeah.
a brilliant season, isn't she?
Yeah, she did. And then Maddie Shaw, I believe, used to be at Loughborough and has been doing some of that pathway stuff. She was on a camp I was on a couple of years ago, but yeah, like Nottingham's a really good place to row as well. If you're not going to row on the tide road, Nottingham's definitely somewhere you could consider. You know, you've got like Notts Union, NCRA, Nottingham Rowing Club. There's some really good stuff you've seen there. Now, on the top of your shot, it's the winner came from the Buckinghamshire station. So that was Hartbury beating King's School Ely. So that was Miss Hudson Hulls. Takes her place in the quarterfinal of the aspirational single. But yeah, we're going to look and see, does Hansine Marshall have a control of this race? And I would say for sure at the moment.
Does indeed.
And for a beginner as well, so in terms of how we define beginners at university level, this is someone that's only started the sport after June the 1st of last year. So, and most of them haven't started after June the 1st. They normally start in September. But obviously a super talented athlete in terms of like those numbers you said earlier. Was it 3:15 for a 1K? I mean,
Yeah.
that's phenomenally powerful. That's like 1:37 and a half.
Yeah.
And so I think if you've got someone that's that talented from a sort of physicality standpoint, like then you just have to teach them to row. And in this case, like Maddie's no slouch herself, like qualified in here well, but yeah, Hansine has just absolutely moved away. So we got these good shots here of Maddie just pushing a single away here. I mean, I believe she stepped up again the last couple of years, and you know, I think she'll be maybe disappointed to be not more in this race. But sometimes, like we said, luck of the draw. You just get put up against someone that is just phenomenally quick.
Yeah. And Hansine really keeping the rate quite low, but look very powerfully pushing through the water there, having a little look around, little steering correction.
Yeah, and you can see like it's maybe not as slick as some of the sculls we'll see today, but once the blades are in, like the commitment to moving the boat, like that's the reason that she's won those medals at Bucks Regatta, and that's the reason she's like out in front here as well.
Yeah, she's used to winning, isn't she? So
Yeah. Right, so aspirational single, next heat. Now, one of the big names in sculling in the UK is Reading University. Reading University feature in this race against Bournemouth University. Now, I believe Bournemouth have basically turned their whole club into sculling, which is something that Reading did 10 years ago.
yeah.
So it was a decade since they did that. And I think Bournemouth have made that change as well. They don't do sweep. So this is a race between two institutions that pretty much only do sculling. And it's a very, very close race here. Very, very close race off the start. So you can see the Reading sculler on our shot at the moment. So she would be crew 134. So that is Isabel Burridge. And then on the other side, for Bournemouth University, crew number 144, that is Naomi Davis, who's
So-
in second year, yeah?
She's a second year at Bournemouth Arts University, but she rows with Bournemouth University Boat Club because the Arts University doesn't have a sports programme. And in the summer, she actually rows in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia, where her parents live and work. So that's good fun to be able to go to Malaysia in the summer, isn't it?
Yeah.
And she's coached by Jonathan Carr-Brown, the head of rowing at BUBC.
Yeah, he's quite a famous name, to be fair. And you can just see Hansine there. I don't think she took the power down at all in that race. The rain might have come down, but the work never did. There are certain people that just refuse to take light strokes, aren't there?
Yeah.
And I'd say Hansine looks like she's one of them. So looking forward to what she can do in the next couple of years in terms of her rowing. But, you know, she's had a fantastic first year rowing, and it's still going because she's gone through.
Yeah, excellent.
So it's still very close between Reading and Bournemouth, just about half a length. So Reading are in the lead, but Naomi Davis is certainly not allowing the Reading sculler to get away.
I wonder if these two have raced each other so far this season, potentially at Bucks Regatta or Met or something like that.
Quite possibly. And at the very least, even if you haven't directly raced, you can usually find out, because they might end up in different finals, for example, at Bucks Regatta, but you can kind of compare, like, okay, I was in this C final, they were in that D final, or I was in the B final, they were in the A final. But this is really close, this racing here.
It's very close.
I believe, is that a Canford Stealth that I see up against the Hudson? It might well be. I think that's a Canford School Stealth. Unbelievable. Stealth were pretty big in the early 2000s, but my calendar says it's no longer there. So, well done. Well done, Stealth. Hanging in there.
I think Reading might have opened up a little bit of a lead now.
Yeah. So Isabel Burridge. I'm sure I recognise that name from Bucks, maybe from crew boats or whatever. I'm sure I recognise that name. So someone who's pretty used to getting out in that single and racing.
So lining up on the start now, we've got Vesta Rowing Club and Star Club.
Vesta and Star. I think this is the first Star Club crew I've noticed. I did see a 4 out earlier, but from the side by side, this is the first Star Club. Star Club based in Bedford. So let's have a look. Do we have any information about these athletes? So crew 143. Georgina Pepper, we just have that she is from Star Club. And then for Vesta, Isabel Maxwell. Also, we just know who they row for. So, what's going on in this race then between Reading, Uni and Bournemouth? Has anyone took a commanding lead here, Jenny?
It's still looking pretty close. I think Reading slightly ahead, but Bournemouth definitely still in it. You can see their coaches, potentially friends and family sat in the launch watching. They'll be enjoying this one. Eager to see who crosses the line first. But from this angle, it's quite hard to tell. I do think Reading are still slightly ahead, but Bournemouth still very much in it.
Yeah, I think Reading are ahead. Bournemouth are still in it. But like we said earlier, anything can happen here. So if Bournemouth just decide to absolutely go ham, there's definitely a chance here.
Definitely, you can turn things around quite quickly in a single, so it's definitely not over till it's over. It's also a much longer race in a single than in an 8. So they're over 6 minutes and haven't finished yet. But she has got a bit of clear water now, so I think she will be crossing the line safely into the next round of the Bernard and Pauline Churcher Cup.
Yeah, it looks like just having a look over her shoulder. There's the finish line. Goes through.
And that was our first, I think, Reading University Boat Club sculler of the regatta as well. Lots more of them to come though.
No, I'm sure. I am sure there'll be plenty more to come. And putting that top straight back on, covering up those shoulders, getting them out of the sun. I think shoulder burn is definitely something that people would want to avoid on a day like today. So one more heat to come in this first block of aspirational singles. And I believe we've got it on shot at the moment. So like we said, we didn't have much in terms of background, but we know it's Vesta against Star Club.
So we've had a lot of Vesta Rowing Club athletes racing so far. This is the first of the first single sculler that we've seen. It's getting lined up now. It can be pretty nerve-wracking in a single. You have no one else to really talk to. So it's all sort of about controlling your own race and controlling your own thoughts and emotions.
And I think the first couple of strokes you take can really establish like what's going to happen. You know, if you get a first 2, 3, 4, 5 clean strokes in, you're really set up for like, okay, that's good. Whereas if you make a couple of mistakes in there, sometimes you can just tighten up a bit more than you need to. You just got to get relaxed, loose, and off of the line. So you can see here, just a quick look over the shoulder, the Vesta sculler. So that is Isabel Maxwell, just having a quick look. And that's who's on the right-hand side of the shot. And then Georgina Pepper of Star Club. Now, when they square up, it's easy to tell who Star Club is because they've got the stars on the back of the spoons. But yeah, that's Star Club on the left of your shot, and it's Vesta on the right-hand side of the shot. So like we said, singles probably like the purest form of racing you can get. It is just you and someone else in the other boat. So, you know, you can't blame anyone else if it goes badly, but equally you can't blame anyone else if it goes well. It was all you. So
and particularly
that's the challenge.
Henley Women's, it's a bit like a boxing match. It's just you v one other.
Yeah.
And you just got to keep punching away.
Umpire's definitely been on the flag, and it looks like it's asking the Vesta sculler to move more across to the Berkshire bank, the Berkshire station. And I'd say the Vesta sculler's got a little bit of a lead, but still needs to heed that warning. There are some umpires who are maybe a bit laissez-faire and just quite happy to let racing go. Others are a bit more like, no, I want you on your side, and you have to just work to who's in charge, really. So as long as it looks like you are responding to a command, then that's typically what they're looking for from you. So looking long and relaxed here, Ms. Maxwell. So Isabel Maxwell there, you can see on the shot. Other scull at the moment, or just temporarily, was behind the launch that follows. So they're really beautiful, those launches that follow along, if you ever get a chance to go on one. But when you're in there, you have to just kind of sit quietly and spectate. It's not like a football match where you can cheer and holler or anything like that. So you do get a wonderful view, but you have to just kind of sit quietly. And there's not an unlimited number of people that are allowed in the launch. You're usually allowed maybe 2 or 3. You get 1 free space, but you can buy a couple more. And as you can see, the launch just kind of cut through the shot. If the people on the near side, they're generally, the people on the near side are associated with the rowers that's on this side, and then the same for the far side. So often it might be a parent if it's a junior crew, or maybe a coach. maybe it's not a parent, because I think that sometimes there's too many parents who want to get in the boat. Maybe in singles you'd let a parent go in, but I think if you had a junior 8, there'd probably be a bit of a, oh, how come they get to go on kind of thing. So I think sometimes the coach just kind of goes, no, the coach will go in here, and that's it.
Absolutely. I couldn't let my mum go in the launch on my races because I know she'd talk too much.
Was she always on the bank though?
She'd always be on the bank. You could hear her shouting in the live stream and running along the bank with a pink handbag. Here we have Vesta Rowing Club, looking very smooth and in control. But Georgina Pepper, still working hard. It's not over till it's over.
Now, if she ever became a doctor, she'd become my favourite athlete, because I, as a teacher, was telling my year 10s, I was like, the year 11s have written me a lot of thank you cards, but they have not bought me a lot of Dr. Pepper. So, as a gift, next year I'm expecting you to bring me Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Peppers, yeah.
I was like, I also accept chocolate. One kid bought me some noodles once. But yeah, Dr. Pepper.
That would be pretty great if she became Dr. Pepper.
Yeah. I mean, look, other drinks are available. If we were on the BBC, we'd probably have to mention that.
Yeah.
But,
We're not sponsored by Dr. Pepper.
Mm-hmm. So, who's that on there? That is the Star Club athlete, isn't it? So that is
Georgina Pepper.
Georgina Pepper, working hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fantastic to qualify and get through to this round. Lots of entries this year, so good work.
And I think as well, I'm not saying these people have necessarily always put themselves forward, because coaches pick crews, but to be willing to be like, yeah, okay, I'm in a single, but I'm going to go for this. Because I think training in a single can be a little bit lonely on occasion.
Here we have the Oxford Derby of Oxford University versus Oxford Brookes. So we've got our 8s kicking back up again in the Championship Women's 8s. This is the Ron Needs Cup, sponsored by Celt Bray.
And Championship 8s. I was over at the board earlier, just taking a photo of who's racing who, and it was pointed out that it is stacked. Every first, any one of these first round races, you think, well, okay, if that was a final, you'd be like, fair enough. But this is the first round.
I think because this year, with the introduction of the bridge at Henley Royal Regatta, you've now got athletes here who are going to go on to compete in the bridge, the Wargrave and the Island. So you've actually potentially got 2 or 3 boats from quite a lot of different clubs. And this is the Oxford Brookes boat, who will be going on to hopefully compete in the bridge. And this is Oxford University, who I assume might be doing the Island. I think this is their development boat. And some of them were in the Oxford Blue boat in 2025, including Sarah, Tessa, another Sarah and Lily. And then Amelia, Hermione, Catherine and Sierra were in the second boat.
And what can you tell us about the Brookes
crew? Brookes A crew, you've got 2 returning winners from the Remenham Challenge Cup from last year at Henley Royal Regatta, and they also won the Champ 8s last year at Henley Royal Regatta. And then the rest are a mixture of winners of the Island Challenge Cup at Henley, and then a few newcomers as well. So actually looks like quite a close race at the moment. It's also coxed by B Argyle, who also coxed the Remenham to win last year.
So there's 19, what you're saying, is there's 18 phenomenal athletes on the track right now.
This is a really exciting race, all from the Wallingford stretch. So they'd have seen each other out there on the water. They'd have actually raced each other in fixtures earlier on in the year before the boat race. Yeah,
and Catherine King, I think, was at Cambridge before, who's in the Oxford boat. She's been doing a lot of high-level racing at university championships, and this is one heck of a race.
And Olivia Hill in the stroke seat of the Brookes boat, she stroked the under-23 women's 8 to gold, along with Brianna Sumpter, who's also in who's in the 5 seat, and then Grace Richards was in the 4 that won gold at under 23 Worlds in Canada as well. So
Yeah.
lots of pedigree in this boat.
And this is one of the races of the day. Like this is an absolute slugfest, isn't it? Like you said, like the
Absolutely.
singles like a boxing match, but
Yeah.
like this is like a boxing match, like to the power of 9, right? So it's just everyone is just absolutely going to be hammering this along. And I don't know if the Brooks boat would have telemetry on it. I think they typically
will,
do, so
yeah.
that they're going to know their outputs and. There might be a point where it's like, okay, I'm hitting my watts, but we're not up here. I'm just
Yeah.
going to have to
Doesn't
put
matter,
a few
you have
more
to try
down,
and
right?
win, yeah. And this Oxford Brooks boat they've won the Championship 8's Henley Women's Regatta for the last 2 years. So they'll be looking to, try and retain that title, but Oxford are giving them a good challenge. So
And we appreciate that Oxford may not have won the boat race, but when you make the blue boat, you are in theory the best athletes at Oxford Uni. That's kind of the idea behind it. So, like we said, if this was a final, you'd be okay. Well, this is like the blue boat of Oxford against Brooks, who have won Champ 8s. Like that is a quality competition.
yeah, and we've also got in the bottom end of our screen, we've got Thames Rowing Club B versus Oxford Brooks B. So this again could be a very close matchup.
Yeah, and even though these are B crews, like in the vast majority of clubs around the country, these would be the A crews. So the fact that they're B crews doesn't mean much in terms of like their speed being slow. Like that's going to be one heck of a race. So this crew at the top, who, like you said, probably have rowed together maybe more frequently than the Oxford boat have. For a race that was really close at the start, there's been a big change in the second half here.
They've managed to get a lead by
Yeah,
But,
open water
yeah,
lead. I
open
would
water
say
lead, yeah.
maybe close to 2 lengths,
Close
maybe
to
1
2
3/4.
yeah.
And yeah,
So
so
they'll be really pleased to get through to next round. But
Yeah.
good job Oxford, because that was brilliant racing, especially in the first
Yeah,
kilometre.
yeah.
It was great. And it looks like Thames B are leading Brooks B.
yeah, so Thames B, Brooks B, these are going to be rapid crews as well.
And there'd have been a lot of competition between these boats and their A boats, just to try and get into these boats is always tricky. You've got, the C boat underneath you pushing you on, and then you've got the A boat above you that you're trying to get into, and it's all just
Yeah.
very competitive to even get into the boat.
And it looks like from this B boat, 4 of them won in the academic 8s last year, and Aggie won the island as well. So
She did, yeah. She also won the junior women's 8s at the World Championships 2 years
wow,
ago.
okay.
So a strong selection of athletes here. And then this Thames boat, I assume this will be their Wargrave boat heading into the Royal Regatta in a few weeks' time. But they've been doing very well on the domestic scene recently.
yeah, second at Met, 2nd, 6th, and 19th at Weehore are different members of here. Some of them won Champ Coxless 4s at Wallingford. Several boat race, Blondie and lightweight boat race winners, 7 wins in total, and 3 of them made the semi-final Avril Velicott Cup last year. And multiple fours head wins, including the Wargrave in 2024 as well, Rachel Heap. So again, another 18 phenomenal athletes in 2 boats. So we've just had 2 heats, or we're in the second heat of Champ 8s, and they've both been featuring phenomenal athletes.
Yeah, and this so that you've got sort of one of the best university rowing clubs in the world on the left, and then one of the best rowing clubs in the world on the right.
Yeah.
And the difference is, the students, they'll be studying, they'll probably have part-time jobs, and they'll be rowing, and then also the Thames rowers will be managing their rowing around their full-time jobs, most likely in London. So they often have to train really early before work, and then quite late into the night as well.
Yeah, and I bet that 5 a.m. on the river or 5 a.m. at the boathouse, it'll feel a lot better at this time of year than it is in the winter, but you've got to do that winter grind or you don't get to be in these positions here.
Exactly. So both have very busy schedules, but both manage to fit in some really hard training.
Yeah, and just going off, so we got Leander against Mercantile. So Mercantile from Australia against Leander Club B. That's just gone off at the start. At the moment, we're just watching. It looks to me like Thames by about just open more, maybe a length and an eighth. It's not really a real thing, but I think Thames have just took that one over Brooks B. But another solid performance in the second heat. And so in the third heat, like we said, it's Mercantile who are on the right of the shot against Leander Club B on the left of the shot.
Yeah. So this Leander club have been training really hard in. So we've got Durham University versus Thames Rowing Club.
Now this is for most of them the first time at Henley Women's. Now I remember Mercantile often come and do the Royal, particularly on the men's side, but I don't particularly remember them on the women's side. But yeah, they're here. Oh, my apologies. So that is going to come up. So it's Thames against Durham we've got here as well. So that's another massive race that's going to be featured here. So Heat 3, Thames versus Durham. You can see that up on the top left. So the race I was talking about is just firing off in the bottom right-hand corner at the moment, Leander against Mercantile. So that is indeed on the track. But if we talk a little bit about Thames and Durham. Now, Durham have been going great guns up in the northeast recently. And so, against Thames A are going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, amongst this group, you've actually got 11 red boxers on board.
Wow.
5 out of 9 who've won the Wargrave together in 2024, and 4 out of 9 who won the Wargrave in 2023. You've also got a 2 times Olympian with Chloe Brew, and Darla at Stroke is a 3 times Henley Royal Regatta winner. So lots of pedigree in this boat. You can expect these athletes to be competing in the inaugural Bridge Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta, and on the far side the Durham boat will be going for the Island Challenge Cup. You've got a glimpse of some of the top university rowing and club rowing again, going side by side. And this boat from Thames have been very successful so far. They've won both the Saturday and the Sunday of Met. And they'll be looking to get another win here at Henley Women's.
Yeah, and Durham 5th at Met on the Sunday, 5th at Bucks Regatta in the Champ 8s. 4 of the crew have been unbeaten all season, and they won Met on the Sunday in the Champ Coxers 4, and they won both the Champ Cox and Coxers 4 at the Regatta. I remember them doubling up, so if they want to keep their unbeaten season going, they're going to have to make a big move, but asking for a crew to do that against Thames A is a big ask.
Yes.
A big ask.
But they're giving it a good go. They've still got overlap.
Yeah, they have, but I believe they might be running out of track because that is indeed the finish line, and it's just about overlap, so it is Thames A that take that win over
Congratulations
Durham.
to Thames. Oh, and here comes Leander. So that's George Farthing in the cox seat, my housemate.
Oh, nice.
Giving them orders, and they seem to have quite a convincing lead. Striding out, you can see their distinct pink blades. They're all very happy to be competing at Henley Women's. They've been working very hard all year. I think they want to use this as really good racing experience to then see what they can also do at the Wargrave at Henley. But yeah, they're looking really good, really strong. Liv Caesar in the stroke seat. Izzy Sellers at 7. Izzy is a Durham University graduate and ex-lightweight. She raced at the Under-23 World Championships in the double. Charlotte Fennell in the bow seat. She was sculling last year at Henley Women's. She made the final of the Champ Quads and swept at Yale, and is now back doing sweep rowing.
Nice. And Liv Caesar was over at UCLA for a bit.
She was, yeah. There's a few American University graduates in there. Amy Selesky as well. And also 2 Durham girls as well, because Jordan was also at Durham.
Okay. Yeah, so for anyone just watching, maybe internationally, maybe you're watching from Melbourne, your crew is up against Leander Club. And Leander Club, right, they don't actually race past their club here, but they are just beyond what would be the Henley Royal finish line. So They have their boathouse about 600 meters or so past the finish line here, so they're going to be super familiar with this course. Now, these booms and these piles are not out the whole year. I actually always find it a little bit strange when I come to Henley when they're not out, because the majority of the time I come here, they're there, and that's kind of what I expect to see. But obviously the rest of the year they're not here.
Yeah.
So those clubs are just going to be training on the river as it naturally is. But I think once these are up, you can sort of take advantage of, okay, well, we can just get used to being back in Henley Regatta.
They look
in
like
Henley
they've
Women's
controlled
Regatta.
the race now and brought it down slightly.
Yeah.
Whereas this mercantile group, they've actually just arrived from Melbourne, so they've had a short run up into this regatta, and the girls are from all over Victoria. So they'll be here for a few weeks, training in Henley and then racing in the Wargrave. And then we are back to the start. So we've got the race between Reading Rowing Club and Nottingham Rowing Club. We've got Jess Shepherd and E. Weeks.
Yeah, so Ella Weeks. So I'm friends with her boyfriend Ollie, who's friends with. I mean, I'm friends with Ollie, but he knows quite well one of the guys we have at Birmingham, Harrison, and Ella's been going well. She's been part of the GB Performance Development Academy for like a year and a half. And I think, she's been pulling some good scores. She's moving the boat well here. Representing Nottingham Rowing Club at the moment, but she's actually going to the University of Virginia next year on a rowing scholarship to do a master's degree. So, I think that's the one thing that it's a bit like poaching, but at the same time, if a university is going to invest in you, that's their decision.
Amazing
really,
opportunity,
isn't it?
Yeah. And then Jess Shepherd, she's the co-vice captain of the women's squad. She came 7th in the C final at Met and was part of the Reading's first 8 that placed 99th at Weehawr, which was the first time that Reading had been in the top 100 since 2016. So Reading are on the rise here, and it's great to see a single sculler who qualified through the time trial and into the side-by-side. She's obviously been drawn against a tough opposition from Nottingham. Ella will be training as part of the Performance Development Academy over in Nottingham.
Yeah.
And that's pretty intense training, isn't it?
I think they're on the water most days, as far as I'm aware.
At the National Water Sports Centre. Great training location.
So they've got one of the bays at the end there, and so you can get out on the 2K lake. Now, that isn't always the most fun experience to row on, but, it's there. It does what it needs to do, and obviously paying off very well for Ella here in a Cobra. So Ella's done a really good job of handling that race, and looks like she's going to take up a place in the quarterfinals of the aspirational singles. Now, just going off the start again, we've got the next race between Neptune, so that's Neve Kilgallen, and someone that I used to coach, Hannah O'Flynn of Tideway Scullers. So I've got huge respect and a lot of time for Hannah, because the Dev 4 that I was coaching a couple of years ago, there were basically 5 members for the 4, and she's the one that missed out. But actually she got to race a couple of races beforehand, and she was so instrumental in allowing that crew to keep going, because one race someone was missing, and another race the next person was missing, and we knew they were going to, so it was great having that extra person so we could have the kind of continuity. And it's lovely to see her still in the sport, because she was a beginner at Birmingham, and being out in the single now and racing really well. Like, she beat one of our athletes last week, and the athlete that we had pulls like a sub-7 2K. So Hannah's moving the boat well. She raced well at Reading, but this is someone from Ireland, so Neve Kilgallen from Neptune Rowing Club that's come across. So I don't think these two will be particularly familiar with each other. Just looking at the top left, so Ella's still quite comfortably out in front. She's doing really well up in that race there. So as I say, she's going to be looking to quite comfortably cruise into the quarter-final. We can also just see Mercantile's 8 just rowing back to the landing stages at the moment. I always quite enjoy watching the crews just row back to the landing stages.
Yeah, it's nice to see their reaction to the race, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like a little glimpse of, and sort of, you kind of see how tired they might be and how they're feeling. You always have to remember when you're rowing past, you're still on camera.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes, you know, like if a crew's won a close one, like they've got the grin on their face, and
Yeah,
they're just like,
it's
you can
really
tell,
nice.
yeah.
And then often some of them are just so focused because they're thinking, well, we're on to the next
Yeah,
round now.
yeah.
Can't celebrate yet.
So it looks like Neve from Neptune has about 3 lengths lead over Hannah O'Flynn of Tideway Scullers. But Neve is a little bit in the middle of the course here, so maybe being asked to move back over to her side, back to the Berkshire station. Now, there's definitely not going to be any impeding here because, let's say, the lead is about 3 lengths, as you can see, maybe getting out to maybe 3.5 lengths. But just rowing like nice and smooth and long.
And that
The
was
sculler from
Ella
Ireland.
from Nottingham winning that race, and the umpire just showing the flag. That was all good, and she's off to the next round.
Yeah, so I'm not actually sure where Neptune Rowing Club is based in Ireland. But there's always a strong Irish contingent over for like Henley Women's. I remember often seeing like UCD, University College Dublin, often racing at, say, Reading Regatta, and then still being here for this. Obviously Queen's Belfast, they're not from the Republic of Ireland, but they're usually over in strength as well. So it's great that we have those crews crossing the Irish Channel and competing here.
Absolutely.
So you can see on your shot the 3/4 mile post. Now these athletes are the other side of it at the moment. But 3/4 of a mile is about 1,200 meters or so, and there's 1,500 meters in a race. So I would say these athletes are probably about 400 meters away from the finish line, maybe slightly less. They're in the last quarter of the race.
And also what's quite unique about Henley Women's is that it is 1,500 metres, and obviously with the Los Angeles Olympic coming up, that's going to be over 1,500 metres, so it'd be interesting to see if some international crews will start coming over and practising.
Yeah, and I don't really know how I feel about that. Well, I kind of know how I feel about it. I think like they should have just made it 2,000, but
Yeah.
I feel like their excuse of we didn't want to demolish a bridge is kind of legitimate. I don't think you should have to knock a bridge down to make the rowing course. But
Yeah, it will mix
yeah.
things up, I think, and make the results slightly different.
Yeah. So just going off the line, we can see there's Leeds Rowing Club and Vesta Rowing Club racing against each other in the next heat of the aspirational singles.
So Emily Baker, she rowed in the USA at Texas Southern Methodist University between 2020 and 2024.
SMU Mustangs, eh?
Yeah, and she also represented England at the home countries in the Coxed 4 in 2023.
Yeah, there's a few unis that like to recruit from here. So SMU's one of them. I think Tulsa like to recruit from the UK. UCLA definitely do. I feel though like rowing is quite an easy sport to recruit for relatively, because all you kind of have to do is say, right, I want to know what your 2K is, I want to know how tall you are, and I want a short video of you rowing, and you can probably make a decent judgment on whether to give this person
Yeah.
a scholarship based on
And
that
they
or
do
not.
have a lot of scholarships available for women in America, so it's a brilliant opportunity. I know a lot of people that have been there and had an amazing time. But as always, there's also some great universities over here too. So
Oh yeah, and like, you know, like you said, I think Brooks is the best rowing university in the world.
Yeah,
like others
exactly.
might
Yeah.
disagree, but I think a lot of the results say that in terms of like who's winning stuff, Brooks are definitely up there. But there's also a lot of Dutch universities that are very, very strong.
yeah, and you can see
come over to
Newcastle
the
are doing
Royal.
well this
Yeah.
year. It's going to be great to see who wins the Island this year as well, and the Temple.
Yeah.
So within this race, we've also got Rachel Granger from Vesta Rowing Club. She's making a comeback to competing because she joined Vesta in January after having surgery and coaching at Kingston Grammar School. So it's brilliant to see her competing again. She's previously been in 2 semi-finals at Henley Women's, most recently the semi-final of Aspirational Academic 8s with Exeter.
Nice.
So yeah, another Vesta sculler. We've had a lot of Vesta athletes racing today so far. So it'd be good to see how she does against.
And making that
some
change
New
from racing in 8s to singles, I don't think there's any bigger difference in rowing between those two things, but you know, Each to their own.
Each their own.
Yeah, I think I got all my singles racing out of the way at about the age of 13 or 14.
I had to switch quite a lot between the 8 and the single a few years ago, and I found it both quite beneficial for the other one actually. And they are very different, but you can sort of move a single a bit like how you can move an 8 if you really want to.
Yeah. But, you know, my dad will always ask, oh, how's your cruise going and stuff, but he never comes to watch anymore. I think watching me lose by 9 o'clock in the morning at places like St Neots and Twickenham probably didn't do it for him.
Fair enough.
I mean, I got reasonably okay at university, but I never saw that. And I did notice the cormorant, and there it is,
There it is.
in all its splendour.
Basking up the sun.
Oh,
Wobble wobble.
wobble wobble.
Yeah. Hold on tight, they're about to row past.
Balancing pretty well, though. I reckon that cormorant could sit in a single.
Yeah, I think so. Good core muscles there. And it looks like the sculler from
From Leeds.
Leeds
Yeah,
has
yeah.
got a slight lead, yeah.
Leeds
from
Rowing
Leeds.
Club have got some, Leeds Rowing Club have got some stuff going on, particularly in
Yeah.
the junior stuff. There's a guy up there. I know he's not the only coach, but like Gav up there, as he used to be doing some stuff down at Birmingham, and it's just lovely to see him on the scene, and that Leeds are really thriving.
Yeah, they are thriving, aren't they? And again, like what you were saying earlier about there being some clubs close together that are all doing well, I think there's a few performance development academies up there as well, and everyone seems to be pushing each other on in the right direction, so it's really good to see. And it's good that everyone's been able to come in today from all the way from up north as well. It's been probably some long drives, but worth it for this.
Yeah, and then it looks like we've got our final aspirational single race has just gone off, and that features Landaf, who, as I say, I'm very happy with them. The Landaf Scullers end up coming to Birmingham, and Bournemouth Uni, so another Bournemouth Uni Sculler. We saw one earlier on racing against Reading. This time we have a Bournemouth Sculler against Landaf. So the Bournemouth Sculler is on the left and the Landaf Sculler is on the right. And you can see now we've gone to full screen. Quite a close race, this one, in the singles here.
It is, yeah.
So our Landaf Sculler is that. What did I see on that blade just there? Ellie Postlethwaite.
Ellie Postle.
And it's Bethan Hickey, who was taught to row by her father in Paris, actually.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, she was taught to row by her father in Paris before coming to Bournemouth University, and the Bournemouth University quad qualified for the Chairman's Trophy last year, and we mentioned him earlier, but is also coached by Jonathan Carr Brown, and she spent the last week at Shiplake being coached by Rob Morgan, who's the GB and Leander coach and another Durham University alum. So that's not the athlete right now, that's Ellie. You can see Ellie Postlethwaite from Landaf. That's who's on the shot at the moment. Quite a distinctive all-in-one Landaf I've got with the black stripe around the midriff. But yeah, a lot of work going on here. I like the aggressiveness here, like the pace, the drive, the move. So yeah, that Landaf Sculler. And like I say, we've had some really good Landaf athletes turn up. I think at the moment we have got 5 ex-Landaf athletes at the University of Birmingham. So if any more want to turn up and help make our boats go fast, I would be more than happy for that to happen. So we're just watching Ellie just driving it away at the moment.
Yeah, looking nice and strong. Almost looks like a bit of a smile there. I don't know if it's she's enjoying it or a
Yeah,
slight grimace.
smile or a grimace.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a
Bit
bit of
both.
one, bit of the other, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing this is a close race because that's not the rate of striking in a race that isn't tight. So we just pan out a little bit and we can see the Landaf Sculler on the left.
And here we have the start of a next Championship 8
Oh, okay then.
race.
Yeah, let's hit a bit of that.
Yeah, we've got Molesey Boat Club B versus London Rowing Club A. So in the Molesey boat, we've got a really up-and-coming athlete in the bow seat, Liv Cheesmer. She won a silver medal in the double, actually, at Junior Worlds last year, and has done very well in the trialling system as a sculler, but has switched to do this 8 for Henley and for Henley Women's. And it looks like they've got quite a close race with London, or they have got a little bit of a lead on this Berkshire station.
So yeah, London against Molesey B. So, I mean, London are definitely not going to want to lose to Molesey B. So we'll have to see what they can do in the second half. But then equally, Molesey B are not going to want to lose to London either. So, Elle Stratton in that Molesey club boat, and then Heloise Wormleighton. These are top quality athletes.
Yeah.
Lauren Alstaloni, she was up at Manchester before and has done some start.
And then she was also at
stuff.
Leander, and now she's
Yeah,
gone over to Molesey and is doing very well. It looks like this could be their Wargrave boat. Well, both of these clubs are probably going to be their Wargrave boat. Kate Lush is Catherine Lush is a New Zealand international. So yeah, lots of pedigree in this boat.
Yeah, loads of it. And then, yeah, in that London boat we got Liz Dashley. She was basically around that 7-minute mark in the 2K. But yeah, I mean, they're getting absolutely smoked at the moment.
Yeah, and London is being coxed by Cameron Moffat, who was my cox when we did the island with Brooks.
Yeah,
and
that's a familiar
he'll
name.
be talking them through. He'll be saying you can still do this. But yeah, he's used to being between the booms, steering a good line. I'm sure he'll be encouraging them to give it their all and to make a bit of a comeback. But Molesey B have put in a good marker here. They're showing what they're all about. They've had a good season so far at Met Regatta as well. They went out to the Heineken Cup too, so they've had some international racing experience. But yeah, looking really strong.
Yeah, looking
Yeah.
crazy strong. Yeah,
Ang
yeah,
Harrod
yeah.
as well. She's a very good athlete from Wales. They've been sort of gearing up for these regattas all year as a crew. Molesey sort of seem to be on the rise from the last few years. They've got 2 really strong boats. This is their B boat, so we're going to see their Molesey A boat in the next race actually.
Yeah, the Molesey A boat. I mean, if this B boat is anything to go by, then that A boat, and there's some of the names in that A boat. You got like Holly Donford, Lily Abbott, Jade Lindo. Like, yeah, they're doing something right at Molesey at the moment.
Absolutely.
Great shot there as well. You can just see to the right of the shot how many boats are on racks here. Like, it's a very busy regatta, really busy, and that's what we like. Like, we want it to be well subscribed. We want to have some really high caliber crews racing. I mean, that's what we're really looking for. And so it does look to me like Molesey B still handling London. Like, it's a bigger lead than I was expecting, but that Molesey B crew absolutely just cracking performance in their first 4 minutes. And London just haven't been able to get back on terms at all. And then in the bottom right, like we see, we've got Molesey against London University. Like UL is generally how we would say this. So that's going to be another cracking heat. And then there we go. Flag is down. So London have the deep purple blades on the left of your shot, or on the far side as we cut now in the bottom right corner. And then Molesey have the black blades. So at the moment you can see Molesey B in our shot in the top left and Molesey A in the shot in the bottom right. Crews have just kind of gone into the shadows of the trees, but the drone's going to just tell us who's out in the lead. And it looks to me like UL maybe have just poked out in front in that race there against Molesey A.
Yeah. So this is, another very strong university boat from University of London, and then Molesey Boat Club, one of a very strong club programme. And it looks like Molesey B coming over the finish line there pretty comfortably ahead of London. They'll be going into the next round, but will Molesey A be joining them? It looks like London are still a little bit ahead, but Molesey is still striding out long and strong, trying to get rid of that gap.
Yeah, so if Molesey B is anything to go by, like, we know that Molesey A are going to be strong as well. And we said some of those names in there are some like quite impressive names. So you can see now, like, London had a bit more of a lead than that, but now here come Molesey. Like, they've just gone, okay, middle of the race. This is where races are won or lost. And the question is going to be, can London hang with this? Because the Molesey were on the charge. I mean, sometimes crews don't like being down off the start. They're also like, how dare you? How dare you race us to the end of the island?
Yeah, but it looks like they've kept their cool and thought, no, we're not having that. We're coming back. And look at them now; they're making a move.
Yeah, and you can visibly see it. It's like it's
Visibly.
just happening, right?
And you can see the strength there. You've got Holly Dunford in the middle, Olympic bronze medalist.
Yeah.
Jade Lindo, she won the women's quad last year at Henley Royal Regatta. And Lily Abbott, she's just returned from the States. And then Hope Sessford stroking it. So yeah, lots of big names in there. They'll be looking to progress through the rounds for sure. They perhaps weren't sure London would lead them off the start, but they kept calm and managed to walk through.
Yeah.
And this Molesey boat will be looking to race in the bridge at Henley, and the London boat will be looking to race in the island. So 2 different categories, but they come under one roof at Henley Women's, which is really exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, another cracker of a race. We've been treated to some really, really fantastic racing here, Jenny. And, I think the sad news is that we're pretty much coming to the end of our shift.
Yeah, I know.
This might be the last race that we're commentating on.
Flew by.
And, it looks like in this race, every stroke kind of matters. And then we're going to be passing over to Piot and Tom, who very, very distinctive, famous podcast voices are going to be taking over. So that's who we're going to hand over probably to after this race if they're ready to go almost. But yeah, we'll just at the moment just watch UL against Molesey. But I think, Molesey A, they really, really moved well through the middle of this race. They were down just a touch off the top of the race, top of the island, and they just motoring through. And UL are a fantastic program, a really good rowing program. But Molesey A have just kind of eaten them up in the middle part of this race.
Yeah, they have.
I think sometimes in an 8 as well, there's just no substitute for horsepower. You just got to have them horses, and you just got to cut them loose.
Yeah, just got to absolutely go for it. The 8's racing are very exciting racing, isn't it? It's fast and furious.
Right, and we'll just quickly introduce the fact that Molesey have another boat, Molesey C, are on the Buckinghamshire station, which is on the left of the bottom right shot you can see, and a composite crew number 165. Now it's got Durham, it's got Leander.
UL. So in this boat we've got the Durham athlete is Anna Grace, who won the women's pairs under 23 Worlds. We've also got Catherine George. She's been rowing it out in America this year, and then she's representing Leander. And you've also got Georgie Robinson Ranger from UL. So yeah, really exciting group of athletes that have come together.
And Erin Kennedy coxing as well.
Yeah, 2 times Paralympic champion.
Yeah. Phoebe.
So really strong
some
boat.
big names.
Philippa Emery, also under 23 world champion.
Some of these races here in Champ 8 really is just like a who's who of rowing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the whole point of the bridge that's been reintroduced to sort of bridge the gap between club rowing and the national team, and this Leander Durham boat UL is an example of that.
Yeah.
Lots of athletes on the outskirts of the team, and then also stroked by Zoe McKellar, an Australian international who joined Leander halfway through the year. She raced at the World University Games for Australia.
I feel like, isn't Georgie from around here?
Georgie's from Henley, she learned to row at Henley Rowing Club, so
she,
pretty
I'm sure
easy for her.
would
She's
love
moved home.
love winning here.
Absolutely, it's been her dream since she's been a child. I think saw a photo of her with her hat on, a straw hat on a boat when she was about 5, and I think she's been watching it ever since then. So it means a lot to her.
Yeah, some really. So Aisling Humphreys Griffiths, isn't that Brooks Cox?
Ex-Brooks Cox.
Who's coxing the Molesey Sea boat here.
Yeah, and Irish international. She was also at Reading Bluecoat School. So yeah, lots.
And Leona Kennedy, Sasha Kennedy in there, ex-Surrey. Same with Kira Stirrett.
Yeah.
So yeah, Molesey picking up some of those Surrey athletes. To have similar to another club in the club eights, but this is champ eights. To have 3 eights qualify for champ eights is
Pretty
unbelievable.
Crazy. Yeah, that's Phoebe Snowden there. She also was at UL with Georgie, another very good rower, and Lauren Carey also rode at under 23 Worlds. So lots of international pedigree in this boat. Philippa Emery and Abby Top and Zoe McCullough.
Yeah, and I feel like this is probably a good point to sign off. So this has been Alex Darby and Jenny Bates. It's an absolute pleasure to take you through the first part of the side-by-side racing of the weekend. I've really enjoyed it. Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah,
Jenny?
had a great time. Thanks for having us.
That's all right. And so I say we're going to pass over to Piotr and Tom, who will be picking up the last heat of the Champ 8s. So, see you next time.
See you next time.
Well, delighted to be here, taking you through to the very end of the day. My name's Tom. God, I do look sunburned, don't I? Delighted to be joined by Pete here in the commentary booth, taking you through to the very end of the day here. It's the first day of Henley Women's Regatta. On screen, we're watching the conclusion of race 50, which is the Championship 8 heat. Durham, London and Leander seeing off the close attentions of Molesey there. And we're expecting a pretty full docket of racing for the next 2 hours, I think, Pete.
I think we're going to have an absolutely action-packed end to this day. And as we've moved over from time trials over to the heats, we're starting to see some of that lovely, close side-by-side racing that we all love at Henley Women's.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see there in shot Newcastle University Ireland Challenge Cup finalists last year at Henley Royal. I think they actually might have made the final of the aspirational academic 8s here at Henley Women's, leading out this crew from Edinburgh on the left-hand side of your shot. Nice early lead there from Newcastle with their classically aggressive style in full display. I mean, you yourself rode at Newcastle, right, Pete? So you'll be very familiar with the way in which these young women are rowing.
Yes, that's right. I did spend a few months training with the Newcastle Uniboat Club down at Newburn, just a few miles west of Newcastle. The Tyne definitely does provide them with a lot of challenging conditions. It tests you as an athlete, and also coached by Alex Lee, working closely with the Italian coach Angelo Savarino. They've got that very distinctive style and always must be counted for when it comes to a possible sprint finish.
Yeah, very rugged, but effective, and showing its dividend here as the crews come past the barrier. You can see there are static camera just showing you the margin between Newcastle and Edinburgh. Has to be said, they haven't shaken off Edinburgh entirely. They probably have a smidgen of clear water, but there is still a little bit for Edinburgh to cling on to here. Definitely.
You saw that gap that was just over a length, almost bordering on clear water there. And both of these programs are so large in terms of their numbers. It's great to see the best of these universities racing each other. I wouldn't expect Newcastle to dispatch Edinburgh here. Both these squads will be running over 50, 60 athletes. I mean, it's just astonishing the standard that university rowing has got to. And I believe Newcastle won at Bucks as well, so they're a very strong contender here.
They did indeed, yeah. They are the national title holders. Saw off the Brooks hegemony that's existed over that event for the last few years in impressive style. They are, of course, missing their under-23 world champion, Holly Huge. She is not in this boat this weekend. I think she actually might have been in the crew that we saw earlier today. So she is not in the crew, but it's not slowing them down at the moment. They continue to lead Edinburgh, and actually, as I watch the faces, I think it looks like Newcastle have
a level of control.
You can see that confidence, the grit. There's no panicking. The heads aren't really leaving the boats. All the athletes are just focusing on just driving that boat together in the cleanest fashion possible. And yeah, speaking to their coach Alex Lee earlier, he's just hopeful that they will keep gaining more speed as we progress through to the rest of the season.
But of course, the big focus for them will be not only winning this event, but also the Ireland Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta. It's only in its 5th year, I think, in 2025, and it's been won by Brooks in 3 of the 4 previously. Newcastle have never won it. They will be desperate to take home that trophy.
That's very true. I think that they're looking to be the second British crew to lift that trophy. And also, when it comes to this Henley racing on the booms, I guess you kind of have to talk about a double here, winning Henley Women's and Henley Royal, because obviously the competition is a bit different, but the standard will be quite similar.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And it's good practice for all of these women to get accustomed to the way the water feels, the way the booms sort of impose themselves on you. But we'll keep one eye, of course, on that race number 51, which is Newcastle leading Edinburgh. But we move up to the start. It's race 52, which is now underway. A heat of the club Coxless Fours, Canterbridge on the Berkshire station, and it's London Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. Cambridge up against London here. And it looks to me, Pete, if we look at the bottom right-hand corner of our screen, that Canterbridge have had the slightly better of the 2 starts.
It looks like they've got a slightly better steering line as well. We've seen a few crews struggle with the booms, and the boys, particularly coming off the island in the time trials. But yeah, here they look like they have a half a length of advantage, and they're probably looking to expand on that. Obviously, the Buckinghamshire crew just had a little bit of steering difficulty, but they've managed to get themselves back in order, and now they're about 2/3 of a length behind.
There we can see the names on the bottom of the screen actually indicate the wrong way around here. It is Canterbridge, as I believe it, on the right-hand side, and it's London on the left. And it's Canterbridge at the moment doing the early running. They've got around half a length. They are being warned there by the umpire. You can see the drone giving you a pretty good indication of where Canterbridge are on the course. They were certainly in the middle, and Pete, these Coxless Fours are so difficult to steer.
Totally. I mean, you only have control over one blade on one side. So, for example, if you need to steer towards the opposite side, you have to be very aware of, one, how putting the rudder on will affect the balance in the boat, but also you have to make sure that your teammates are ready to respond. And typically, on a course like this, the calls will try to ask the athletes to use more pressure steering rather than the rudder to not upset the rhythm. But yeah, it can be quite tricky, particularly when the booms are facing on the opposite side of you. It's sometimes so difficult to judge that distance.
Yeah, the drone giving us a real sense there of just how little there is to choose between these 2 boats. It seems that London have checked that early running from Canterbridge and putting themselves right in the fray here as they come past the barrier marker, indicating about 1/3 of the way gone, so around 600 metres gone. I'd probably say that's closer to halfway, actually. And you can see there London just clawing their way back into this contest, inch by inch, stroke by stroke. And I think we're going to watch them pull level in the next 20 strokes.
I think you're onto something here, Tom, because despite their steering difficulties, they've not given up at all. They keep powering through. You can just see the sheer size of those puddles that they keep leaving behind. And they've gone down from being 2/3 of a length behind to now only a canvas. And it looks like Canterbridge are responding, but we are now going to be seeing the final sprint. So let's take a look.
Yeah, certainly a compelling contest here in race number 52. If you are joining us for the first time, you've got London there on screen. They are currently around 1/4 of a length down on Canterbridge, and in the aspirational club Coxless Fours, there is very little to choose between these 2 boats, of course. Progression through to tomorrow's racing is key. None of these 4 pieces will want to go home early, and it looks to me, it's really close, isn't it? I think maybe London have drawn level now.
It does certainly seem that way. I was speaking to their coach, Stuart Heap, a little bit earlier today. They've raced at Reading Amateur Regatta last week. They got to the final, but they couldn't quite get the trophy. I think this might be their mission for redemption here. They know what that 1,500 metre side-by-side feels like now, and I believe they're not going to want to leave any water over to Canterbridge here.
Well, they are the holders, London. They won this event last year, so we'll be wanting to take it back to Putney for a 2nd year in a row. And as I watch that shot, it's not that indicative of what's happening on the water, but I think London may have just taken the lead. It's a phenomenal race, I must say. We don't always have these in the earlier phases of competitions. It can be that one crew is stacked up against another and there's just a chasm of open water between them. But here, two Cox's fours locked in unison. I think your point, Pete, around the steering is apt, because it seems to me Canterbury have had problems staying in a straight line the whole way down, and I think this might cost them.
Well, the booms are unforgiving. We know that there's also, in the middle of the course, there's a slight stream, a disadvantage to the crew on the Berkshire station. So London is capitalising on it. The question is, can they produce the fastest 40-second of this competition yet?
Yeah, crews making their way down towards us with the resplendent Oxfordshire countryside in the background, and it does seem to me London have pressed home that initiative now. We saw them led early by Canterbury, and then it was a battle of attrition through the middle. We'll certainly be keeping one eye on that, but we have another heat of the Leicester Trophy for Aspirational Club Cox's Fours underway at Shannon Rowing Club of Ireland on the Berkshire station, and they are racing York City Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. And it is fair to say that, unlike in the other contest, it is York who have opened up some margin of advantage in that early phase. But we're going to keep an eye on the left-hand side, because it does look like that those crews are coming up towards the line now, and I think London have probably done enough.
London have pulled through, and I think mentally they've also won that race, because I can see so many heads in the Canterbury crew spinning, and watching them, it looks like they may have overcooked this race a little bit too early, a little bit too soon, and London just found their stride. But then it's still just down to half a canvas here. It's really difficult to separate.
Brilliant race. Look at that. Both crews driving each other towards the line. Big celebrations over the line there from London. They did all the right things, stayed cool and calm and collected in the opening phases, and they were led, and then found another gear through the middle and just held off a charging Canterbury. Really impressive. So London live to fight another day, quite literally, but we now move back. Race 53 is well underway, and it's York City leading out Shannon of Ireland.
I wonder if this is perhaps one of the first experiences that Shannon have racing on the Henley course. If York, the local crew, obviously from Britain, will have had a bit more practice, perhaps they might find it a bit comforting, you know, with the course markers and just finding themselves into that rhythm, that ease. Obviously, rowing at Henley is a completely different experience here, just being amongst those booms, rowing upstream on the wrong side of the course that you typically race in the circulation pattern for the rest of the year. But I think they're coping quite well. It does look like there's a bit of bumpy water here. And what happened
Commentator's curse. There we are. Yeah, you could see there that the girl in the bow seat of the York crew just having a look around, and you could tell she wasn't comfortable with her line. She was trying to correct. And that's a disaster for York. That really is. Such a shame, because they were leading that race. They were, so composed in the opening exchanges, and steering can cost you at Henley. We were just talking about it.
Literally, and it happens every year. You'd think after so many years of this event, crews would work it out. But as we said in the Coxless 4, particularly when you steer it, when you're on stroke side and you're on the Buckinghamshire station, it's really difficult to judge that distance from the other person's oar until the boom. Can York do anything to come back now? I think at this point you got to just throw your hands in the fire and go for your sprint finish now. Produce the 200 most powerful strokes ever and overcome. But I think Shannon are going to try and just control this race and respond to everything that York has got.
Well, if I was Shannon, I'd be throwing the kitchen sink at it too. I'd be saying, let's establish as much of a lead as we can now. It does, to me, look like York have maybe clawed back a bit of the deficit, but it's going to be really hard to find 3 lengths in the next 500 metres.
Yeah, plus they're getting slightly closer to the booms. I hope they manage to correct that as well. Save themselves from any further trouble here. Great move by Shannon there.
I mean, selfishly, this is why we love the Cox's 4s, because there is always jeopardy whenever we watch these boat classes. The steering is tricky, and you can see there again, Pete, you bang on the money. Shannon having a little look, just making sure that they're getting their boat straight and proper down the course, because the last thing they want is a boom collision now.
Absolutely. I think they've got the opposite problem, because their steers person is on bow side, but their booms are on their stroke side. So again, it might be difficult to judge that distance, but we've got about 10 strokes to go. We're going to see the final finish line shot in a second.
I think York have done them, look at that. I think York might have rode them down.
I think it may be half length in there. Let's see.
I mean, both crews toying with the boom. They're both so close on either side. I mean, we'll have to keep one eye on this, because this is a cracking race. Race 54 is also underway. It's another heat of the Leicester Trophy. Aspirational Club Cox's 4s. It's Mortlake, Anglia and Alpha Boat Club there in shot. and they are racing Vesta Rowing Club. So a local derby, both crews boating on the world-famous stretch of River Thames. And as we see the culmination of race number 53, I did call it early, it is Shannon, who I think are going to row away. I mean, credit to York. They've managed to get back contact, but not enough. They ran out of water, and it's going to be the Irish who proceed to the next round.
Yeah, from about 2 clear lengths down to about half a length, I think they can be proud. Despite what happened, obviously there's always dramaturgy in racing, but I think they've managed to come away with their heads high after this performance.
Yeah, bitterly disappointing for York, who of course led that race until they collided with the booms, but there is more than just rowing well to executing a good race at the Henley Women's Regatta, and that was on full show there. It's Shannon who progress, and as we watch this one unfold, it's Vesta who are doing a lot of the early running here. That looks like a really smart crew actually from Vesta Rowing Club. A long and storied history of producing excellent club level outfits, and this one looks like no distinction.
Yeah, plus additionally they've got that extra motivating factor. Obviously he is the men's coach, but James Cracknell has joined the team, so that's surely going to lift some morale up in that Vesta club. And just through the last few years they've really professionalized their program a lot more. It's more of a performance division there they've got in a club, rather than just rowing for fun instead of going to Thames or London. But in here, like you said, Tom, Putney so far leading Chiswick. Obviously those are the 2 bridges that their clubs are based near.
Yes.
for anyone watching.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something of a local derby. They do row on the same stretch of water in London, and it's certainly Vesta who look like the class crew in this heat, up against a Mortlake, Anglia and Alpha Boat Club crew who, no slouches, but I think sometimes you just have to hold your hand up and acknowledge that you've come up against the superior unit. You can see the pain there etched on their faces. They'll know they'll have to come up with something pretty monumental to overhaul Vesta. So one eye on the left-hand side, but we are now moving on to race 55, which is about to begin on the bottom right-hand of your screen, and that is the final of our 4 Traunch Club Cox's Fours. It's Maidstone Invicta on the Berkshire station, and it's Upper Thames Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. And there is the umpire's flag, and down it goes, and those 2 crews are away. I mean, Upper Thames, you would think this is their home water. They row on this stretch of river every single day. You would hope that they would have the steering down to a T.
I'm feeling quite confident about Upper Thames in this race. They've got a very strong coaching team, and just the energy that Upper Thames have had, particularly since the pandemic. They've been growing strength and strength. We see them enter more crews and compete at so many more national A finals here. And yes, it does look like they've got about a length now. Like you said, Tom, they know exactly what the booms are. They don't even need to look around. These markers will be so deeply ingrained in their DNA that they can just honestly look forward and focus as if they're rowing on a rowing machine.
Yeah, I like your point about Upper Thames. They have seemed to be on an upwards curve since the pandemic, certainly starting to bring in high calibre of athletes and develop their own homegrown talent too. So excited to see what they can do at this year's edition of the Henley Women's Regatta. If you are joining us for the first time, you're joining us for a combination of races 54 and 55. 54 is in the top left hand, and it is Vesta leading Mortlake, and 55 is, at the moment, Upper Thames doing all the early running against Maidstone Invicta. And it can happen, Pete, at this stage of the regatta that you get crews coming out of the time trial, and of course there is an element of seeding here. The fastest crews will race the slowest qualifying crews. And I think we're seeing an element of this here because this Upper Thames boat do look to be really, really classy.
Definitely. I'd expect them to put another push in maybe for about 20 seconds before starting to wind the race down. Obviously, you don't want to decrease your speed a little bit too soon before you know the race is over. But I think there is no doubt that Upper Thames is safely going to bring this over the line here. Big credit to Maidstone Invicta crew. Again, it's not often that we see entries from particularly this part of the country. They're from Kent, and even now they look quite well put together. They might not have the same professional setup as Upper Thames do, but it's still great to see them put through an entry and obviously have a crack down the track.
Yeah, there's a significant amount of open water between these 2 boats, but as you rightly point out, Pete, great to see so many clubs pitching up to have a tilt at a trophy here at the Henley Women's Regatta. Conditions are, well, glorious. You have to say that because we don't often get this sort of sunshine in England. I would think that I would hate rowing out there today because it's so hot. And I hope crews are taking the necessary precautions with fluids and shade and nutrition. But at the moment, Upper Thames putting on a clinic in how to row the Coxers 4 on the Henley stretch.
Well, they're quite lucky that they can just hide inside of their boathouse in the boat club, and then they can stay out of the sun, stay hydrated, lots of sun cream, and then they will be ready to rock and roll as we now see them down this course.
Well, there we go. That is the Henley stretch in action. We've got a jam-packed agenda for the next couple of weeks, starting here with the Henley Women's Regatta and running right through to the middle of July, Henley Masters, and then the TMV at the very end, but Henley Royal sandwiched in between those events. So lots to look forward to. And I think you called it spot on, Pete. You can see Upper Thames there. They've just taken it down a notch or two. They know that this race, provided they don't do things silly, is probably secure now.
Just looking at the technical proficiency of that Upper Thames crew, even though they've wound the rate down, they did not let the pressure go. You can see them really pressing out those finishes and bringing the blade in through strongly past the body. They really are still very much in control of this, just at a slightly lower rate.
And this is nice. On home water, they've now got the chance to enjoy themselves. Enjoy the sunshine, hopefully some partisan support on the bank. And Mason Invicta, it's good to race against classy opposition because it gives you a sense of the standard of what to expect and the place you need to be to compete at this level. And every year, Henley Women's gets more and more competitive. We can see there at the bottom of the shot, Vesta smiling on their way back. They, of course, were victorious in race 54. And having watched Vesta, I would be very, very compelled by a contest between those that crew and Upper Thames.
Yes, it will be quite difficult to pick out the winner out of these two just by looking at these two heats in particular, purely because Upper Thames haven't necessarily been pushed all the way along the course. Vesta did indeed have to row a little bit harder for a little bit longer, so even comparing those particular section times might not be indicative. So that just means we're going to have a cracking race to watch in the later stages of this event.
100%. Yeah, so it's race 56 is beginning bottom right. Aspirational lightweight single sculls. It's USR Triton of the Netherlands up against Reading University. And that's Berkshire to Buckinghamshire.
I'm expecting the Reading University sculler here to really show some great proficiency. Reading have been absolutely dominating the Bucks University Championship regatta earlier this month, and obviously in terms of their sculling proficiency, they're an absolute powerhouse, coached by Chris Bartley and Will Rand. These guys don't go in sweet boats, they just know exactly how to scull and move those types of boats. I think at Met Regatta a couple weeks ago, they've had something like 4 or 5 quads in a single final. That was incredible to see as well.
Yeah, 10 years since they moved to a sculling only program, Reading, and clearly paying dividends. A word on the Dutch, of course, Triton don't come over to Henley at all if they don't think that they've got a good chance of being competitive. So I'm sure that the sculler from the Netherlands will have something in the tank. But to your point, actually, as we look at this, it's actually the sculler from Triton who is leading this race.
Yes, I was bigging up the local British crew here, but obviously the international entry, I'm not too sure that this is going to be in contest.
No, absolutely not. The Dutch sculler putting a lot of distance between herself and the sculler from Reading, so a really, really impressive showing here, and that's sort of tantamount to the point, is that when they come over, they mean business, the Dutch. Got a good contingent here for the Henley Women's Regatta, and they have a great history of winning trophies.
Yeah, we love seeing the Dutch here with their interesting blazers, both at this event and at the Henley Royal Regatta. But from this beautiful drone shot, I'm just looking at the technical aspect of the sculling. You can see that the Dutch rower is a little bit more fluid around the catch. Perhaps she doesn't reach for too much space out the front, meaning that she can take shorter strokes but in quicker succession and sort of keep that boat moving, versus the Reading University sculler is looking to get the maximum length per each stroke and apply as much power. It's a little bit of a difference there, and it looks like obviously the Dutch sculler knows what she's doing.
So would you describe that style as more efficient?
I'd say it's a little bit more fluid. You do less breaking points at the front and the back of the stroke. You just kind of keep the keep the boat moving. I do think it comes down to their training and preparation. I think almost no professional clubs in the Netherlands at the moment are using concept twos for their training. I think even the Dutch national team, they use exclusively RP3s, which does sort of aid this style of rowing because, again, the seat's moving, so you can just feel exactly at ease, whether you're training in the winter or in the summer, and then you get in the boat and it's almost identical. It's very transferable, that indoor rowing to the outdoor rowing when you do use the RP3 machine.
Yeah, it certainly provides the most accurate simulation. Well, you can just see here the start of race number 57, which is another heat of the aspirational lightweight singles. It's Barnes Bridge Ladies Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. It looked like the sculler on the Berkshire station had a bit of a catastrophe there, getting off the blocks.
It's difficult on a Berkshire station sometimes off that start because your opponent, they've got the islands as a reference point. But when you're on a Berkshire station, you can just see the bank and you think you've got a lot of space. But actually, as soon as you go past the buoys, they can really close in on you quite quickly. And then, particularly with the wooden booms, they're really unforgiving. And I would hate to see any blade clashing happen in a single in the booms because we might get a little swim. Doesn't look like that's the case though. Our sculler from the Barnes Bridge Ladies in the bottom right of the screen has gotten up to a healthy advantage of about 3/4 to about a length, and now you can see she's not quite sprinting, she's just striding and pushing on to that mid-pace rhythm, hopefully controlling the race. And then her opponent here on a Berkshire station still rating a little bit higher. I think she wants to make up a little bit more ground, and now she did actually. Despite the steering difficulty at the start, she's now edged her bow out in front, and she's now taking the lead. She's looking to control the rest of this race, just avoiding a family of ducks. And now the leads have changed by about the same amount, Tom. It looks like a full length off the boat advantage, so once you break clear in a single, you get a couple of lengths. It's going to be difficult to overturn that result, particularly being on the other side where you're not quite as advantaged by the stream for the large portion of the race. And here we are in the top left of your screen, back to the first heat of the aspirational lightweight single sculls. We've got our Dutch sculler with that beautiful fluid rowing style, just very relaxed in the upper body, driving all the right muscles. Just going through the line here comfortably ahead of her rival from Reading University.
Yeah, impressive performance there from the sculler from the Netherlands. No surprise to see them doing well. As I said, when they come over, they mean business, and a big smile on her face. She progresses through to tomorrow's racing. And these single sculls are notoriously difficult beasts to tame. And that Dutch athlete made that look very easy. But we're back now with race number 57, and it's the Long Beach Rowing Association sculler who is currently leading this one, despite the fact that she had some difficulties off the start. She's recovered from that and has a comfortable advantage over the Barnes Bridge Ladies Rowing Club sculler, Steedman.
Love the connection that our Berkshire sculler here in view currently is getting with the boat. I mean, there's not really any wasted motions. That catch is arriving perfectly as she reaches the end of the slide. Then that spoon just slightly drops in, and as it drops in, she's now driving the legs on and just applying maximum efficiency to that boat. It's an absolute pleasure to see. Great close-up shot also from our producers, really showing you the middle race pace, expressions, emotions, and just allows you to immerse yourself in what the athlete is experiencing at this very moment in time.
And what do you think she is experiencing here? I imagine somewhere close to elation. She must be a very happy person right now.
I think elation, and definitely you want to just keep a few percent of your brain focusing on just not letting anything crazy happen. You just like, as soon as you get into this comfortable position out in the front, you just want to make sure that no crazy stuff's going to happen. So you can let off the power a little bit, maybe 10%, 10-15%, and just make sure that you are safely maintaining the result.
Absolutely. Well, race 58 also underway now. We'll keep one eye on 57, but it's Glasgow University, Ava Robertson on the Berkshire station, and she has a pretty significant lead already over the sculler from Williams College, Riddle, who had some issues coming off the start. I'm not sure exactly what those were, but when we cut to the shot of that race, she was static. She's now obviously restarted, but Ava Robertson has already taken advantage of that moment of pause from the Williams College sculler, and I think, Pete, if I'm being very honest with you, that's already a pretty insurmountable margin.
Particularly in a single, it is the easiest boat to make up differences in, but it just all depends of how much extra energy this Glasgow sculler had to expend in order to get that sort of advantage early on. We're about 400 meters or so into this race, so these sort of pushes do not come without a price to pay at some point in the race.
Well, Ava Robertson's not the sort of sculler you should be giving that sort of initiative to. She was a silver medalist in the championship lightweight singles at Bucks Regatta. And she also actually beat one of the regatta favourites at the Scottish Rowing Spring Regatta just a couple of months ago, took home gold in the women's singles. So clearly an act that we're expecting to produce some class this weekend, and not the sort of sculler that you need to falter against. And it's showing here the Glasgow sculler in complete control of this contest.
I think perhaps even without that little static shock of our Williams College sculler, the Glasgow would have had a dominating position here. As you've listed out her achievements just in the recent few weeks, I think it's an absolutely impressive candidate here for the Fiona Dennis Trophy.
Yeah, the resolution of race number 57 was a win for pace of the Long Beach Rowing Association over Steedman of Barnes Bridge Ladies Rowing Club, and now we're riding with race number 58. It's Ava Robertson of Glasgow University, who has consummately eased away from her opposition from Williams College and made it look incredibly easy in doing so. And you can just see there the sculler from Williams College having a couple of issues. Just got to get Purchase into the water. Having a good go of it, but I think on today it's going to be a steep learning curve.
You're right there, Tom. And in your analysis of her sculling as well, I like the way that she's controlling that boat. There's almost not a single wasted movement. As that body rocks over, she just pulls her seat to her heels and then just drops that spoon in. It's very relaxed. You don't see any jolting movements or anything like this. She's clearly been rowing in that boat for a long time, and she knows what she's capable of and exactly how much energy she needs to extend. I think at this point in the race, with probably about 2.5 minutes to go in the single, she'll be thinking about their future rounds.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. And watching Ava Robertson make her way down the course, fluid design shell, Felipe hat.
Interesting.
Very interesting choices. We're going to move to race 59, and that's begun, and that's the final of our tranche of aspirational lightweight singles for now. It's Exeter University, Florence Humphrey Weeks up against Amy Hallett of Dart Totnes, two of JRN's pre-race favourites, and you can see there the umpire getting involved early to warn Florence Humphrey Weeks over back onto her station. And as the camera angle pans out, I'm sure we'll get a better sense of who has taken the early initiative. It does look to me, Pete, like it is Florence Humphrey Weeks of Exeter University.
Absolutely. She is rating a little bit lower than her opposition though, which implies that she's just a little bit more powerful, a little bit more confident, or perhaps just taking slightly shorter strokes here. So did you have those two candidates as the top contenders for this event?
Top contenders, maybe not, but we certainly had them on our list. I know that Florence put herself on the list of those to watch back at Bucks Regatta when she finished 4th in the championship lightweight singles. And Amy Hallett of Dart Totnes, actually raced in this field last year and she was knocked out in the first round of racing, so will be desperate to avoid that feat being repeated. And it looks like she's got a lot of work to do in the second half of this contest to make sure that she doesn't end up on the wrong side of the margin again.
Absolutely. I mean, to her credit though, we're looking at the Buckinghamshire scull at the moment. I do like her rowing style. She is also very punchy, very dynamic. You can see the bow of her boat is like rising out of the water most of the strokes as she takes, as she prepares to take the next one. So her rowing style is also, she's very well prepared, is really pleasing to the eye is what I was going to say. But as for Florence Humphrey Weeks, if she came fourth at Bucks and she's racing against other medalists or podium people from the same A final here, I think she'll be confident in her ability and exactly how much speed. I don't think she's going to need to race at full gas, full throttle down. She just wants to control that race, make sure nothing crazy happens and just safely get over the line. I do also like her rowing style. You can see these blades exit the water square and then the rest of the water just splashes out, leaving those lovely puddles behind.
Well, she won't want to race full gas because Ava Robertson beat her at Bucks and has just progressed through to the next round of this, so it is likely that those two may find themselves in contests later in this event, the Fiona Dennis Trophy for aspirational lightweight single sculls. But it does look to me like Florence Humphrey Weeks has an element of control now. She's able to exert her own unique blend on this race. Clear water in a single is usually fairly decisive, although you do make a good point. These boats do stop and start fairly quickly, but I think provided that she stays cool and calm, she will be able to navigate her way to the next round.
The biggest benefit of working up such a large, sizable advantage this early in the race, you're able to see exactly what your opponent is doing at every single moment of the race. If they make a push, you make a push. You've got the liberty to respond to everything that they can possibly try and throw at you. And I think you can't really put a price tag on that kind of also element of control, like you say.
So we've got about just over an hour and a half left of racing for today. This is the first day of the Henley Women's Regatta. You join us for race 59, and it's Florence Humphrey Weeks currently leading out Amy Hallett of Dart Totnes. The next race is on the state boats, and that unsurprisingly is race 60, Stourport Boat Club on the Berkshire Station and Globe Rowing Club A on the Buckinghamshire Station, and these two crews are contesting for the Leicester Trophy Club. Aspirational Club Coxless Falls.
So we move back onto the crew boats where there are multiple athletes obviously competing and working towards making one boat shell go really fast against their opposition. And as we've seen before with the Coxless 4, the challenge is that one of the athletes does have the foot rudder in that boat, so they are responsible for steering. Perhaps another person will be responsible for making the calls. Sometimes it is the same person, sometimes it's not. But it is important to keep as tight as you can to those boys. You can see the crew on the Berkshire Station. They're just almost scuffing those boys. Their blades are just over. So they do need to get back to the station. But they are being slightly suffocated and pressed on by their opponents. The umpire is warning the crew on the Buckinghamshire Station Globe to move over. And they have done.
Yeah, Globe need to respond, and it's often in these moments that crews will overcorrect and they'll find themselves dangerously close to the booms, which I would describe Globe as. They've just recorrected again, coming back into the middle, but every touch of that rudder, every time the boat moves off what I'd call true north, it just slows the shell down ever so slightly, and Stourport, who have stayed relatively true to their line, taking full advantage here, and they're able to now dictate the early running.
Yes, that's right. So the order of the crews hasn't changed much, but they have moved closer to their respective station. Now that we're in the boom territory of that race, it is a little bit easier to navigate the course. But it looks like Stourport don't fancy being too close to the booms. They've gone out a little bit more into the middle, still within a safe racing line distance. And the difference between them is about a length right now.
Yeah, not enough to switch off, certainly as we crews coming past the spectator area. If you are enjoying a beer or a glass of wine on this beautiful Friday evening, I must say I'm very jealous. And you're watching some world-class rowing here at Henley Women's Regatta. The standard goes up every single year. I've been coming, I think, for 8 years now. And every edition I am increasingly pleased, surprised to see just how strong these crews are, even in the club, student, aspirational categories. And it's Stourport at the moment who are continuing to stretch away from Globe Rowing Club. They've opened up clear water now, which on the Henley stretch in this sort of one-on-one match racing format is so important.
I must say, I do really like the way that Globe are put together. Technically, they look like a really tight-knit unit. Obviously, perhaps they're behind because the crew from Stourport is just perhaps a little bit stronger, maybe a little bit more experienced. But technically, the Globe crew has been set up very favourably by the coach Will Darlington, who is also another fellow rowing commentator. So you might hear his voice at a different regatta.
You love to back an underdog. I've noticed this. We've been here for half an hour, and I think every single time a crew's been losing, you picked out something nice to say about them, which is a commendable quality and something that I could learn from. And I agree with you. Just watching that Globe crew, they do look very cohesive, well drilled, and which begs the question then, Pete, why is Stourport going faster?
I think they just might be a little bit stronger, a little bit more confident. Sometimes it's not about rowing clean. Sometimes it's just about rowing really hard and just pushing yourself to that cardiovascular limit, the upper range of that. And sometimes it's just about committing. You can row really well technically, but that doesn't necessarily make you go any faster. And as to your point about bigging up the underdogs, I'm conscious that this might be the only race that these athletes will have for their last race this weekend. So it's always nice to say something positive, because obviously they will have been training all year, all season, done the hard winter miles. We appreciate them, no matter the result.
Absolutely. It's the summit of the season, and what a venue to choose. No matter what the result, it is always a pleasure and a privilege to row on the Henley stretch in conditions such as these, because I've been at Henley when it's rained and poured, it's been thundery, it's wind, crosswinds, awful. This is as good as it gets on this picturesque part of the English countryside. But we can watch on now as race number 60 makes its way down. 61 is underway. It's Thames Rowing Club on the Berkshire station, Lee on the Buckinghamshire station. Something of a London derby, let's call it. And it once again is for the Leicester Trophy Aspirational Club Coxers Fours. And we can just see there, Pete, Lee. Well, that's a curious interpretation of a straight line, isn't it?
Definitely. I think some of the athletes might be just very geared up for this start and a little bit excited. So sometimes they will be obviously applying their maximum power, and that can pull the boat around if your crewmates aren't putting the same amount of pressure on that blade. You're talking about all these different varying conditions. Oh yeah, steering here at the bottom right of the screen.
And that's what happens. It so often is the case that a crew will overcorrect, and we've had it again, unfortunately, with Lee. It's the second Coxers Four we've seen collide with the booms today. And it's Lee who, unfortunately, have had a nightmare here. I mean, I have to admit, they've come up against Thames, one of the class crews in this competition, and likely to be one of the favourites to progress right the way through to Sunday's racing. But Lee have not dealt well, unfortunately, with the river and the booms and the steering that was required of them. Just watching the race unfold between Stourport and Globe. Stourport certainly being made to work very hard for that win. They had clear water at one point, and Globe have kept them honest all the way down, and you can see those two boats coming up towards the line. Smashing race, or smashing into that race there. Race 60. It's Stourport. You could see them looking over their shoulders for the line. Desperate to see where this one ended, but it is going to end with a win for Stourport Boat Club over Globe by about half a length.
I must say 2 seconds is quite a close margin.
Yeah, absolutely.
Particularly for what we've seen. I think maybe Globe have had a fantastic sprint finish.
Well, I'm not sure a sprint finish is going to be needed in this one, Pete. We can see there the drone is unforgiving, illuminating for us every inch of margin that Thames have now established over a dreadfully unfortunate Lee.
It looks like about 4 or 5 lengths advantage. In a crew boat of this size is going to be almost impossible to overcome that gap. But then again, that's just the levels of excitement and adrenaline that is going through these athletes at the moment, for them to obviously steer their boat in such a way in which it doesn't allow them to stay competitive in a race like this. It does happen to a lot of people. It doesn't mean that someone's bad at rowing. It just means that you need to try again next year and come back and give it another try. We've seen some international crews even do that on this course.
For sure. We certainly have. Some of the best in the world struggle to navigate the infamous Henley booms. From an athlete's perspective, Pete, I'm sure these women will be probably pretty pleased in the moment that they've got a relatively easy run out now and they're able to dictate the terms of the race from now on in. from a coaching perspective, I wonder if perhaps they would have liked it to be a bit more competitive for a little bit longer.
I think definitely. On an event like this, you go through the heat, then you have the semi-final and the final. So you only really get 3 opportunities to race side by side, and if one of those is taken away from you, well, it's just a little bit less race experience that you will get to have and progress through this weekend. Obviously, Thames is a super high performance club, so I don't think any of these athletes will be new to side-by-side racing, so perhaps it's not going to make that much of a difference. But like you said, from a coach's perspective, personally, I would have liked them to have a really good race and just feel that in the legs as well.
Well, I wonder whether Thames will stick to their proposed race plan, the one that they would have formulated on the bank before they went out to contest this contest, or contest this race, I should say, and whether they will put in their pre-designated pushes or whether they're going to just try and conserve some energy. We'll keep one eye on race 61 just to make sure nothing remarkable happens, but it's 62 which is now underway again. Some errant steering off the start here. It's Derby Rowing Club up against my alma mater, Star Club, and I regret to say that I think it's Star Club who are a little bit deviant in their line at the moment. But a much closer contest off the start here, Pete.
Very close off the start. It's difficult to separate these crews, and also it's difficult for them to, I guess, separate their own lines. The blades are almost at the stage where they will start to clash if there's even a slight difference in the way that the rudders applied on both of these. But then again, we do love a close, dramatic race. And
Derby pushing Star right up against the booms. I think it's Derby who are now being warned by the umpire, and they'll need to correct pretty quickly. Credit to Star, I have to say, they didn't steer into the booms, which we've seen a couple of times already today. Crews panicking and ending up in amongst the wood. On this occasion, though, Derby still being warned by the umpire. You can see there, if the flag's pointing in your direction, it means you need to move.
Yes, that's right. Oh, great push on there from Derby on the Berkshire station. I guess they're going to take the warning from the umpire for the opposite crew as an advantage and try and, in that moment of maybe like distraction and reorganization, just try and get that quick half a length up advantage. It's always a good time to put in that extra power 10 or power 20, whatever your tactic is.
Well, it's the intangible game that every steersman and woman and cox will play, is how far can I push the umpire's patience? To what extent is being warned just a warning, or is it really indicative of a theme I need to change? And it appears Derby settling on the right side of that line at the moment. They strike me as having an advantage and extending that as we watch them go down.
You can see them also moving a little bit closer into the middle of the stream. They're looking to get away from having their boat slow down by the river flow. Obviously, and it is, like you say, Tom, an interesting game. And look at them now. They've got like a length and a half clear water advantage here. This is fantastic to see. It just looks like they're stuck their teeth in and they're just grinding through with every single stroke. It's almost like they're gaining half an inch to an inch with each movement of the blade.
Well, I think about Henley Women's in thirds, and if I split those thirds down into halves, we have sixths, and the first sixth is obviously off the line, but that second sixth, as you come out from behind the island, often is the most critical part of this race, because it's where crews will throw down the hammer. It's where someone will make a move to try and end the sort of interpersonal relationship that you built up as two boats in a match racing format, and it seems that Derby have played their cards exactly right here, and like you say, Pete, they found gas that I didn't think they would have, and now they've got several lengths of clear water.
Well, I wonder what else they're going to show us in the semi-finals and finals of the competition if they do manage to go through, and all signs do point towards that. And from an athlete's perspective, when you're in the opposite crew and you're down and you don't see the stern or the puddles of your opposition, it's a very worrisome time.
Yeah, psychologically it's incredibly difficult to find the motivation to regain parity, and I don't think Star are going to have much of a chance here. Derby have had a really strong middle section in this race and establishing some serious control here and putting themselves in the frame now that we have to put them in, which is, are they serious contenders as the Leicester Trophy unfolds? We'll have to wait and see as the weekend shows us all the various narratives that are sort of bubbling under here, and we're just riding there with Star. Bedford based. Again, another programme that aim to peak at Henley, that aim to try and be competitive in these trophies, but just come up against a classier crew on the day in Derby. So we'll keep one eye on the Star Derby contest unfolding, but it's the final heat today of the Club Coxers Fours, which is now underway. Bristol City B, I should say, on the Berkshire station, and they are up against Agecroft. And once again, Pete, the umpire having to get involved, warning Bristol back onto their station.
Yes, definitely. The athletes aren't leaving umpires jobless and unemployed today. I think they're really putting them to work, like making sure that they're watching every single move. And we see this time and time again, and not just at this regatta, but pretty much any other Henley-based regatta. Those booms are difficult to navigate because you can't quite see at the start of the course. You can see you've got the buoys, but then they turn into booms and the lines are affected slightly. It's certainly a dynamic experience choosing your line, and you have to adapt to so much because you could pick a perfect line off the start, but if your opposition are starting to row into you, you obviously want to avoid a blade clash as well. So you have to be able to stay on your tiptoes and adjust to adapt to any situation that the course is going to throw at you. And it looks like here on a Buckinghamshire station, Agecroft have now broken clear, and they're looking to secure themselves that spot in the semi-final.
Yeah, Bristol just zigzagging a little bit at the beginning, and that has cost them valuable speed. And you're right, it is Agecroft who are now in control. At the top left, it's the conclusion of race 62, which was all about Derby Rowing Club, seeing off the attentions of Star Club. So it'll be Derby who progress through to the next round of the Leicester Trophy, and we can just see their star drifting across the line. Delight on the faces of the Derby athletes. They will be really happy. And we'll be back again on Saturday to fight for silverware. And will it be Agecroft who join them? It certainly looks like that to me at the moment, Pete.
I'm not too sure what Bristol would have to do right now in conjunction with Agecroft. I mean, these are both the B crews, so they should be matched in terms of their ability level here. But once you've worked out an advantage like this, it's so difficult to overcome it on just your own merits in terms of power, technique and boat speed.
Curiously, it doesn't look like the A crew from Bristol City qualified. I'm just looking back at the heats that we've had in this, and I can't see a Bristol A. So the B crew outgunning the A crew, but not able to outgun this excellent combination from Manchester Agecroft Rowing Club, a centre of performance for so many years now, and bringing another really fine example of their hard work and commitment to the Henley Reach.
You made a very good point there about qualifying. I think all of these crews, which are now racing on the screen, they would have had to go through the time trial and qualification process. So even if you lose by a few lengths in your heat, you still had to put down a performance in order to separate yourself from all the entries, which I think we've had some of the most record-breaking stats this year. I know even in particular the PR3 entries this year are the largest that Henley Women's Regatta has ever seen.
Well, it's a new trophy for the regatta, a relatively new trophy, I should say, and great to see all forms of rowing being encouraged at the regatta and being facilitated, because it's not every event in the country that allows for that. You can just see there stroke of the Agecroft crew calling her boat on. She'll be determined to ensure that they maintain their margin over City of Bristol. Not too much danger at the moment, I don't think, of that being reversed. It's a tough life being down at Henley. Match racing is unforgiving. Once you lose sight and you lose sound of your opponent, it's really hard to find terms again. And Bristol living that out, or living out that narrative in real time.
It's not easy being down, but it's such a shared experience. So many athletes that will have raced down this track will have been down at one point or the other. So it is also something that you do now have in common. Having competed at this course, you will come away with some fun memories, and yeah, perhaps maybe the race didn't go according to the plan that you wanted to necessarily, or your opposition is just perhaps stronger or faster, but it's still such a great experience to have with you as a crew, just rowing down this Henley track, and down or not, you're still trying your absolute best. You're trying to put the performance down. You're rowing for your supporters, you're rowing for your coaches, for everyone who's supported you throughout the year, and I think that should be celebrated. We have a little announcement from our beach tent section for anyone who's entered the Yerk Challenge. The winner, please go to the beach tent section to collect your t-shirt and a painted pulp water bottle.
So if you are joining us for the first time here at Henley Women's Regatta on this beautiful Friday evening, you are watching two races at the moment. Race number 63 coming towards its conclusion. It's Agecroft Rowing Club over the line ahead of Bristol City to qualify for the next round of the Leicester Trophy. And on the bottom right of your screen, it is race 64, which has begun. The Berkshire Station holds Kingston Rowing Club, Bachman, and on the Buckinghamshire Station is Johanna Heyman of the City of Oxford, and they are contesting a heat of the aspirational lightweight single sculls for the Fiona Dennis Trophy. And at the moment, it is the sculler from Kingston Rowing Club who is doing a pretty excellent job.
Yeah, I really like what I'm seeing from her in terms of their technical ability. She's very calm, composed, obviously is in balance with the boat, so she's very in tune with every single movement that she is doing. There's not too many wasted motions. She is able to control that hull so nicely and to her desire. You can see that maybe the slight difference with the Oxford City crew. She is a little bit more powerful here, that sculler. Very dynamic around the back end. She's obviously trying her absolute hardest, just maybe lacking a little bit of efficiency, particularly around the catch. You can see just a little bit of splashing, and you know, in a single, a couple of inches per stroke, over 150 strokes or so throughout the race, that will start to add up.
Absolutely. It's a battle of attrition in the single, and one that the Kingston Rowing Club sculler is winning. And as we say, we're not completely surprised that the margins are fairly decisive at this stage of the competition. In theory, the scullers who we're seeing are pitching up and racing athletes who are at either end of the time trial results, in terms of those that actually qualified through to this round of side-by-side. But it is this sculler from Kingston, really decisive. Drive phase there, in control of her shell.
And it's really impressive the standard that she's managed to get herself up to. She's only learned how to row 4 years ago at Lady Eleanor Hollis School, which is a private school in London. She's joined Kingston Rowing Club just 2 years ago, and she raced in another event here at Henley Women's Regatta, where she made it to the quarter-final, which so far was her biggest achievement. Well, I think she's going to progress through, and perhaps with the speed that she's generating, if she's able to replicate that performance to a similar level in the latter stages of the draw, I think she might repeat or perhaps even better her so far biggest rowing accomplishment.
Yeah, it could be a dark horse for the competition as this one unfolds, but we'll keep one eye on Francie Bachman from Kingston Rowing Club. It's race 65 that's also underway, and it is Catherine Jackson of Worcester Rowing Club up against Rebecca Setford of Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club. This is another heat of the Fiona Dennis Trophy aspirational lightweight single sculls, and I think it is Catherine Jackson, no stranger to the single, who is in the lead in the early parts of the race on the bottom right hand side of your screen. She did a good season, Catherine Jackson. She actually had a tilt at the Princess Royal at Henley Royal last year. Didn't qualify, but we all know the standard that's on display there, so a good stepping stone for her. She was 5th in challenge singles at Wallingford Regatta, and then 2nd in the C final at the Metropolitan Regatta, and actually won gold at the British Masters Championships in the Masters B singles. So an athlete with lots of experience, lots of pedigree. And you've talked a lot about technique there, Pete. Talk to me a little bit about how Catherine Jackson is sculling, because it looks like a really smooth style.
It's absolutely smooth. I'm seeing a lot of looseness in the fingers, particularly around the catch from her. She's just almost dropping that spoon. There's no forcing movement going on at all. She's very light with the pickup, and she's accelerating that boat as the stroke progresses. But then again, it's a quick release at the finish, and then she's just very gently moving that hull up, preparing it for the next stroke. There's absolutely no forced movements. You don't really see any splashing on the blades, any unnecessary inefficiencies here, and I think just that relaxation is really helping her.
Well, on the top left, we can see the conclusion of race 64 coming up towards the line. It is Francie Bachman, formerly of Lady Eleanor Hollis, a loser in the Frank v. Harry Cup last year. She made the quarterfinals for Development Cox Forwards, and this is exactly the point of that development competition. It is designed as a springboard for aspirational events. Great to see her winning in the aspirational lightweight single sculls. She will progress through to the next round. And she saw off the attentions of Johanna Heyman of the City of Oxford. But it is all about Catherine Jackson on this wonderful Friday evening here at Henley Women's Regatta. I think I would call that a superlative lead at this stage.
Superlative for sure. I mean, that's over 5 boat lengths, which I think the margin is then classified as easily. And it doesn't look like she's following Catherine. Catherine isn't following Francie Bachmann's strategy here, because Francie from Kingston in the previous race, she rode pretty much at full speed for most of that race. She really tried to test out her race pace, versus Catherine is sort of reserving that energy, thinking about the next stages of this regatta, and perhaps already starting to visualize her strategy if she was on the opposite side of the station here.
Well, we've talked already about the unique position these scullers find themselves in. They raced the time trial this morning, so this will be the second run out of the weekend, and they want to progress to the final, at least 3 more to go. So conserving a little bit of energy will be of absolute critical importance, and I'm sure Catherine Jackson will have one eye on doing that. But we move to race 66, which has also begun. 2 of the pre-race favourites up against each other in this early round. It's Leanna Daniels of Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club on the Berkshire station, and she's up against Katie Cooper of Nottingham Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. 2 clubs who have built a reputation on developing excellent sculling talent.
Absolutely. Leanna Daniels has previously reached a semi-final of this competition twice, and so she is no stranger to this. This is her 4th time racing at Henley Women's, and she's already done a number of regattas, domestic regattas earlier this year. I think that's a very promising start over from her. She's on the Berkshire station. You can see just 250 metres into this race, she's already got about a length and a half, sort of bordering on 2 lengths of advantage. That's going to be almost impossible to overturn, unless of course she's worked past her boiling point, I guess, in terms of how much power she's got left in her, but I don't think that's the case here.
Well, when Katie Cooper saw the draw for this first heat of the aspirational lightweight single sculls, she probably had a bit of an internal sigh, because these 2 have raced each other already this season. There was 9 seconds between them at the Nottingham City Regatta, and it was in favour of Leanna Daniels. And at the moment, that precedent true to form here on the Henley course, because it is the Hollingworth Lake sculler who is doing a pretty good impression of somebody who looks like a serious prospect for the Fiona Dennis Trophy.
I do see a slightly different style from her than perhaps the other competitors. She looks very mature, particularly with the blade extraction around the back end. I think that rhythm that she is able to generate, as we saw, she got 2 lengths of advantage at the end of the island. I think you're absolutely right, Tom. I think she is one of our top contenders here in this event, and if I was to hazard a guess, in the future rounds she will try to kill all the races off at the start, because that's just the easiest way to carry this sort of thing out, when you can mentally break your opponent.
Absolutely, particularly in the single, where it's just you've got nothing else to call on but your own grit and determination. And it's Catherine Jackson we just saw crossing the line there for Worcester Rowing Club. She progresses through to the quarter-finals of the Fiona Dennis Trophy for aspirational lightweight single sculls. And we're now riding with Leanna Daniels and Katie Cooper, who are contesting race number 66. And it's Leanna Daniels who has got a pretty firm grip on this heat. And for context, Leanna Daniels was 2nd in the B final at Metropolitan Regatta for women's single sculls. And the sculler we just saw win the previous heat, Catherine Jackson, was 3rd in the C final. So there is a bit of a chasm between even those 2 scullers. So I think we have to put Leanna Daniels right up in the frame here as one of the favourites.
For sure. And just the fact that she's made the B final as a lightweight athlete, that's a big testament to how fast she is rowing as an athlete. Met Regatta is stacked also with some international entries too. But it is worth pointing out there was actually another lightweight who did win at
Former.
that regatta.
Let's say it's a former lightweight.
Former lightweight, yeah.
And did win an Olympic gold.
And she is racing this weekend too,
She is indeed.
but in the open weight category.
Yeah, fabulous to have Olympic gold medalists here at Henley Women's Regatta. And as you rightly point out, Pete, Imogen Grant will be in action this weekend. And hopefully she'll be in action at Henley Royal too, where I think she's pitched in to face up against a pretty stacked field of internationally renowned scullers. So excited to see Imogen in action, not just this weekend, but hopefully in a couple of weekends' time too.
Well, we'll have to see if she pre-qualifies or whether she has to go down that track once again. Except this time not over 1,500 meters, but it's about 1,900, 1,950 meters over the Henley course qualifiers.
Let's not try to second guess the stewards. They have a law that I don't think all of us fully understand. So we can see here, if you are joining us for the first time, it is Henley Women's Regatta. Look at that shot. A stunning vista for you all to enjoy. The English countryside at its green and glorious best.
That is the pinnacle of rowing. I dare anybody to provide me with better rowing locations than this, particularly on a river. And I just don't think there's that many.
Well, I can tell you now, the last time I watched rowing on a river was 3 weeks ago in Philadelphia at the Cooper River, and it is not a comparison. There is no flies on Henley. It is one of the premier places to row. People come from all over the world. And on that note, we have race 67, which does contain one of our international entrants. It's Triton back in action here. A. Serans of USR Triton on the Buckinghamshire station, and she is racing Newark Rowing Club Cawley on the Berkshire station.
And those four athletes that we can see on the screen across those two races, the winners of both those races will face each other in the next round. So this is also another interesting matchup. I think the international entries are always difficult to predict in terms of speed, purely because we don't have the domestic racing results from like a number of weeks before. But what we're seeing here is an absolute fabulous start from Annie-Sophie Serarens from the Utrecht club in the Netherlands. That is an incredible advantage, and just look how fast she's moving that boat. She doesn't look a stroke under 42 strokes per minute here, and she just keeps on building that advantage. I think it's going to be one of the closest events we might even have all weekend, this aspirational lightweight single.
Well, lightweight racing so often is by virtue of the fact that physiologically these athletes are all very, very similar. We can see that Leanna Daniels, she's allowed Katie Cooper to come back towards her. I think she's had a fairly relaxed second half of her trip down the Thames, and she does successfully navigate her way through, with clear water it must be said, to the next round. And to your point, Pete, these scullers from Holland looking pretty sharp. We had a Triton sculler win already in this event, or rather win their heat, and it's looking to me like Anne-Sophie Serens is going to be joining her. She did win the last national meet in the aspirational lightweight singles, so clearly a very capable sculler, and at the moment getting the better of Cawley of Newark Rowing Club.
Yes, and her club Triton is a patron of the seas, one of the mythological characters and creatures here. What I'd like to point out, I think, to our sharp-eyed viewers here, in terms of the technical difference, why the Dutch scullers are performing so well, they're almost positioned a little bit further in and back in the boat, so they don't go for as much reach at the top, which means they have a lot more blade and room to work with the blade around the back end of the stroke, allowing them a cleaner instruction and just that little bit more space is a bit more comfortable. But another aspect to that is a caveat. Because you're further back in the boat, as you go towards the catch, obviously you're going to put a little bit of a check on the stern, but because your center of mass is a little bit closer to the bow, you're actually going to be slowing that boat down less, which you can see right now. Great shot from our producers.
Well, they do have a very distinctive style, Dutch sculling, so successful as well, winning medals in every men's category at the Paris Olympic Games.
It was so close between GB and the Netherlands in Paris. And it was a couple of bow ball finishes that actually determined who topped the medal table there. Fantastic. And it's good to see also another country with a slightly different rowing styles, because then it's almost like Britain and the Netherlands are pushing each other on, trying to find out who can execute the rowing style faster, because it's not a right or a wrong way to row across different countries. It's just your style and how well you're able to immerse yourself and perfect that.
And that's the beautiful subjectivity of sport, is often there is no right way to execute. It's all about your interpretation of what the right answer is. And at the moment, it is Anne-Sophie Serrans of the USR Triton who is putting on the better version of execution here over Corley of Newark Rowing Club. So as we watch that one progress down, we're underway in race number 68, which is Academic Aspirational Coxless Fours, and it is the University of London, UL, as they are colloquially known on the Berkshire station, up against a crew from Ireland, University College Dublin Ladies Boat Club. And oh dear, and there I'm looking at the sheet, and Pete, what have I seen? What have I missed?
Well, you've missed two crews actually being on the Buckinghamshire station at the start of this race, and we have another boom clash in that Coxless 4. It's really a shame to see it happen so quickly after the start of this race, because if they're able to do anything about this, I guess it's the best if it happens at the start, because you've got the most room to make up for that. But then the crew from University of London, obviously they won't have slowed down. They will capitalise on every single bit of advantage given over to them, and you can see that's pretty much 400-500 metres in. That is a settled race, really.
Yeah, it's a commanding lead for sure. I mean, did we see UL come over? Do we think the umpire's going to need to get involved here?
That's kind of what I saw when you were introducing the crews. I saw UL very far over on the Buckinghamshire station, almost pushing UCL from Dublin here. So it's down to the umpire's interpretation. I would not like to guess or predict what they're about to do, but it did not look like a clean start from both of those crews, I must say.
Well, all UL can do now is row to the line and make sure they maintain their lead, which is exactly, by the way, what Anne-Sophie Serrans of the USR Triton has done. The Netherlands sculler will join her compatriot in the next round of the Fiona Dennis Trophy for aspirational lightweight single sculls. Really mature and convincing performance from that sculler, seeing off the attentions and efforts of Corley from Newark Rowing Club by a pretty significant margin there.
We'll just have to wait for how the rest of this Coxless 4 race plays out as well, just to see if there's perhaps anything that the umpire wants to do at the end of this race. Perhaps maybe the athletes are going to put their hand up and say anything, but for now they do have to play this race out as if everything is going according to plan. University of London, very strong. They do not want to leave sort of any bit of water behind on them. They're capitalizing with every single stroke, just grabbing that full range of motion and accelerating it beautifully.
Well, this UCD crew was supposedly quite a fast boat. This is the first time that they're challenging for the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy, and I'm sure not the side-by-side racing start they would have wanted. They were at the Met a few weeks ago, and they were the only crew from the Academic Coxless 4 category to make the A final, where they placed 5th. So you've got to assume that this would have been a very competitive race had it played out in the way we all hoped it would.
I guess we'll just have to see what happens after this race, but even just comparing their rowing styles, it does look like they're such close contenders. You can see that little look over there from the bow person, Dervila O'Brien. She just wants to keep her crew informed on the progress, but both of them are just really powerful in their execution. I don't think London are going to be very closely contested here, but Dublin isn't giving up by any means.
No, so we will keep a close eye on what happens in the final stages of race number 68. But 69 has just left the state boats, and I'm going to keep moving my head to make sure I don't miss any more action here, because we are underway. University of East Anglia on the Berkshire station and Surrey University on the Buckinghamshire station. And once again, we have some errant steering, let's call it that.
Definitely. We just see it time and time again. We've spoken about this before. It's just so difficult to judge the distance to the boys. You can see that little bit of clash. The blade jumped up a little bit, but the athletes did stay in control. Perhaps it's something that they've practiced and they've gotten themselves back into the course, but it's what you talked about before, Tom, is that overcorrection. You do end up losing on both ends of that steering manoeuvre.
Well, the fact that everyone seems to be getting it wrong maybe tells the story here, Pete, that it is incredibly challenging to get it right. And it seems to me like to be fair to the University of Surrey, they're doing a blinding job of just staying glued to those booms. They've got about probably 12 inches of clearance, and that's it. We're just watching there the conclusion of race number 68, which is UL, who have beaten the crew from Ireland. Obviously, we did have that unfortunate incident where the Irish crew clashed with the booms at the beginning of the race. I can't see any hands up.
Dublin got back closed though. It wasn't 2 lengths in there, was there?
No, they closed them down really well. Well, you've got to assume that result will stand, so it is UL who progressed through. The Irish do look disappointed, it has to be said.
They must just be taking that in the good stride of the sporting fair play. And in here we can see that East Anglia crew has been travelling up and down the station, from clashing with the boys to almost pushing Surrey out into the booms to now finally having corrected their steering. I wonder if it is happening to so many crews, Tom, in terms of the wind of the island. If you're on a Buckinghamshire station, you have that windshield protection from the island itself. On the other side, you don't quite have that. I wonder if perhaps the wind is pushing all the crews towards the booms, and that's maybe the origin of those issues.
Yeah, you might well be right. Conditions playing a part here, as they so often do on the Henley Reach. But it is Surrey who just demonstrated a little bit more knowledge of when to apply the rudder, and that's paid dividends for them because they now have a fairly commanding lead over the University of East Anglia.
That's fantastic. They just stayed completely focused within their boat. There was no heads turning around. There was no weavy steering. They just, like you said, glued themselves to those booms and just went in a perfectly straight line, just executing their race strategy stroke by stroke. That is a fantastic performance from them. And just even if you look at those catches from them, if you look at all 4 blades, the synchronicity in movement, in moving the bodies, extracting those blades, moving those handles, it's just such a pleasure to see, really. You do really have to appreciate when these kind of crews come to Henley.
A classy outfit, for sure. Doing the business on the Henley stretch. And because of the margin that they've now got, they can probably afford themselves just a pip or two of luxury here, of lenience, and enjoy their Friday evening row in front of what I'm sure is a group of supporters on the bank who'll be delighted to see them progressing well. But we're now underway in race number 70. They're coming thick and fast here at Henley Women's Regatta, and it looks to me, Pete, like we only have 1 crew on the course. Unless Cardiff have had the start of their lives, I think it's just... Oh no, they're just hidden. You could see that they were just hidden in the shadow. So they are on the course, Cardiff, and it's Treaton on the Berkshire station who are leading at the moment, Cardiff University.
It is really difficult to see them from the shade that the island is throwing on. I guess we are in this part of the day where the sun is casting a tremendous shadow to the point where we can't even see half the competitors. But I don't think it matters very much at the moment, because that crew from Treaton has really afforded themselves a fantastic second half of this race, haven't they?
Yeah, they've had a blistering start, and it's yet another boat from Treaton who have shown a lot of class here on the Henley stretch. As we said, they don't come over for nothing. They'll only have made the trip if they think they're going to be competitive, and competitive they certainly are in the opening exchanges of race 70, establishing several lengths of clear water over Cardiff University. This Cardiff crew only came together at Bucks Regatta. They were in the C final at the Metropolitan Regatta, and this is their final race with the club for 3/4 of this crew. So an emotional moment, a poignant moment, and probably not the one that they would have wanted necessarily, but the memories that they make on this Henley stretch, I'm sure, will fuel any future rowing endeavours. And I always think it's a pleasure and a privilege to come up against crews of a different class. You learn a great deal, and this Treaton boat have really shown what it's all about here.
Definitely. It's almost... You can't feel sad when you come up against such a strong crew, but you still produce your best performance. So if Cardiff do want to have a poignant moment, like you said, for this last emotional goodbye and farewell. I guess as long as they're happy with the way they've rowed, the way they've applied power, not giving up, good steering, and good energy within the crew, I believe they can come away happy from this. And that's another beautiful thing, like you're pointing out on the Henley stretch. When those booms come up, you do sometimes find yourself amongst some fantastic, quick, rapid international crews, and you don't always know the standard until that island passes.
That's exactly right. And Cardiff, unfortunately, just come up against a classier crew on the day. Don't want to speak too soon, but this Triton boat do have total control on race 70. The conclusion of race 69 also all finished now. Surrey dispatching the University of East Anglia, and they will join UL in the next round. So 2 of our 8 crews that will progress through to the quarterfinals of the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy already determined, and I think our 3rd entrant likely to be the Dutch in shot here. Not the only Dutch crew in this event. We've got 2 more to come in races 76 and 79. So a bit of intramural, or I could call it inter-country rivalry really, between 3 of the biggest student programs in the country.
Just paying really close attention to those Dutch crews. I do wonder what is it that makes them row so fast. And one of the things that just really stands out to me with every single Dutch crew that we see here at Henley Women's is just how loose of a grip they have on the handle. It's almost as if they're not grabbing it and gripping it really tightly, but as if they're guiding it, just allowing it to just find its course, and they're just gently directing it to the right moment. And then instead of even just putting the blade in the water, you almost lift your hand, and then by the weight of the spoon, the blade follows.
Yeah, really neat summary there of that technique. But it is differential from what we see here in the UK. It is noticeable. If you looked at this crew and didn't know they were from overseas, you might be able to identify it from the way they row. But we can see there the start of race number 71, and it's Oxford Brookes, need no introduction, on the Berkshire station, and University Rowing Aberdeen on the Buckinghamshire station.
Got a very experienced crew over here in Aberdeen. It's a mixture of some international vests here. We've got the GB trialists here, Henley Royal Regatta competitors. We've got under 19 GB trialists. We've got GB junior teams from Coupe de la Jeunesse in 2024, bronze medalists, winners of Cox 4 events, medalists from here last year at Henley Women's. Some of them have only been rowing 2 or 3 years. And
oh no, and there we go again. It really is causing a lot of crews trouble today, and you could almost see it coming actually with the Aberdeen crew. They realised 2 or 3 strokes before they actually collided with the booms that was going to happen, and now Brookes, who are relentless and merciless on the Henley stretch, we've seen them collect so much silverware, particularly over the last 3 or 4 years. They will show no quarter, and unfortunately will probably not be giving Aberdeen a reprieve.
That's exactly right, and again, I got so lost in the detail, I've actually missed the action again here. And if there's one thing, I definitely agree with you on that, Tom. If there's one thing that you must not do, it's almost a cardinal sin on the Henley stretch, is give Oxford Brookes any level of advantage. These guys are just so clinical and so confident in their execution. They come from such a successful program, just spanning so many trophies, delivering year on year, and that's what they do. They race side by side all year, whether it's just a paddling session or pieces or anything. They do know exactly what it feels like to have a crew right next to them giving it their absolute best. So this is their, I guess this is their conditions to, this is what they're used to.
Well, they've had a hell of a year off the water, Brookes, but on the water their focus has remained razor sharp. And this Cathy Cruikshank Trophy is one of the few cups at Henley Women's Regatta that they have not adorned their name onto yet, so we'll be desperate to do it after a couple of years of near misses. And this Brookes boat, although we don't get to see them at full blast, and we won't get to see what they're like up against the heat of battle, they are looking like a classy outfit, and one that's going to take some serious undoing, I think.
And that's exactly right. Brookes, for example, compared to the Dutch crews, they're very strong believers in loading up the front end in order to accelerate the boat. If you apply your legs as hard as you can around the catch, then sort of you increase the base level of the power curve, which means you will be producing higher watts, perhaps with a slightly smaller peak, but maybe elongated stroke. You can see here in short we've got Sophia McDavid, Grace Patterson, Molly Rippon and Maria Cowing. It's a lovely bow-rigged boat, and I don't know about you, Tom, but I notice a bucket.
The less said the better, I think. My technical knowledge runs out at that point. But I'm curious to hear more about this front-loaded power curve, because I do understand that Brooks do place a lot of emphasis at the front of that stroke. How does that differ from the traditional rowing stroke that we see here with other programs?
I think this is generally the British rowing style just taken to the maximum efficiency. So as long as you're able to apply that strong change of direction at the front end together as a crew, you will start to you will obviously completely stop the process of slowing the boat down as you move into the catch. And if you're able to grip and grab that boat together and almost do, it's like a horizontal deadlift is what I call a rowing stroke. If you're able to do all of that together as a crew, there's quite a few hundred kilos being pushed through, so that boat is then changing momentum, instantly lifting itself out of the water, and perhaps you don't have so much to add with your body or the arms around the back end, but just overall you will have set yourself up for a very big, strong, powerful arc.
Well, whatever they're doing, Brooks, it's working, because they are leading race number 71 by some distance at the moment. So we'll move back to the start, and it's the Frank V. Harry Cup for Development Coxed Fours, a trophy that has been in the clutches of Edinburgh University, who have such a phenomenal beginner program for the last couple of years. And these two crews keen to put that dominance to rest. It's Oxford University B on the Berkshire station up against Lee Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. Now, both of these boats, Pete, have coxes. You can see their heads poking out in the bows, so you would think that we'll have no problems with steering here.
That would be my assumption as well, but as we know, racing can be very dramatic sometimes. Like we said before, there's a lot of adrenaline, emotions, excitement. There's sometimes, an athlete has worked themselves so hard they're actually unable to apply power for a couple of strokes, and maybe then that sways the bow around, forcing the cox to sort of respond. But yes, I would predict that we should have a safe, clean execution here and just really determine the winner of this race purely based on their speed and merit.
Well, speed and merit is going to need to be what these two crews apply, because it's a pretty close affair in the opening exchanges. Nothing really to choose between Oxford on the left and Lee on the right, just as we watch Oxford Brooks, not to be confused with Oxford University, rowing up towards the line in their heat of the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy, successfully navigating a pathway to the quarterfinals, having seen off the attentions of the University Rowing Aberdeen boat.
I am loving to see that close race here. It does look like Lee has managed to get themselves out in front a little bit, although those angles can be misleading sometimes. There's not much to separate these crew in terms of their technical ability. They've both got coxes. They've both got probably a similar level of power since they're development crews. I think it's just going to come down to who wants it more and who's mentally just a little bit stronger, who can stay in that pain zone, in the zone of discomfort for just that little bit longer in order to break their opposition or just edge their bow out in front. Oxford University B crew, the development squad crew, is now about a canvas ahead of Lee.
Well, this crew on their bio from Lee said that they would be recognisable for a lilac base layer, and that the reason for that was that when the club was first founded, lilac, orange and brown were the only colours unclaimed by other rowing clubs, and so that is a playful nod to a little known piece of the club's history. Now, it looks like 3 of the crew got the memo, but it is very hot here at Henley Women's Regatta today, so base layers definitely aren't on the list of necessary items. You can see there the cox regularly and frequently and quite fervently communicating with his boat here.
Absolutely. As a cox, you're almost the link between the athlete and a coach, so you're in charge of the race plan. Technically, the execution of how the race strategy goes is all down to you and your actions, because you can only tell the athletes what to do. I think Lee has made a bit of a push here, the cox very rightly so, controlling the distances between the two crews. The last thing you want is to let your opposition get too far ahead, so if you stay within that contact zone, which they absolutely are, about a canvas now behind Lee, it's important to, one, stay in control so you can inform your crews, because if you inform your athletes, they're going to be less likely to look outside of the boat. They'll be able to focus on what's going on the rhythm, on how much power they're applying, everything like that. So as a cox, if you can take all that stress, all that worry, all that wondering away and just inform your athletes, keep them pretty up to date, then you're bound to have a better performance here. And I'm just now thinking, has Oxford gone a little bit too early here?
Well, we will keep a close eye on proceedings in race number 72, because that one is by no means finished between Oxford University and Lee. Race number 73 has now begun. The University of East Anglia on the Berkshire station, and they are racing Agecroft Rowing Club. We've got 8 heats of the development coxed fours to come for the Frank V. Harry Cup. A reminder, 44 boats entered this competition this weekend and only 16 remain, so that time trial was particularly ruthless. And really, Lee and Oxford, hammer and tongs here. There is nothing really to pick between them. Are we thinking maybe Lee with the slightest of advantages?
I think Lee might be starting to get that speed back. I mean, in terms of the composure, they do look a little bit better through that middle than Oxford. It does look like they did expend a lot of energy. But then again, Oxford athletes, this is not their typical racing distance. As we know, their main goal for the season is to race that long 6-kilometre boat race between Oxford and Cambridge. Their season actually ends in March. So speaking to their coaches, Alan and James, earlier, it's almost like they're treating sort of June and the rest of the summer as pre-season for their boat race now.
Yeah, of course, their peak being an unusual time in the UK racing calendar. And they're going to have to find something pretty special here, because it's still deadlock between these two boats as they come down towards the line. I can hear the volume go up from our launch commentary. It's Lee and it's Oxford sprinting to the line. I think Lee probably have about a third of a length. And there we go, up towards the line. It is Lee. What a fantastic race that was. Brilliant example of Cox 4 rowing from two crews who are relatively new to the sport compared to a lot of the entrants into Henley Women's this weekend. And Lee Rowing Club delighted. There we go, big smiles. They progress through to the quarterfinals.
Fabulous. And it's fair to say that the crews didn't get away from each other for more than half a length during that entire race. It was so close.
Well, if that doesn't motivate you to stay in the sport, I don't know what will. It's race 73 now on the course. It's East Anglia University against Agecroft, and it is the University of East Anglia who are doing some of the early running. Now, JRN, shameless plug, has noted that this crew are one of the top contenders and likely to be a boat that is competitive throughout the course of the Frank V. Harry Cup. They were winners in women's fours at Star Regatta, Peterborough Regatta, Bedford Regatta and Poplar Regatta. So a bit of pot hunting earlier in the year, but I'm sure that the trophy and the bit of silver they really want to claim is here on the Henley Reach.
And the message from these athletes is that they would just like to thank their coach, Will Dawson-Jones, for all of his commitment, dedication to the squad this season, and they just hope to make him proud. And I think that's what they're doing, being top contenders for this event, claiming all these pots at the different fun local regattas here, and now looking to really make some moves over in Agecroft. In terms of skill level here, we can just see from the athletes' bios, the Agecroft crew was just formed about a month ago. So they will be carrying a little bit less of that experience in the boat.
Yeah, we're riding there with the University of East Anglia. And now we can see Agecroft coming into shot as well. 3 of these women learned to row at Agecroft as juniors. And so it really is homesprung talent here. But they're going to have to find something fairly special in the second half to overcome that University of East Anglia crew who just have a bit of a stranglehold on proceedings at the moment. It's going to be difficult, I think, and they're just slightly smoother in their execution as well.
I agree with you on that, Tom. They're working really hard for every bit of advantage that they've got, but sometimes, especially at the development level, this is just what you have to do because you've just not got the mileage in your legs or in your hands in order to sort of elevate yourself technically. So then it just does come down to pure passion, grit, determination. That's not a negative comment on the way these athletes are rowing at all. Obviously there's a reason why they've remained after the time trials. I do think they're rowing really nicely as well.
So whilst watching the University of East Anglia lead Agecroft Rowing Club in race 73. 74 for the eagle-eyed amongst us has begun. The bottom right of your screen unfolding between St Andrews University on the Berkshire Station and Queen's University Ladies Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. It is our third of 8 heats in the development Coxed Fours. And it looks to me that the crew from Northern Ireland are doing the early running, but they've just clipped the booms there. That's not what you want to see at all. Maybe a bit of inexperience coming through there, but they're still in contention here. There's still overlap.
I think that's the important thing, though. You can touch the booms as long as it doesn't cost you too much of the race. It's a mistake that you can forgive yourself after that race if you manage to turn this around. They've still got a little bit of work to do. They're about 2/3 of a length behind here, but then the race is just about 400 meters in at this point.
Yeah, plenty of water left to make your mark as we watch the University of East Anglia across the line. They will join
the winner of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll join.
Oh, they will be joining
Oxford University.
Oxford.
For a minute, that was a
It will be
real
Lee.
freeze of the brain. It was Lee.
It was Lee.
I haven't eaten since midday, guys. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It's been a long day in the sun, but a little bit of a memory lapse there. So it will be Lee, it will be East Anglia, and then it's up between St Andrews University on the near side here, closest to the camera, and it's Queen's University Ladies Boat Club. We just clipped the booms in the opening phases and have now got quite a lot of work to do to unseat this crew from Scotland, who, as we can see, Pete, are just stretching out here.
I really like what they're doing here, St Andrews. They're capitalising on sort of the inconsistent steering, I'd like to say, from the Irish crew. Obviously, they are, in this terms, the home crew here, but they would have travelled just as far from St Andrews down to the Henley stretch as the Queen's University also. They do have a change of coaching this year, St Andrews. They're now coached by Lewis McHugh, who is a former under-23 GB rower. Previously, St Andrews were coached by Alan Sinclair, who's a former GB Olympian, finalist of the men's pair at the Rio Games, coming behind the Kiwi pair. One thing to point out about St Andrews, they do a lot of rowing with the beach sprints. They have one of the new development centres there, so that is one of their focuses as well. So it's great to see them being able to compete both in a traditional rowing format, but also sort of lead that change into the newly introduced beach sprints event for the Olympics.
Well, St Andrews with a bone to pick, having been knocked out of this event last year by Edinburgh University, who of course would go on to win it. So it's personal here on the Henley Reach between two Scottish rivals. And St Andrews doing all the right things to ensure that they're at least in with a shot of a rematch against Edinburgh. Several lengths of clear water now, and we'll keep an eye on that one.
Another free speed bucket here on the course from St Andrews.
A free speed bucket. Oh, dearie me. What have we become? Anyway, race 75, the fourth of our 8 development Coxed 4 heats. It's Cardiff University of Wales on the Berkshire Station up against Edinburgh University, who have to arrive into today's racing as one of the favourites, the holders on the Buckinghamshire Station, with probably the most prolific student beginner rowing programme in the country. And I think, Pete, that is already starting to show, as they have got an early lead over Cardiff.
As long as they manage to stay safe within the booms, I expect Edinburgh to just keep building upon the advantage. They have an enormous novice programme, like you're saying. I think perhaps even bigger than Oxford Brookes, particularly in that part of the country as well. Their coach Colin Williamson, every year he's producing top contenders for these domestic regattas, Bucks Regatta, but also both the Henley Women's and Henley Royal. They are definitely the ones to watch, and there's something to be said about strength in numbers, in unity. You know, they've got incredible facilities. I believe their budget for the sports centre at Edinburgh is about £4 million a year. They have a gym full of 70 rowing machines that they just always lay down side by side, and they all work together as a squad. I think that's why they're able to bring these novice athletes up to such a good standard. It's always easier to develop athletes if you're able to just drop them in the boat with some more experienced people, and they pick up those habits faster. And I believe it goes for the team atmosphere as well. You're able to translate a lot more of your sort of club ethos and philosophy onto these athletes. And again, it doesn't look like a development crew that's just started to row in the last 2 years. It looks like a very mature style of rowing from these Edinburgh athletes.
Well, success so often breeds success, and that is painted very, very brightly here on the Henley course. Edinburgh, the winners of this event last year, holders, and will be desperate to retain their title over the course of this weekend, and putting in a pretty good exhibition of Cox 4 rowing so far. Just on the top left, we saw St Andrews University dispatching Queen's University Ladies Boat Club. So it is the Northern Irish ladies who will depart this competition, and St Andrews of Scotland who move on to the next round.
So last year we had St Andrews up against Edinburgh in this exact competition, and then Edinburgh progressed and went on to win. They're going to face each other again, and who's to say whether Edinburgh will repeat their performance from last year, or whether St Andrews will try to overcome the unfavourable result from the previous season.
Well, it's always nice when there's more than just two names on a timesheet. The narrative is what keeps us punters and pundits engaged with the sport, and there's plenty of subversive narrative here in the Frank v Harry Cup. A lot of Scottish interest, not just Edinburgh, St Andrews as well, pitching for a chance to lift that trophy on Sunday afternoon. But this Edinburgh crew, you're right, Pete, they don't row like a boat that's only been, on the water as an individual, sort of four individuals for 2 years. They row really in a really composed fashion. They look meticulously well drilled. It's a really classy outfit, and to your point, it's great to see so much homegrown talent flowing through that system at Edinburgh under the stewardship of Colin Williamson.
Definitely, and one of the ways that you're able to that we're able to judge that from that beautiful drone shot, we just saw the puddles and the way that the blades move away from them. There's no rash, jolted, sort of jaggedy movements. It's all nice, smooth fashion, and like you like to say, a great outfit.
Well, I'm sure when Cardiff saw the draw, they thought, for goodness sake, how have we managed to draw the holders in round one? But it's a sharp learning curve. Rowing is unforgiving, especially at Henley. And Cardiff, I'm sure, will learn a lot of good lessons from this particular race and take it through into the future endeavours that they perform in this sport.
Oh, definitely. And also to the contrary, when you want to win an event, it doesn't matter who you come up against. If you want to be the best, you have to beat everyone that's on the course. So if you draw the winners of the previous year, great. That's just the test of our speed and strength. And if we're faster, then we're definitely pipped to be the strong contenders too for the eventual win at the end of the weekend. But then it's not the case in this race, but this is a good mentality to take on as an athlete.
Absolutely. You can only beat what's put in front of you. Edinburgh doing that at the moment with Cardiff University. So we switch disciplines. We're back to the Cox's Fours, and it is race 76 underway. KSRV Nord of the Netherlands, another Dutch crew, over to test their mettle on the Henley Reach up against King's College on the Buckinghamshire station. And at the moment, it is once again that Dutch crew who have come out the blocks flying.
And unsurprisingly, the crew on the Buckinghamshire station very, very close with the booms there. I believe they're focusing more on trying to steer away from it than they are on trying to chase their Dutch rivals.
But it is curious that every time we've seen a collision today with the booms, it's been on that station. So your theory around the wind is probably an accurate one. It seems crews are being almost magnetically drawn to it. But this crew from Nord will not mind one bit. They're a really, really classy outfit by the looks of things. As we've said already today, if they're over here to contest the Catherine Cruikshank Trophy for aspirational academic Cox's Fours, don't try and say that 3 times in a rush, then you've got to assume that they're here for a reason. They're the Royal Students Boat Club in the Netherlands, and they actually won this time trial last year for this event, but they lost out, or they didn't actually make it to the final. They were disqualified for non-concordance with strict eligibility criteria last year. So they'll be very, very keen to return to the Henley stretch and take back the trophy that they last won in 2022.
Well, there you go. That's another accelerating, motivating factor for that Dutch crew, is the fact that they do still have something to prove. They want to turn almost like a blank page, have a clean slate, and then see what performance they can produce then. I hope they've not got any of those problems this year. And that crew from Njord, comprising of Louise Bush, Emma Botman, Charlotte Veldkamp and Mike Cruzen, is really showing us some classy rowing here. Now taking the rate down a little bit, to my eye it looks like they're at about 32 strokes a minute, and just focusing on that nice powerful draw through the water. Even though they're taking less strokes per minute, they're still moving the boat almost just as fast.
Well, based on what we've seen this afternoon, Pete, I think there's some Dutch danger on Henley Shores. A lot of really capable athletes who have turned up from the Netherlands. It's only a short trip, but a trip nonetheless. And they're so smooth. They don't even look like they're putting any power down, but you can see how much they're accelerating that boat at either end.
Well, that's how much you're able to affect the boat and your rowing style by just loosening that grip and just letting all the power be applied down low in your legs and your hips, and just not pulling, not drawing that blade, but just guiding it in the right direction. That's just emanating such relaxation, for the lack of the better word.
No, I think relaxation is bang on the money. When rowing's done well, it looks relaxed. And that's exactly what Nord are doing right now. So with one eye on Nord, who continues to make their way down towards the 3/4 mile mark, we will move back to race 77, which has just begun. Imperial College on the Berkshire station, facing down Glasgow University on the Buckinghamshire station. This is our 6th of 8 heats in the aspirational academic coxless fours. You can just see there the bow girl in Imperial, just having a little look, making sure they're in the right part of the river. The umpire doesn't think that they are.
Under close racing, you can see that Imperial, but it's so far away from their station. I'm almost feeling slightly sorry for the Glasgow crew, because now they're going to have to hug the booms, and we've seen how critical or how dangerous that is in the previous races, particularly with a coxless event here. Imperial now steering back over to their station, but I think that advantage that they've worked up at the start is going to carry them through for the next 1,250 meters or so.
Well, this Imperial College crew with one member returning from the boat that was knocked out by Boston University last year. They were the winners of this event in 2023. I'm sure we'll be keen to bring the trophy back to Putney. Stiff competition though from what we've seen today. A lot of very capable outfits on the water. But they raced together in the intermediate Cox Fours at Bucks Regatta, 3rd in the B final, and at the Met. Same eligibility rules as Henley Women's. They were in Sunday's racing, and they were the 2nd fastest academic coxers 4. So I'm expecting this to be one of the standout competitors in the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy, and showing us that they've already established several lengths lead over Glasgow University.
Well, definitely. And those two crews will be racing each other, so Njord will be racing against the winner of the crew that's on the bottom right of your screen, and at the moment it looks like it is going to be Imperial. I doubt, like you said, that's going to change. So then it comes down to how fast and how much effort really did that Dutch crew put down. Can we guess anything that's going to happen tomorrow just based on this performance by Imperial here? What do you think, Tom?
It didn't look like any effort at all. The Dutch looked just supreme, didn't they? So relaxed and composed. Imperial also probably able to ease off a little bit in the second half because they've got total control. Glasgow University, this is a crew that completely learned to row at the university. It's their first ever Henley Women's Regatta, so credit to them for making the trip down from Scotland and getting through the time trial. And they're steered down the course by club captain Andrea Byrne. So a fabulous story for them to follow. It looks like their story may be coming to an end here. Imperial just a class above.
But then again, it is a good first experience to have at your Henley Women's Regatta. The weather is absolutely beautiful. It's gorgeous conditions. The wind's not too much in the way. That course is not as bumpy as it can prove to be very often. Having rowed here for years, I can testify to that. And I'm sure they're going to come back next year and they will be stronger and more confident in their ability than before.
And that's been a concurrent theme throughout the day, or certainly the races that I've watched, Pete, is that there are a number of athletes who return year after year after year, desperate to lay their hands on a Henley Women's Regatta trophy. They're amongst the most coveted in the country. And that will be the story, I'm sure, for all of these Glasgow athletes, is this is their first taste of action here on the Henley stretch. It is one of the world's most renowned stretches of water for rowing, and the pleasure and the privilege is sacrosanct in the rowing community, so I'm sure they'll be keen to come back and test their mettle in future years. But at the moment, the learning curve is steep. Imperial dominating this heat.
They are, and like you said, it is difficult to get hands on a Henley Women's Regatta trophy because you have that time trial, the heats, the quarter, the semi, and the final, all in the space of 3 very short days. And traditionally, rowing is done over 2,000 meters. At Henley Royal Regatta is 2,112 meters, but here it's only 1,500 meters, which is great practice for the upcoming LA Olympics in about 3 years' time, as the distance has been decreased and shortened to 1,500. But then that's why the racing can be so exciting and unpredictable, and sometimes there's a lot of very many well-accomplished athletes rowing for the national team who have never lifted a trophy at Henley Women's Regatta. That's how elusive it can be.
Yeah, we were just on a podcast earlier hearing the virtues of the Henley Women's Regatta trophies, but we'll watch Imperial on the left. The right-hand side shows us a blistering start here in race number 78, another heat of aspirational academic coxers forwards. These two crews glued together, let alone glued to the booms. It's Queen's University ladies of Belfast on the Berkshire station up against Birmingham University on the Buckinghamshire station. It is the Northern Irish crew from Queen's, who at the moment probably have 3/4 length. Both crews going out really, really quickly and sort of straying into the middle and then recorrecting and then coming back together, almost magnetism bringing them into the middle of the course. We'd rather that than clashing with the booms. But it does look to me, Pete, like the Northern Irish have started to exert themselves here.
And I think they're in a favourable position, just even in terms of their steering and sort of their station positioning here too, because they're bow side blades, so their left-hand blades, the puddles of them, they will be felt by the athletes from Birmingham. So despite them sacrificing their cocks to enjoy some new speed after racing with them all year, I think they might need to apply some of that steering and move over again. So now they're not being slowed down. You can see in view they've moved over. The puddles no longer overlap, so there's no wash and no bumpiness being sent down in the water. So they're now in a better place for contention, but in order to move away they did also need to sacrifice some speed just to adjust their distance. We've got about 600-700 meters to go, so there's still quite a bit of distance here. They can gain a lot more ground, but that Irish crew, it really does look like they're not going to let go. Their stroke profile does also seem a little bit more promising to my eye.
Yeah, the crew from Queen's University, Belfast, Holly Bartlett, Alexandra Wingington, Alana Donahoe and Amelia McAleer, trying their hardest to break that sort of elastic band that connects crews in a match racing format, and they're doing a pretty good job here. They're just about to stretch out to clear water on the boat from the University of Birmingham, and that could be so decisive in a match racing format because it just means that you can't see your opposition, you can't hear your opposition, you can't even really feel for what your opposition are doing. And so from a perspective in the Birmingham boat, it's going to be increasingly hard for them to regain parity.
Definitely. Plus we've seen some big upsets earlier today for the Irish crews in terms of their booms and steering, and some difficulties there that we've seen almost everyone struggle with today, or a lot of the crews. So perhaps this is also their mission for redemption. Maybe that's why they've got that absolute laser focus and just really powering each stroke just to its maximum capability. I think maybe they're on a mission to sort of give some more hope to Irish crews racing here for the rest of this weekend. It's not all over yet.
Well, you can see the power of the sunshine here, blinding even the camera. It is very, very warm, very pleasant in the Thames Valley, and a pleasant sight if you are joining us from Northern Ireland. It's your crew from Queen's University Belfast Ladies Boat Club leading out the boat from the University of Birmingham. So we'll continue to watch that one because I don't think Queens have done enough to ease off yet. But we're back to the start, race 79. It's another Dutch boat. It's Proteus Iritus from the Netherlands. Proteus Iritus. I always get that one wrong. And they're racing Edinburgh University. Georgia Haynes, Saskia Henry-Davies, Beatrix Fuchs and Carmen Colan.
Two very strong clubs competing against each other. We've seen how dominant the Dutch have been so far, particularly during our portion of the coverage, but also so has Edinburgh. And it looks like the Dutch have got the better of them at the start, but they did have a little bit more of a steering difficulty, so they will need to deal with this. And now it's time for Edinburgh to catch up. There's about a length of a difference between them, which is a pretty big margin at this point in the race. But I do believe Edinburgh are going to try their best to respond and gain that speed back immediately.
Yes, we've got 2 races underway on our screens at the moment. Races 78. Queen's University Ladies Boat Club from Belfast. I think they've done enough now, just easing up towards the line. They've got a bit of clear water over the crew from the University of Birmingham, who threw everything at it in the first half, really tried to retain some semblance of control, but that crew from Northern Ireland have just had a little bit of extra firepower on board, and that has ever so slowly paid dividends down the course. They're coming up towards the line now. But once again, Pete, I am so impressed by the armada of Dutch crews. I don't think we've seen a crew from Holland lose yet in our, as you say, portion of the coverage. The last, well, coming on to 2 hours now, we've been on air, and I don't actually think I've seen a crew from the Netherlands lose a heat.
Yes, I don't think I have either, even watching some of the races early down, just taking a walk along the course. I guess the difference for the Dutch crews is they need to be sure of their speed before they take the trip to Henley. You know, they decide to bring all the boats over here and try to test their speed, versus for British crews it's a little bit of an easier trip to make down, and it's a great experience for the athletes. So perhaps maybe that will change in the later stages of the draw as we sort of match the speeds up a bit more closely between the crews. But yeah, what they're doing is absolutely fantastic, and you know, for all the coaches who are just on the bank and observing the racing, there's definitely things that we can learn from here for British rowing, from the way that these Dutch are moving the boat, and as you pointed it out, so effortlessly.
Yeah, Process Iritus certainly looking like a boat to watch, and of course they will have to probably, if they want to progress all the way to the final, come up against at least one other boat from the Netherlands. Nord we saw progress through earlier, and Triton also through to the next round of the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy. I'm really actually super excited to see this one develop as the weekend goes on. We'll have quarterfinals, I think, tomorrow, and that should be super compelling to see just how fast these Dutch crews are against some of the quicker boats from England. But if I'm being really honest with you, Pete, I thought this Edinburgh crew were going to be one of the stronger contenders from the United Kingdom. They were the 3rd fastest academic Cox's 4 at the Metropolitan Regatta, but they're being pretty well controlled here by the crew from Protas Iritus.
I think we've spoken about this, how big the squad is over at Edinburgh. We're talking about 50 athletes per each category. When you look at the Dutch clubs, that's in the hundreds. So one of the clubs that we're very familiar with is Neerhouse, and they've got over 1,000 active members. So sometimes you just have a bigger pool of talent to choose from, and that's just what it comes down to. I don't think Edinburgh are looking particularly badly. Obviously they're rowing their absolute hardest race plan that you can see. Maybe they've compromised a little bit on a technical ability in order just to apply more power, just to channel a bit more of that grit and determination here. But the Dutch are sticking to their prolific, relaxed, clinical execution, and I think that's just what makes the difference here. It's just that little bit more confidence in your own ability. Perhaps they're at a different portion of their physical preparation in the season, but yeah, the Dutch look so unstoppable here. I doubt this result is going to change.
No, I think the crew from Protas Iritus will be progressing through to the next round, and that is our final heat of the aspirational academic Cox's 4s of the day. We're into our final 4 races of the evening, and it's development 4s. We're back with the Frank V. Harry Cup. It's Surrey University on the Berkshire Station who have established a margin of control on their heat against University Rowing Aberdeen. So those amongst you who are in tune with the rowing community will realise that the crews on the left have no cocks. It's just the 4 athletes powering the boat. The boat will be steered by a rudder inside the boat attached to a footplate. Usually either the stroke person or the bow person has control of that. In the bottom right, there is a cox buried in the bows of the boat who will be responsible for steering and calling the crew. And there we can see on screen Surrey are dominating this one.
Surrey have had a really strong Bucks Regatta campaign as well. It's not surprising for me, having watched them over in Nottingham a few weeks ago, to see them produce this kind of performance. This Aberdeen crew, though, are still trying their absolute hardest. I was just looking at the way that the bow was rising out of the water. It is a little bit more bumpy over here, over on the Buckinghamshire station side. I wonder if it's got anything to do with the pleasure boats that we see going along the course.
Well, there's definitely been some pickup in pedestrian craft on the river in the last hour or so, and who can blame you on a gorgeous Friday afternoon? It's the middle of June. It's Henley season. This is the stuff we live for all year, Pete. When we're at some of the head races and we're freezing and we're thinking, what on earth are we doing here? And I'm sure the athletes share that sentiment. This is what we row for. It's these beautiful evenings on the Henley Reach. There we go. Turkish Delight.
Well, I hope they're enjoying a few Turkish delights over on that boat.
I think there's a couple of cold beverages on there. I have to say, maybe I'll be joining them in a few moments. Once the conclusion of racing today, which we've got about 15 more minutes to go until racing is up for the Friday. This is day one of Henley Women's Regatta. We've got 2 more jam-packed agendas to get through on Saturday and Sunday, right up to finals all through Sunday afternoon. And we're riding here with Surrey University. This is, of course, a technically beginner crew. This boat, I have to tell you, I think they are a real contender.
Definitely. Just look at the way that they're rowing. It's very mature, and particularly when you look at the swing of the bodies as the blade is in the water, it moves so together. Like, I was trying to pick this crew apart technically just to see what it is that makes them move so fast, and I do think is that collective swing of the bodies. It just applies so much momentum to the boat. That is what the difference is, I guess, here.
Yeah, steered by Ella Collins. Buried in the bows, it's Lucy Fry, Emily Rice-Worley, Bella Cockwell and Lucy Agambar, showing exactly what it takes to row a Coxed 4. I love these drone shots. They are beautiful. Temple Island in all its splendour. But if you're looking for a splendid sight and you happen to be a University of Surrey fan, you are in luck on this Friday evening, because it is the women from the University of Surrey being called on by Ella Collins up towards what feels like now an inevitable victory. So we'll keep, of course, a forensic gaze on race 80, but 81 is underway. It's our 6th of 8 heats in the development Coxed 4, and it's the University of Birmingham on the Berkshire station. On the right-hand side of your screen there, on the bottom right picture, up against Oxford University A. So we have already seen the B boat here, who went out against Lee. So now we're expecting the A boat potentially to put that right.
Yes, and also, as this is a Dev Coxed 4, this will also be the Oxford University A crew, and we already have seen the other crew as well, which is what you've said. And off the start, it's very close. Almost nothing to split these athletes apart. You could almost call that this slight stream advantage that Birmingham will have in this portion of the race. That will turn as we approach the halfway mark through the course, but at the moment, a couple of feet.
I like to use a well-oiled rowing cliche. It's bow ball to bow ball. Perhaps slight advantage to the white shell that's being rowed by the University of Birmingham at this stage. They won at the Reading Regatta in the bow pair of novices this year and made the final at Bucks Regatta in a pair. So new to the sport and enjoying themselves here on the Henley stretch. But they're in a real tussle here with Oxford University. This is their development squad, so I assume the feeder programme that will go into perhaps some of the top collegiate programmes, but also, of course, as you mentioned earlier, Pete, the boat race, which Oxford have not had a lot of luck in the past few years.
Well, I think they're putting a lot of good building blocks and changing quite a few fundamental things, and they have been over the last few years. The tide will change. The streaks that we do see in the boat race are not uncommon historically. They've always appeared. So I guess we'll see if they just have a little bit more luck. It also does depend on draw, recruitment and everything, but I really like what I'm seeing out of the Oxford squad at the moment. And as for why Birmingham is leading this race, is obviously because our predecessor to the commentary here, Alex Darbs, is instilling some fantastic rowing habits in them, obviously granting them the permission to use and produce as much speed as possible going down this track, which is great to see, because now they're about half a length up, and this is quite a comfortable place to sit in, about 700 meters in this race.
Well, if you're in that Birmingham crew, you're just thinking this is an attritional battle. This is not a race that we're going to have won in the first 500 metres. Oxford are going to keep us honest. But if I were the cox of the Birmingham crew, Henrietta Algard, I would be quietly confident here. Her boat have just quite maturely started to stretch away from Oxford. They haven't done enough yet. There's still very much contact between the two boats. But it sets us up, Pete, from a neutral perspective for a cracking final 500 metres.
Definitely. I don't think anything is determined here, and to be honest, you can generate about a boat length of speed just with your 3-tier finish. So as long as you've got a good sprint finish.
The half slide beggar wind.
Something along those lines, yes, for sure. And you can see Oxford are now starting to speed up. Their cox is correctly responding. You can see, taking a glance over here at the Birmingham crew and saying we need to go now, otherwise we're just going to run out of water. And I think that's what Oxford have been doing. Birmingham still with a slightly bit more relaxed stroke rate, more power emphasis on the stroke, versus Oxford are now starting to go through the gears, and perhaps they've taken their 3-tier finish and moved it to a middle of their course finish.
Yeah, the cox for the Dark Blues, Cora Taylor, is the closest athlete to Birmingham, and it's the unique proposition that the Coxfall grants you, is that she can see everything that's unfolding in front of her, and she will be able to give her crew direct insight into what's happening in the Birmingham boat. So we will certainly be watching that one unfold. That's race 81, not yet done, between Birmingham University, who currently lead Oxford University, but race 82, our penultimate race of the day, Oxford Brooks, need no introduction, one of the most storied programmes in the country, on the Berkshire station, up against Queen's University Ladies Boat Club from Belfast on the Buckinghamshire station. And it does look like that distinctive yellow M-Packer, resplendent in the summer sunshine from Brooks, is just leading out ahead of the crew from Northern Ireland in the early stages. But Pete, I've got to tell you, I want to see the conclusion of race number 81. It's Birmingham against Oxford. The last time we checked in there, I think Oxford was sneaking back.
Yes, they were. There wasn't much to separate them. We can see that both crews are roughly executing the same stroke length. Maybe Oxford is just a little bit more dynamic. It looks like they were up for it just a little bit more. Have Birmingham expended all their energy too early in this race? It does look like Oxford have edged out in front, haven't they?
I think they have. I think they've stolen the initiative right back off Birmingham, who had such a good first half of the race. They seem to just be moving attritionally away, showing real maturity. But Oxford have found another gear, and like you say, Pete, I think they spent their beans too early, Birmingham, because it is going to be the Dark Blues striding away here up to the line. We thought this would be a close finish. Actually, Oxford have found a lot of gas and now lead by what looks like nearly clear water.
Certainly does from this angle. I guess they just kept their composure. They kept believing in their race plan. They kept not focusing too much on the other crew. And then they've just absolutely executed and sent that boat through the finish. Like you said, clear water. And that's probably about 2 lengths.
Yeah, well executed. Really well thought through race plan there from the Oxford University Boat Club. Credit to Cora Taylor in the coxing seat. Shaw played an instrumental role in undoing the early Birmingham charge. But now we move to race 82. As I say, it's our second to last race on the Friday of Henley Women's Regatta. As the sun begins to set in the sky, it is Oxford Brooks who are trying to dim the horizon on Queen's University Ladies Boat Club's prospects here in the Frank v Harry Cup, and doing a pretty sensational job so far.
I don't want to attribute all of that speed and advantage to the bucket, but it does really stand out to me here.
You love a bucket. Honestly, I've never known someone to love a bucket so much.
It's definitely one of those rowing things, which is just very pleasing to the eye when you see two athletes move in tandem, and then just, you know, it's done for a number of different reasons. It's for power distribution. It's for steering.
So run us through. Why would you have a bucket over the conventional rig?
For example, certain athletes are just better at following what's directly in front of them. Sometimes the blade that is closest to the bow can pull the boat along in a different direction. So if you then balance that by putting two of your stronger athletes in the middle, then you can keep in more of a straight line. Or sometimes it just comes down to weight distribution in the boat and just purely balance. I think it's not to say that bucket is definitely the faster variation. I do think it does really well translate into how your athletes do row together as a crew.
So it's an individual crew thing. It depends on the athletes, the personnel you have in the boat, and their synchronicity.
Definitely, yeah. I'd attribute it to those things.
next time someone tells me it's free speed, I'm going to throw them in the river. That's good to know. I'm going to use this. I'm going to tell them Pete told me that it's to do with the individual basis, so I'm going to use that from now on.
Definitely.
We're riding here with a crew from Northern Ireland, Queen's University, Belfast. Another really strong rowing programme, continually and consistently producing excellent crews. And a lot of now, we see a lot of their graduates in the Irish national rowing team. We've got a quad coming over for the Queen Mother Challenge Cup featuring the lesser-known Paul O'Donovan, but also a couple of guys who rowed at Queen's University Belfast as undergrads. So exciting to see that their continued progression through the many tiers of the rowing system internationally has some momentum behind it. But we'll keep an eye on Brooks, who I think probably have that race under control. And it's now the last race of the day, and it's race 83, which is on the course. Credit to everyone involved with Henley Women's Regatta, because we are bang on time, and it is Plymouth University on the Berkshire station facing up against Cambridge City on the Buckinghamshire station.
Looks like a safe, clean start from both crews. Hopefully, with obviously having the Cox as the person solely responsible for steering here, we're going to avoid any pitfalls. It's important to mention that all the athletes in the University of Plymouth crew, which are on the Berkshire station to the right of your screen, have all started rowing at university. Some of them have only started coxing in April. For example, Amy, the cox for the Plymouth crew. But most of these athletes will have only been rowing for about 2 years.
Yeah, fabulous testament to the beginner programme at the University of Plymouth to see their athletes on the water. But it's the city of Cambridge, actually, who are leading in the early stages as we cut back to Brooks, race 82, nearing its conclusion. And it will be Oxford Brooks who progress through to the next round of the Frank v. Harry Cup Development Coxed Fours. Crossing the line, a couple of lengths clear of the Queen's University Belfast crew, who will return to Northern Ireland with their heads held high. Admirable effort, but on the day just came up against fast opposition. But we're cutting now, final race of the day. It's Cambridge City, or City of Cambridge on the left-hand side. It's Plymouth University on the right-hand side. And this Cambridge crew, 3 of them were in the boat that won the beginner's pennant for clubs at the women's head of the river. So they've already got a bit of a taste for silverware. And I'm sure they'll be keen to add to that haul here at Henley Women's Regatta.
Definitely. Look at them. They're just so up for it. I guess they do know that is the final race of the day. Beautiful drone shot here, really showing us the way that these athletes are moving in the boat. You can now see the blades exactly move in synchronicity with each other in that City of Cambridge crew. And another interesting fact we can see here on our information system is that they actually, in the City of Cambridge rowing club crew, they sit according with their age. So the cox is the youngest and the stroke is the oldest in that crew.
I wonder if that was deliberate.
If they've pointed it out, I suspect so.
You feel like it must be. You feel like it must be. Or whatever they're doing, it's working, because the City of Cambridge have just about a length on Plymouth. It's not one that I would call too early. We all know that overlap at Henley Women's Regatta is crucial for the crew that are not in the lead, because it means they can still sense what's going on behind them.
You can hear that boat, you can hear the blade twisting in the gate, that oar spinning. It's a very distinctive click. If you've been in the boat, you know exactly what we're talking about. And as soon as you're not quite able to pick that up, you start to lose sight of the puddles, like you're pointing out, Tom. Mentally, it is such a different game to play and have to overcome as well.
That'll be why City of Cambridge, you can see there, the cox in that crew, Isla Cartney, just calling them on, trying to motivate them to break clear. They're straining every sinew now. You can see the pain written on the faces of the University of Plymouth girls as well. They're really trying to regain some parity, some terms here. Fabulous race to close the day. 2 cox fours chasing each other down.
Definitely, and it didn't come easy. It didn't come from an accident. It just came down from sheer beautiful execution of their strategy. Just stroke by stroke, that City of Cambridge rowing club crew have just managed to push ahead and ahead and ahead. And now they've absolutely broken them clear. They've got probably about a length and a canvas, length and a third advantage, and I suspect by the time we get to the end of the course, that will only keep on growing.
But it's Henley Town beckoning them home. God's green country looking resplendent in the Friday sunshine. And it will be the city of Cambridge, I think, who have done the hard work here in the middle of the race. They've stuck it out, they've gritted their teeth, and they've found what I think will be the race clinching move, because it looks like they're the smoother, more dynamic of the two crews now as they make their way down towards the finish line for the final race of the Friday of Henley Women's Regatta 2025.
I absolutely agree on that. I think it's such a positive note to end on, just winning the final race of the day. You can all go home as a club feeling happy. I suspect all of those, all of their crewmates and people from other people from that club will also be pleased and watching their competitors, I guess, for internal seat racing take the lead and the ultimate victory here in this race. It's a great feeling. And then you can also, now as everything quiets down a little bit, you can hear that partisan support shouting and screaming and cheering you on.
Yeah, it's a fabulous thing to win on the Henley stretch in any context, in any race, at any time in the year. Winning a race here means more, and you can see there how much it means to the city of Cambridge, who had to work hard for that victory over the University of Plymouth. Work they did and prevail they have. A fabulous race to close us out on the Friday of the Henley Women's Regatta. Plymouth looking absolutely exhausted, but sportsmanship is not dead. Great to see them applauding their opposition. And what a wonderful race to end things on.
Absolutely.
So it's been a real pleasure. Pete, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. We'll be back tomorrow bright and early for more racing. We'll see you on Saturday, throwing to Megan for some wrap-up.
Absolutely. I'll be joining you first thing. I've been Piotr Skolavski and this is Tom Morgan.
I'm joined by Olympic medal winning cox Zoe de Toledo. Zoe, nice to see you. Thanks for chatting. Now, Zoe's had her work out already this morning in the commentary tower. So what have you been spotting from the best seat in the house?
I think it's been great to see the number of entries this year that have come from really excellent quality crews. For example, Champ 8s, which is the fastest event in the regatta, has had a huge entry. So just seeing the competition there and the level of those crews has been amazing.
And we've got some really exciting entries in terms of Olympians right off the back of Paris last year, competing this year at Henley Women's Regatta. Does that change the stakes? Does that change the feel down here on the banks?
Absolutely, and that's one of the great things about rowing races in general. Whether you're racing somewhere like Henley or whether you're racing at one of the heads of the rivers, it's a chance that in a lot of sports you don't get for Olympians to be there racing on the exact same track as people who may have only just started rowing this year. So it's hugely inspirational if you're at the beginning of your career, and it gives a chance for those who are more established to give something back to the rowing community.
At the end of the day, we'll have some crews going home extremely happy. They'll have qualified, maybe for the first time ever in the history of their club. And we'll have some crews who are going home maybe a little bit more downtrodden. So first, let's think about the crews that qualified. What can they do this evening to really prepare for what's in store for them tomorrow?
Much like anything, it's about learning from every opportunity you can, and that might be you go home and you think about all the positives of today, but you also need to think about what you can do better, and that's what I would be doing. I'd be going away thinking, right, what are the things that I did well today that I want to replicate tomorrow and on Sunday, and what are the things that I can improve on and take away and learn on before I get my next race.
And for those crews who maybe didn't quite make the cut this year, how can they use this as a learning experience? What can they take away from this experience?
Same thing, it's how can I learn? And you're going to learn more from the failures, let's say, because for a lot of crews coming down here and just taking part is a big part of the season, and they should be really proud of that. But what can you learn? What can you build on for your next race or for next season? What are the points that you know that you can build on, but equally, what did you come down and do really well? That should be how any feedback starts, whether it's for somebody else or for yourself. What did I do really well that I can improve and learn on?